Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Sedgin for Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Carr, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Federal Public Service Labor Relations Act and Other Acts. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Sedgin for Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Carr, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Report de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Sackville-Preston, Chesit Cook. Pursuant to the standing order, I have the honour to table in both official languages the report of the Canadian Parliamentary Delegation. This concerns our participation at the Bureau meeting and the 42nd Ordinary Session of the APF in Madagascar, and the second concerns our participation in the meeting of the Education, Communication and Cultural Affairs Committee of the APF, which was held in Benin on May 3rd and 4th, 2017.
It's from committees. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Conformément au mandat que Louis confère les articles.
Pursuant to the standing order, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 40th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and Health Affairs. If the Chamber consents, I would like the 40th report to be received.
Anderson moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Prevention of Radicalization Through Foreign Funding and Making Related Amendments to the Income Tax Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to present my very first private member's bill, the Prevention of Radicalization Through Foreign Funding Act. This legislation would provide a powerful tool to stem the flow of funding from foreign groups that promote radicalization and extremism in Canada. Ce projet de loi traite.
This bill deals with what is called secret channels by which money is funneled to organizations and institutions in Canada which support radicalization. Experts in security and anti-radicalization experts, including members of the Muslim community, recommend that we help to support anti-radicalization.
That suppress religious freedom, impose punishments for religious beliefs, or have engaged in or facilitated activities that promote extremism, terrorism, and radicalization. Canadian individuals and institutions would be prohibited from accepting money or gifts from any state, individual, or entity listed on the schedule. My sincere hope is that the government will see the practical value of this bill and give it full and thoughtful consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Clement, seconded by Mr. Anderson, moves the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi. First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Madame Gill, appuyée par Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Mrs. Gill, seconded by a colleague, wishes to present a bill, an act to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, pension plans and group insurance plans. This is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Miniquagon. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present a first bill in the House of Commons. This is meant to amend the Insolvency Act. This bill would help retired workers with respect to their pension funds when there's a restructuring in a business, especially young people in my riding who are here today. This would also let people use the passive assets of these companies. I am counting on the support of my colleagues for this initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Appuyé par M. Barcelo-Duval.
Ms. Gill asks that this bill be read a first time. First,
Quand ce projet de loi sera-t-il lu une deuxième?
when shall this bill be read at a second time at the next sitting of the House?
Première lecture du projet de loi d'intérêt public émanant du Sénat.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions, the Honourable Member for Yukon. Mr. Speaker, if the House agrees, I would like to table the 40th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs and ask that it be adopted. No, there is no unanimous consent.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present a petition signed by campers who stayed at Wilderness Park in Dowling, Ontario, located in the spectacular riding of Nickel Belt. The petitioners call on Parliament to ensure that campgrounds with fewer than 5 full-time, year-round employees be taxed as small businesses.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 petitions, and these have as their objective to ask the government to amend the Insolvency Act and also the Creditor Arrangements with Creditors Act.
The Honour present 3 petitions this morning. The first deals with an issue that this House has debated but has not yet taken action, and that's on the sale, distribution and trade of shark fins in Canada. The sharks around the world are endangered, and the petitioners ask for this House to deal with what is illegal in Canada, which is the finning of sharks, but to extend it to the trade in shark fins, which is not illegal. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, many petitioners are calling on the government to go farther than Bill C-48, which is currently before the House, for a north coast of BC tanker ban. These petitioners ask that a ban on crude oil tankers extend through BC's entire west coast. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, petitioners who call on this government to extend employment insurance sickness benefits to 52 weeks for Canadians battling cancer and other critical illnesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. J'ai reçu notice de demande.
I have received notice that there is a request for emergency debate. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems that the government is threatening our agriculture sector in an unprecedented way. Mr. Speaker, Canada's negotiators have to recognize that the urgent character of this debate is dire. We will not allow the Americans to destroy our agriculture sector. This is a fundamental issue for Quebec and for Canada as well. We voted unanimously for our agriculture sector. I think that there will be ridiculous requests made by the American government. If we're going to negotiate a new agreement, it has to work for everyone. Mr. Speaker, we will not allow anyone to destroy our agriculture sector. Thank you.
Je remercie l'honorable député de Mirabel d'avoir soulevé cette.
I thank the Honourable Member for Mirabel to have raised this question, but I don't find that the situation meets the requirements of the standing order.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, business supply, opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Poilievre on the Minister of Finance's document submitted to the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Anderson, moves that given accusations by experts that the Minister of Finance's family business, Morneau Shepell, stands to benefit from the proposed changes outlined in tax planning using private corporations, and assurances by the Minister that he has abided by his public declaration of agreed compliance measures with respect to his family business, the House requests that the Minister table all documents he submitted to the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner between November 4, 2015 and July 18, 2017. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Finance Minister of Canada has awesome powers to help or hinder individual businesses, particularly those businesses that deal in products like pensions. A Minister of Finance knows beforehand about government decisions that move markets and push individual companies up or down, and his decisions can impact the direct bottom line of companies in which everyday Canadians invest and for which they work. No one in government has more power over taxation, regulation, tariffs, subsidies, or government bond auctions, all of which have direct impact on the fortunes of individual businesses. He who has the most control over the nation's finances should have the most transparency over his interests. From those to whom much is given, much is asked. When we give ministers the power to impact on the lives of everyday people, we expect that they prove they are exercising those decisions in the public interest and not the private interest. That is especially true of the Minister of Finance, for whom these powers are so vast. Now, we're not dealing with an ordinary Minister of Finance. His father built a billion-dollar financial services firm. According to the last available insider trader reports, this finance minister held over $30 million worth of shares in that family business as of 2015. Since he became minister, he stopped disclosing his holdings, which is greatly ironic. We knew more about his interests before he was finance minister than we do now. Public filings with the insider trading reports ensured that he, as a corporate executive, was accountable to his shareholders. He now has no similar accountability to the 35 million shareholders we call Canadian citizens. And this company is of direct interest to the minister's department. Let me quote from the Morneau Shepell website. Morneau Shepell is the largest provider of pension administration, technology, and services in Canada. We offer a full range of solutions, from software to full outsourcing of pension administration. Who regulates pensions in Canada? Well, the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions. To whom does that office report? Why? The Finance Minister. And I quote, that office regulates, quote, 1,200 pension plans. Interestingly, if you go to Morneau Shepell's website, it makes direct reference to that office, saying that the office appoints Morneau Shepell to wind down the pension plans of bankrupt companies. Company pension plan is going under. The Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions needs someone to oversee the pension. In the meantime, they pick from a variety of providers. Of course, there is a financial benefit to whomever is selected, and Morneau Shepell brags on its website that it offers its own services to this office that reports directly to the finance minister. There are broad and sweeping regulations at a national level to federally regulated pension plans. Of course, Morneau Shepell offers those pension plans. Pension plans also purchase government bonds. The finance minister sells government bonds. Every year we have new issuances of government bonds as this government runs deficits and needs to borrow money. And past bonds come to maturity and need to be renewed, and they are sold to institutional investors like pension funds, of which Morneau Shepell is one. So the finance minister's family business buys government bonds, and the finance minister sells government bonds. And then there's the issue of taxation. The finance minister, of course, is responsible for setting tax policy for the whole country. That's important for everybody, but especially for companies whose interests and activities are so dramatically impacted by tax levels and tax rules. Allow me to just provide one example. The minister proposed in his July 18th consultation paper to double tax the investment income private businesses earn within their companies. The result is many of them would be forced to take their retirement savings out of the private company and put them in individual pension plans. A very unique and not very well understood product. Few Canadians hold them, and far fewer companies offer them. One of those companies is Morneau Shepell. Now, the minister might say that he didn't take that into consideration when he made his public policy proposal. But we don't know that because we're not familiar with what holdings he continues to possess. Furthermore, the minister has defended Canada's 40-year-long tax treaty with Barbados. That treaty allows Canadian companies and wealthy individuals to pay only 2.5% tax in Barbados and then ship the rest of their profits back to Canada tax-free. The minister's family business has registered itself a subsidiary in Barbados to take advantage of exactly those favorable tax conditions. So the finance minister is responsible for reviewing a tax treaty with a tax haven where his family business has a subsidiary. Now, here's what we do know about the finance minister. His father built this billion-dollar family business. As of 2015, the finance minister was receiving employment income from that family business. And as of that same year, he had $30 million of shares in that company. Since becoming minister, we no longer know if he holds on to those shares. And it's not because the minister hasn't been asked. He has been asked on probably about a dozen occasions, and he simply refuses to answer. Now, for the longest time, most people thought, how could he answer? It's in a blind trust. He wouldn't know. In fact, on Twitter, late last week, I had an exchange with the member for downtown Toronto, Liberal member, who came leaping to the finance minister's defense by saying, come on, this money's obviously in an arm's length blind trust. How could the minister possibly know where his money is? It's all blinded to him. And you know what? I don't blame that Liberal member for saying that, because most of the press gallery thought exactly the same thing. Everybody just assumed that if a finance minister had shares in a financial company, that would have to go into a blind trust. But through 2 weeks of intrepid investigative journalism, the Globe and Mail finally was able to extract the fact that this minister does not have a blind trust. So he knows what he holds. He knows his assets. He knows what they are. Why won't he tell everybody else? Now, some might suggest, well, this is an intimate, private detail that we couldn't possibly ask someone to volunteer to strangers. That's an odd response, given that he was, as a corporate executive, forced to reveal exactly the same facts. Mr. Speaker, am I the only one who finds it peculiar that a corporate executive had a higher standard of public transparency than the Minister of Finance? You're not alone. I'm not alone. I think most Canadians would think that the man who directs our taxation, regulation, subsidy, tariff, financial regulation policy in this country and is responsible for $300 billion of public spending would have a higher degree of public disclosure than a corporate executive. But those who would expect that would be wrong, at least under this present government. Now, I have to say I found this particularly surprising because when I was a parliamentary secretary and I opened a very meager stock portfolio, well shy, I won't say exactly how much, but it was well shy of $30 million. I know the members of the House are shocked to hear that. I'm the son of 2 teachers. But the reality is, I did not have $30 million. I went to the ethics commissioner and she said, yes, I'm afraid that is going into a blind trust. Did you clean your villa? So at the end of the day, I put that in a blind trust for as long as I held it and maintained that blind trust separate and out of my control. Now, if we think a parliamentary secretary should not be able to know what he or she owns in the stock market, why on God's green earth would we expect it to be appropriate for the finance minister to own tens of millions of dollars of interests without either putting it into blind trust, divesting it altogether, or, at the very least, telling the public what he holds? You know, during the Paul Martin era, he owned Canada Steamship Lines. Now, I thought it was particularly egregious the way that finance minister arranged his affairs, reflagging his ships in order to avoid paying the same taxes that he imposed on other Canadians. But at least we could debate those facts in the Martin era because we knew them. He, at least to his credit, made clear to Canadians that he had this massive shipping empire under his command and then subsequently under the command of his children while he was pulling the financial strings of the country. Today, we're expected to just trust the finance minister and assume he wants us to have blind trust in him, even though he doesn't have a blind trust himself. This is the same minister who already broke the requirements of the Ethics Act by covering up his offshore corporation in France, which owns his villa there. A villa that may produce rental income that, of course, would not be taxed in Canada because it would be held in that shell corporation offshore. Meanwhile, the minister wants to impose higher taxes on private corporations here in Canada, the mom-and-pop grocery store that can't afford the lawyers and these consultants to set them up with an offshore company in France. We'll pay higher taxes on their passive income. Meanwhile, his policy allows him to continue to accumulate riches abroad, out of the reach of the same tax system he would impose on everybody else. Now, Mr. Speaker, going back to the parliamentary secretary earlier, when that member for downtown Toronto told us over Twitter that his minister had a blind trust, somebody asked him why. He responded, "It's the law," with 9 letters A, in order to emphasize the importance of the law. Now, I think he thought, I honestly believe that member thought, that the minister would have to have a blind trust in order to function in any kind of ethical environment and avoid conflicts of interest. And I think now, I think we should all turn our thoughts to the junior staffers in ministers' offices who make modest middle-class incomes, that have to put their $5,000 RRSPs in a blind trust, and what they must be thinking about a minister on the front bench who not only couldn't be bothered to respect that principle, but thinks he is entitled to hide his interests and potential conflicts from the Canadian people who pay his salary. Mr. Speaker, that is emblematic of the kind of entitlement that the millionaire finance minister and the millionaire prime minister have come to possess. Now, I understand why they would be out of touch. They don't appreciate that everyday Canadians don't have multi-million-dollar trust funds handed down to them from their grandparents and their parents. The Prime Minister has been very blessed with what he likes to boast of as his family fortune. His grandfather ran an oil and gas empire, and the Prime Minister today is still living off of the fruits of his grandfather's hard work and labor. The Finance Minister has been very blessed to come from a family that built a billion-dollar family business. Both of them are very well taken care of by these family trusts that they enjoy and the inheritance that have been passed down to them. And you know what? I do not begrudge their families for the success, but I ask that they hold themselves to the same standard as everyone else. Average Canadians pay higher taxes under this government, but we saw how the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister meticulously designed a tax increase targeted at local businesses and family farmers that would protect their family fortunes. The billion-dollar family business of the Morneau Shepell of the Finance Minister is publicly traded, so it faced no new taxes under this latest attack on small businesses. The Prime Minister went out and boasted to the media that his family fortune would not be affected by any of the tax increases. Meanwhile, the hard-working entrepreneurs who started with nothing and built their way from the ground up were expected to pay taxes as high as 71%. It's as though the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister were at the top of the castle wall, looking down at the peasants and pulling up the ladder so that nobody could climb and join in the court. This is the imagery that the government creates when it protects the aristocratic wealth of the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister and prevents everyone else from having an opportunity to build a brighter future for themselves, the same way the Finance Minister's father and the Prime Minister's grandfather were able to build for their families. And this comes back to the essential debate we are having in this country. On the other side, we see a desire for a government-run economy, where people are able to get rich. Don't get me wrong. It's just how you get rich. In a free market economy, you get rich by having the best product. In a government-run economy, you get rich by having the best lobbyist. A free market economy allows you to get ahead on merit. In a government-run economy, you get ahead on connections. In a free market economy, you can only be better off if you sell people things that are worth more to them than what they pay for it. In a government-run economy, you get ahead by using political power to transform itself into financial power. A free market system has allowed literally billions of people to escape grinding poverty around the world and achieve a better future for all. It is the greatest poverty-fighting machine ever invented, and it is the best system we know. We understand that this government across the way does not believe in it, They believe in a government-directed economy where insiders get ahead using their political power, where the power of force is used to extract money out of the pockets of people who earned it and put it into the hands of those who have not. Ours is a struggle for the hardworking, middle-class people who put in a hard day's work for a better life, and we ask that the Prime Minister and Finance Minister prove that they share that same goal by revealing to all Canadians the vested interests that they possess, so that all of us can ensure that they are acting in the public interest and not their narrow private interest. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Whitby.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member opposite has taken great time and resources in focusing on the finance minister. And on this side of the House, we focus on Canadians. And last week, the same member waxed poetic on facts about the finance minister. And I want to give Canadians some facts. Fact number one. Canada's economy is growing faster than it has in more than a decade. In fact, it's one of the strongest in the G7. Fact, over 400,000 jobs have been created since we have taken office, most of them full-time jobs. Fact, unemployment is at its lowest that it has been in more than a decade. So I'm wondering what the honourable member says to his constituents about benefiting from these facts.
The honourable member for Carleton.
I thank the member for her question, and she is correct in pointing out that this Prime Minister and Finance Minister have been given great fortune. The previous government left a balanced budget and a growing economy, the strongest balance sheet in the G7 by far, and the lowest debt. And that strong financial situation has, of course, allowed Canada to withstand the damaging policies that the Prime Minister has so far enacted over the last 2 years. We see as well a much faster growing global economy, one where the United States and the rest of the world is starting finally to recover from the original financial crisis that this government, that the Conservative government was able to help Canada originally withstand. And that great fortune is landing on the lap of the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister, and they have a lot of experience inheriting great fortunes, Mr. Speaker. The question is, what will they do with it? Will they return to a balanced budget? Will they lower the tax burden so that hardworking people can continue to earn a better life for themselves and their families? Will they build upon our record, which reduced poverty to its lowest level on record, and the biggest increase in median incomes on record? Will they build upon that successful low debt, low tax record, or will they squander this fortune that they have inherited?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And to my colleague down the way, I looked at this motion that the official opposition has chosen today, and I think it's clearly of interest to Canadians. There's I don't know if regret is the right word, but it's lamentable, I suppose, that we're we need to spend a day in Parliament asking for something that should have been clear and obvious when the Finance Minister took over the job, the most important job in the Cabinet outside of the Prime Minister, that there has been a pattern with this Finance Minister, because I, for one, and maybe I am particularly naive, but I think many Canadians believed that when the Finance Minister 2 years ago suggested that he would put his wealth into a blind trust, I believed him because that was the obvious thing for a finance minister to do. Paul Martin did that. A succession of finance ministers do that because if you are of means, if you have wealth and assets that could be impacted by decisions you make as finance minister, the only way to shield yourself from ethics violations, either perceived or real, benefiting yourself, is to put all of those assets into a blind trust, as the Prime Minister did. I believe the Health Minister and other ministers in this Cabinet, as previous cabinets did. The fact that we're dealing with this today, the Conservatives are calling forward to find out what was actually told to the Ethics Commissioner. While those conversations, I believe, by their nature, need to have some element of privacy so that people can divulge and people can, because it's a lot of personal information we as MPs have to share, but we have to put them forward. My question is this. In the private sector, to have a senior position in a company like Morneau Shepell, one would have to divulge a great deal of personal information about what shares you own, when those shares get sold, and there's legal counsel within a company. If you suddenly sell shares, we saw this with Equifax recently, where the company was in a lot of trouble and suddenly the senior management were selling shares. Yet when we get over to the political side, is there perhaps a gap in the way that our ethics and conflict of interest legislation is designed, that something like this could happen, where in a private meeting with an ethics commissioner, a finance minister could simply choose not to put things into a blind trust, so could simply choose in a way to expose themselves to a conflict of interest, because I concern myself with the larger conversation in this country, which is our economy, which is how things are managed, and how can a finance minister continue to do his job when he is simply shrouded in this much personal controversy of his own making? Do we need to strengthen the way that disclosures happen so that the obvious thing, the ethical thing, happens each and every single time, not just by that person's particular choice?
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, I think there are two issues here. One is, did the finance minister follow the law? And the second is whether the finance minister is acting in the public interest. Let's start with the law. The finance minister appears to have broken the law in failing to report his offshore private corporation in France. With respect to the $30 million of shares he owned and may still own in Morneau Shepell, he may or may not be in compliance with the law. But it's not enough to follow the law. That is the bare minimum. It is not enough for him to say, oh, I found a loophole. I don't have to report what I own because I managed to slide it into a family trust, or I stashed away those shares in a private corporation and therefore it's out of public view. That loophole protects me from transparency. That is not enough, because the second standard I mentioned is the public interest. So even if he's found a way with all the best lawyers and consultants and lobbyists to get himself a loophole from the law, loopholes are something he was attacking not so long ago, even if he has done that, he still has to uphold the public interest, and that is the duty of this place. Our role is to uphold the public interest. The only way we can do that is if he's transparent about his private interests.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Carleton, for so eloquently spelling out the issues here today and the high ethical standard we should have all members striving for. I do have to address the comments from my friend, the Liberal MP from Whitby, who recited with dramatic effect a number of facts. Well, I'll recite a fact, and I'd like the member's comment. The fact is, the MP for Whitby, when responding to all small business owners on this issue, said this, I quote, "Let me start by apologizing to each and every entrepreneur, small business owner, physician, and constituent in the town of Whitby for the tone and language that was used during the rollout of this proposal," end quote. She's apologizing for the tone. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because that finance minister has tried to play parts of Canadians off against one another, tried to suggest that all small business owners are somehow part of the wealthiest 1%, the Prime Minister's favourite phrase in this House of Commons. So could the member for Carleton inform this House on why he thinks these ethical lapses and these ethical questions go to the heart of the confidence we can have in the finance minister when he's actually playing groups of Canadians off against one another, yet not even abiding by the basic ethical standards that MPs in this House are required, Mr. Speaker? That's a lack of confidence by his own conduct. I'd like the member's comments.
The honourable member for Carleton.
It is particularly galling that the finance minister would hide his own multi-million-dollar investments from Canadians after he's traveled across the country, wagging his fingers at pizza shop owners, plumbers, and family farmers. He's called them tax cheats. He said they've tried to game the system to avoid paying their fair share. He's accused them of using loopholes. And now, he's the one who's looking for a way around the rules to prevent Canadians from knowing what interests he holds. He is not prepared to hold himself to the standard that he imposes on everyone else. Mr. Speaker, where I come from, that's called hypocrisy.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. Honorable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Finance Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to remind everyone that since his very first days in his role, the Finance Minister met with the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that all her recommendations and all the conflict of interest legislation was followed. An in-depth review of his case was done before the Commissioner issued her recommendations, which, I repeat, the Minister followed. The Finance Minister has full confidence in the Ethics Commissioner and her recommendations. The Finance Minister is prepared to do anything to avoid any conflict or perception of conflict as deemed necessary by the Commissioner. But, as I said, the Commissioner has the government's full confidence to do her work impartially and in full independence. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we respect the Commissioner's independence. This is an opposition attempt to detract attention from what this government is doing for the middle class, and let's talk about that. I'm pleased to rise in the House to speak about our government's plan to support tax fairness for Canadians, to reduce inequality, and to promote growth, more inclusive growth. As parliamentarians know, the government earlier this month wrapped up consultations on its proposals to settle the problem of tax planning using private corporations. All throughout the consultations, we have listened to Canadians from coast to coast. In fact, I think it's fair to say that the consultation organized by the federal government made it possible to hear from a record number of Canadians. The Finance Minister received over 21,000 submissions. In addition, the Finance Minister met with Canadians from St. John's to Vancouver in connection with these roundtables and open discussions on online forums. And many members have done the same thing. As the new Parliamentary Secretary to the Finance Minister, I have personally met with many Canadians, including owners of small businesses, farmers, and representatives of the agricultural sector to discuss these proposals. On behalf of the Finance Minister, I'd like to thank the many stakeholders who took part in the discussion. I'd like to thank them particularly for their openness, their thoughtfulness, and the help they've given the government in striking the right balance to move forward towards tax fairness. The Prime Minister yesterday announced how the government intends to proceed to provide additional support for small business in Canada. I'm going to talk about that in a minute, but first I'd like to remind parliamentarians how we got to where we are today. First and foremost, I'd like to assure all parliamentarians that the government is determined to provide a healthy economic environment that's pro-business to help Canadian businesses invest, grow, and create jobs. Over the past 2 years following our election, 400,000 jobs have been created. Those results are thanks to strong economic growth and judicious investments our government has made in Canadians. Our budget situation is better than forecast in March. This fiscal year, ending March 31st, posted a deficit of $17.8 billion, which is $11.6 billion less than what was forecast in 2015. We're the fastest growing economy in the G7 by far. Last quarter, the economic growth was an impressive 4.5%, and over the past 4 quarters, our economy has had the most rapid growth since 2006. Whether it's investment in infrastructure, the Canada Child Benefit, all these things stimulate the economy and give Canadians more spending money.
Growth is proof that the plan we've put in place 2 years ago is working. We began laying the foundation for this economic growth the moment we took office. The first thing we did when we started our mandate 2 years ago was, as you may know, Mr. Speaker, was to raise taxes on the wealthiest 1% so we could cut them for 9 million Canadians. That middle-class tax cut has been benefiting 9 million Canadians, and we're proud of that. Single individuals who benefit from this tax cut are saving an average of $330 each year, and couples who benefit are saving an average of $540 each year. Our government has also made child benefits more generous and better targeted to those who need them the most. With the new Canada Child Benefit, we've lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. Since July 2016, 9 out of 10 Canadian families with children are receiving more in child benefits than they did under the previous system. We also expanded, Mr. Speaker, the Canada Pension Plan to ensure that Canadians are better off financially in their retirement. The strengthened CPP will provide more money to Canadians when they retire so that they can worry less about their savings and focus more on enjoying time with their families.
The honourable member has a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask you to bring the member to order over relevance. The nature of today's motion is the appearance of conflict of interest and calling upon the finance minister to table documents in this House, not to discuss the minister's track record as minister.
Relevant.
As I've mentioned before in the House, I really do trust the MPs in the room to come around and actually talk about the issue at order. What happens often is I've heard many speeches go off in a tangent that I'm not really sure where they're going, but then bring it back. I'll accept that comment, but I'll leave it to the MPs to maybe keep it on topic. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Monsieur le Président, si
Mr. Speaker, if the member had been listening to my introduction, I mentioned that the Finance Minister worked with the Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commissioner and will continue to work with her to ensure that he's following all her recommendations in full compliance at all times, as he's done since the outset, with full transparency. And I would repeat that the Ethics Commissioner did an in-depth examination of the minister's case before he took office, and the minister followed all her recommendations, and he believes that the commissioner has been fully rigorous and that has great integrity. And I'd like to continue talking about what great work the finance minister is doing for Canadians.
Benefit by about 50% over time, giving retired Canadians a more dignified retirement. And now we're moving on to the next step in our plan to growing the economy and achieving better tax fairness for middle-class Canadians and those working hard to achieve the middle class. Mr. Speaker, we'll be the first to point to small business as being one of the reasons the economy is growing the fastest in the G7.
Our government undertook to see to it that business could prosper in Canada. In keeping with that commitment, I'm happy to inform members of the House that the Prime Minister announced that the government intends to lower the small business tax rate in 2019 while moving forward with proposals to right the tax system, which is intrinsically unfair to the middle class. The government intends to lower the small business corporate tax rate to 10% beginning in January 2018 and then 9% on January 1st, 2019. This tax cut is a recognition of the importance of small business in the lives of Canadians and their support for the economy. Small business is the economic driver in Canada. Small businesses represent 98% of all businesses and create 70% of the jobs in the private sector. Low corporate tax rates in Canada, the purpose of those low tax rates is to promote investment of capital in business. Those investments make companies more productive and competitive. In addition, those investments stimulate economic growth and contribute to creating jobs and raising wages. However, Mr. Speaker, as the government lowers corporate tax rates for small business, they also have to make sure that actually supports business rather than giving unfair advantages to a small number of very wealthy individuals who use corporations as a tax planning tool. We have a tax system which encourages the wealthiest to incorporate to get a tax advantage. That leads to a situation where a person earning hundreds of thousands of dollars per year can get a lower tax rate than a middle-class worker who earns much less. That's not fair, and our government intends to correct the situation. The government is presenting this week an approach that will better target tax planning strategies, which are used by a relatively small number of very wealthy Canadians in order to gain tax advantages. In order to do so, the government is going by comments from Canadians during consultations from coast to coast, and our government believes in consulting Canadians. It's a good thing to do, and it helps us strike the right balance. In the coming weeks and months, our government will be announcing the next steps in our plan to settle the problem of tax planning using private corporations, a plan which takes into account comments received during the consultations. In any case, the changes the government creates will support small business and their contribution to communities and the economy. We will maintain a low tax rate for small corporations in order to stimulate economic growth. We will avoid unnecessary red tape for the owners of small businesses who are hardworking. We also want to recognize the importance of family farms and work with Canadians to ensure that we don't do anything to jeopardize intergenerational farm transfers. There will also be a gender-based analysis for all proposed changes so that no inequalities between men and women are exacerbated by these changes. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister announced yesterday, the government has a new proposal to restrict the ability of a small number of private corporation owners who are very wealthy to use corporations to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. The government intends to simplify its proposal for income splitting to make sure that this does not become administratively burdensome. There are also, according to our estimates, a very small percentage, only 3% of private corporations are affected. We are making changes to eliminate tax advantages for wealthy Canadians. We've listened to the proposals from small business owners, professionals, farmers, and fishermen, and we are following through on what we heard in order to avoid unintended consequences. This simplification of the proposal responds to the concerns we heard throughout the consultations. We also heard concerns from family businesses, be they agricultural or fishing businesses, about our proposals when it came to the cumulative exemption of capital gains. Given the feedback we received, we will not be proceeding, for the time being, with measures that would restrict access to that cumulative exemption. We will continue to pay close attention to all the feedback we've received.
The child benefit I mentioned earlier. I'd like to highlight some of the government's other key achievements to help support middle-class Canadians.
For example, over the past 2 years, the government has also made transportation a priority by making record infrastructure investments. The government has provided long-term investment in infrastructure because that is essential for the future of our country and our economy. That's why we've earmarked $11.9 billion over the next 5 years for public transit, green infrastructure, and social infrastructure. We also announced in 2016 $81.2 additional dollars for essential infrastructure over an 11-year period. This funding will support public transit, green infrastructure, social infrastructure, transportation to promote trade, rural communities, northern communities, and smart cities. These investments will improve the lives of Canadians. It will make it easier for them to get around and to commute to work. Investment in public transit will enable Canadians to get around faster, will reduce air pollution, and will give access to well-paid jobs and stronger economic growth. These investments are sensitive to Canadians' needs as well as those of their children and grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, these changes will allow small business owners who are hardworking to see their efforts rewarded. Small business will be able to continue growing and creating jobs. The announcement yesterday heralds greater support for small business. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Louis.
Questions and comments. The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the member for Louis Hébert, who is now Parliamentary Secretary to the Finance Minister. And we are neighbours in the Quebec City region. And although we are competing, I admire my colleague very much. And I would like to remind him that the two predecessors as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance are now in Cabinet. But I say sincerely, Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for my colleague. Now, there are things that should be examined. First of all, the Parliamentary Secretary said that his government had tabled budgetary measures that would allow Canadian families to have more money in their pockets, and that the rich would be paying more in taxes, but the facts are completely opposite. The Fraser Institute said that for 80% of families, they're paying $800 more, contrary to what has been said, and worse than that, with respect to the government's attack, so-called attack on the richest. It seems that the Minister of Finance tabled last week on page, and you see it on page 16, there will be $1.2 billion less that the most well-advantaged among us won't have to pay. And so the Minister of Finance seems to have had it so that the richest among us don't have to pay as much tax. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his kind words. We are neighbours in the Quebec City region, and he seems to be aspiring to a more combative role. But I'm very happy with what I'm doing right now. I'm very pleased with helping the Finance Minister and the good work he's doing for Canadians. And when we look at the numbers, in 2015, there was slowed growth, even though there were low interest rates. But what we're seeing right across the country is that people are applauding the government's measures. They say it's a good thing to invest in infrastructure. And since we were elected, this plan is something that we want to use to reduce inequalities, to help the middle class. Now, in the Quebec region, the child benefit is over $4 million, and it's helping people in Quebec. And they will have more money that will not be taxed. That helps growth, and it has a direct impact on growth. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, economists worldwide, the WTO and others, the FMI, the IMF, are talking about a record growth in Canada. The unemployment rate is at its lowest in 10 years. We're helping to stimulate the economy with strategic investments in infrastructure. We want a prosperity that's inclusive, that benefits everyone. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to say that I have to admire this artistic skating. Now, we're saying that this member, and we do have respect for him, and we want to believe he's speaking in good faith, but he's being used to justify things on the Liberals' site. They're saying that Canadians owe their better position, their better economic position to the Liberals. Now, my colleague has spoken in a very reassuring way. He's saying that they're going to cut taxes on small business. But the minister with his villa and without a blind trust, how can we trust him? I believe that the honourable colleague was saying that he should be speaking in the third person, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Before becoming minister, the minister followed every single recommendation of the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that he was in compliance. And I don't know what more I can say, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech, where he clearly outlined the relevance of the track record of the Minister of Finance, the strongest growth in the G7, highest employment since we took office, lowest unemployment in a decade, the introduction of the CCB. In fact, the IMF has projected Canada's growth rate to be higher, half a point higher than it originally projected. So I'm wondering if I could ask the honourable colleague what his constituents are saying as they benefit from such a strong economy.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, one of the things that actually I hear a lot in my writing, based on, and I come from a region where growth has been really intense, I would say, where unemployment is, we have full employment in Quebec City. The problem that a lot of entrepreneurs face is that they have shortage of labor, which is a good spot to be in a way, but that needs to be addressed, and I know that we're working hard on that, but I think it benefits small businesses when the middle class has more air at the end of the month, and that's the policy objectives that we've put forward, is to try to reduce inequalities, and we've seen rising inequalities here in Canada, around the Western world, and I think these trends need to be reined in. I think that's the ambition of the minister, that's the ambition of this government, to make sure that every Canadian has an equal opportunity, an equal shot at success in life, and policies like the Canada Child Benefit, I can't stress this enough, there is not a moment in this House that made me more proud than when I was sitting over there in this House and I saw the Minister of Finance rise to give his budget speech announcing the Canada Child Benefit, which I know back when I was growing up would have helped me, my mother and my brother tremendously, and would have made a world of difference when we grew up, and I know it's making a world of difference to a lot of my constituents, and I hear in food banks around my riding that they've observed a decrease in the demand because as the member knows, the Canada Child Benefit that we've put forward is as progressive as it's ever been. It's the most progressive it's ever been. We stopped sending checks to families of millionaires, of the most privileged and wealthy Canadians, to give more to those who need it the most, and that's how it should be, and I think it speaks a lot about the character of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, who have it hard that as the tides rise and our economy grows, everyone benefits from it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I think, and it's my first chance to speak on the Supply Day Motion Day, I think most Canadians would find it astonishing that the Minister of Finance's private arrangements were not put in a blind trust. We assume these things, but when you look at our Code of Ethics, and this is what I want to ask the Parliamentary Secretary, none of the obligations on this Code of Ethics appear to be enforceable at all. Members of Parliament are free to ignore their obligations to operate to the highest standards, to not conduct themselves in ways that put them in conflict of interest. I had a recent experience that confirms for me that the Code of Ethics, and in their plain understanding, are simply unenforceable. So I asked the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary if he wouldn't agree that we should take steps to ensure that the Code of Ethics of parliamentarians are actually enforceable and the words mean something.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank the member for raising that point with us today and with me today. I think that's something that I'd definitely be happy to discuss with her. And but as far as the minister is concerned, he's worked with the ethics commissioner from the get-go and will continue to do so to follow her recommendations and any directives she may have for him to be in full compliance with the code and with our laws. And that has been the case from the beginning and will remain the case as we go forward.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. And first of all, I will be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Jonquière.
Some interest and I suppose some regret almost that I read the Opposition Day motion that came from the Conservatives today. Regret only in the sense that we have to spend a day of Parliament asking for something that should be open and obvious to everybody. That we have to go before Parliament, have a vote in Parliament to ask one of the highest office holders in the land to be open and transparent with Canadians about a perceived and I would argue real potential conflict of interest within his portfolio. So I would be surprised if by the end of the day the minister just doesn't walk into Parliament and place the documents in front of all Canadians, because clearly that would solve a whole series of problems that we have with the current situation. This is highly unusual. I'm not sure I've ever seen an Opposition Day motion like this. I'm not sure I've ever seen a finance minister in this particular mess entirely of his own making and own circumstance. And I go back to the Prime Minister's own proclamation, his dedication to Canadians. And he said, transparent government is good government. If we want Canadians to trust their government, we need a government that trusts Canadians. It seems self-evident to me that if the government says trust us, the government must also trust Canadians. And what we would ask the Finance Minister to trust Canadians with is that if he is acting ethically, if he is acting in a way that doesn't personally benefit and enrich him and his family, then he should be able to tell us. Now, we have a couple of concerns with the way the Finance Minister has conducted himself, but I want to walk through this. If we go back almost a full 2 years, October 28th, 2015, in an interview with the Globe and Mail and repeated again with the CBC. Oh, excuse me, this is a quote from the Globe and Mail talking about the Finance Minister coming in. That, quote, under the Conflict Act, the Finance Minister would be expected to either sell off his assets or place them in a blind trust. The Finance Minister, prior to public life and private life, ran a company called Morneau Chappelle, very successfully. He owns some $43 million in shares, give or take. We think. We don't know. He's been asked 14 or 15 times now. Is he still in possession of those shares? Does he still own assets? Is he involved in the company? And each and every time, he's refused to answer. And then yesterday at a press conference with the Prime Minister, there was this very uncomfortable moment where the press were asking the Finance Minister a direct question that only the Finance Minister could answer. And as he moved forward to the microphone to answer, to be accountable to Canadians, as the Prime Minister demanded in his orders to Cabinet, the Prime Minister said, I'll be answering the questions. Oh, wow. And the Finance Minister had to take a step back, and you could hear him say, well, I guess he's the boss. So the question that then relates to this is, does the Finance Minister have the confidence of the Prime Minister? He certainly has lost a great deal of confidence with Canadians, particularly in the small business sector, particularly Canadians who watch and realize that a Finance Minister who owns a private villa in France had sheltered it under a private company to avoid paying taxes if he were to then pass it on to his children, while promoting legislation that would have prevented the same ability for farmers to pass on their farm to their kids. The contradiction of this is incredible. The Finance Minister actually used the tax code in such a way to shelter his private villa in Provence from taxes while promoting policies that would not allow a farmer to sell their farm to their kids. So you say, well, out of touch, clearly, but then you start to step into the ethics of the question. And we raised a concern earlier today. Late last night, I wrote to the Ethics Commissioner asking for her to launch a second investigation into the Finance Minister's dealings, and this is highly regrettable because The finance minister, as of 2 years ago, in an interview, said, and I'll quote him directly, "I suspect all of my assets will go into a blind trust. I've already communicated with the ethics commissioner in that regard."
Whoa.
Let me repeat that. I suspect all of my assets will go into a blind trust. I've already communicated with the ethics commissioner in that regard, said the finance minister. And I, like most Canadians, believed him. Why? Well, because of course this is what he would have to do. Because the conflict of interest, particularly for a finance minister, are obvious. That if you own assets, millions of dollars of shares in a company that deals with financial matters, you simply couldn't maintain your interest. You'd either have to sell the shares or you'd have to put them in a blind trust where you could no longer affect them, as every finance minister that I've ever heard of has done in the past. So what makes this finance minister special? Special would be one word for it. This is unprecedented. I've not seen a finance minister put himself in such, not only the perception, but an actual conflict of interest with his duties. And let's take one example. Not just the budget, not just regulating banks, not just trying to guide the economy and all of the effect that that could have on his private holdings. Let's take a specific example, a bill the finance minister himself promoted in Parliament. He sponsored, he put it on the floor, Bill C-27, that affects pensions, that changes the way pensions work in Canada, leading to the option of targeted benefit plans, is what they're called. It's a transition from one to another. New Brunswick went through this. Who was the lead consultant when New Brunswick went through changing their pension plan to one of these targeted benefit plans? Morneau Chappelle. Whoops. Interesting. So that the finance minister, who while he was head of Morneau Chappelle promoted targeted benefit plans, these specific types of insurance schemes, because his company worked in that, made profit from that, he made money from this, then turns and becomes finance minister, doesn't sell his shares in the company, keeps his interest there, then promotes a piece of legislation that would help out that very same company that he's still involved with, that he still benefits from. It's jaw-dropping. If this isn't the very definition of conflict of interest, I don't know what is. I think in future years, when Canadians studying politics look through the handbook of political terms, they're going to see a conflict of interest, and they're going to see a picture of our finance minister there. Because I've never seen anything like this. Not a blind trust, not selling off the shares, placing himself directly in the way of a conflict of interest accusation. So we've written to the finance minister. Let me quote the finance minister again. This was in a declaration he made from the Prime Minister's office 2 years ago. Our plan for an open and accountable government will allow us to modernize how the Canadian government works so that it better reflects the values and expectations of Canadians. At its heart is a simple idea. Open government is good government. For Canadians to trust our government, we must trust Canadians, and we will only be successful in implementing our agenda to the extent that we earn and keep this trust. And here's a good part of this. From the Prime Minister's office, from his own lips. To be worthy of Canadians' trust, we must always act with integrity. This is not merely a matter of adopting the right rules or of ensuring technical compliance with those rules. As ministers, you and your staff must uphold the highest standards of honesty and impartiality, and both the performance of your official duties and the arrangement of your private affairs should bear the closest public scrutiny. Let me repeat that last bit, because that sort of seems relevant to today, doesn't it?
It is.
And both the performance of your official duties and the arrangement of your private affairs should bear the closest public scrutiny. Has the finance minister sold his shares in Morneau Chappelle? No. We've asked 14 times. He's refused to answer. Does he still have those shares? We don't know. Did he promote a bill that would in fact elevate the value of those shares? Yes, he did. Like I said at the beginning of this, Mr. Speaker, there's no particular joy you take in watching the credibility of government, the trust and faith that Canadians need to hold in their government, take another hit. Lord knows we've had enough of them, from the Senate scandals to personal scandals that have gone on. I've not, in my 14 years, as brief a time as that's been in here in this Parliament, seen anything close to this, where the appearance and the obvious example of a conflict of interest has existed. There is only one way to attempt to alleviate the cloud that sits over the finance minister right now. And it's an attempt, is that if he comes forward in full disclosure, if he follows the documents that he signed, the promises that he made to Canadians when he came into cabinet. If he follows his own words, I suspect all of my assets will go into a blind trust I've already communicated. If he follows the words of the Prime Minister, if we want Canadians to trust their government, we need a government that trusts Canadians. I don't know how the Finance Minister gets himself out of this mess. I think it's going to be incredibly difficult. I don't know how he does his job, Mr. Speaker, right now. Distractions at work prevent us sometimes from being good at what we need to do. Canadians need him to be good at what he does. Canadians need him to be focused on the task at hand. Canadians need him to be honest and consistent and have the highest ethical and integrity. And I'm not sure those things are true today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend. Yes, Edmonton Riverbend.
Calgary Rocky Ridge, maybe?
I'm sorry, I got you in the wrong. Yes, Rocky
Thank
Ridge.
you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley for his remarks. I'm going to read him a statement from the Prime Minister's statement on open and accountable government. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must avoid conflict of interest, the appearance of conflict of interest, and situations that have the potential to involve conflict of interests. How does the member think this minister has stood up to that standard set for him by his Prime Minister?
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
So here's the basic rule, that when you attain public office, you can't make decisions that enrich yourself. You must recuse yourself. You must avoid not only I would argue, as the Prime Minister set the standard, not just the legal definition of conflict of interest, where you're voting on legislation or a budget or something where you know your vote will help benefit you personally. The Prime Minister said that's not enough. You have to be beyond that. You have to have not even the appearance of conflict of interest. The Finance Minister has moved legislation in this House that benefits a company that he is still involved in. He insinuated 2 years ago that he would remove himself from that conflict of interest. He declared that he would either sell off or move to a blind trust. The member from Trinity Spadina said publicly, there's no worry here. He's moved everything into a blind trust. He deleted that tweet. But the funny thing about Twitter and all those other things is you can take a picture of tweets and that still exists. So Liberals were under the same illusion that many Canadians were under. I suspect many of my Liberal colleagues watching these things happen said, of course he put it into a blind trust. Because everybody does. Because that's the law. That's the ethical standard. It's, in fact, the standard that the Prime Minister himself set and declared time after time in this House and to Canadians. So to have that expectations, I shared those with my Liberal colleagues. I thought, of course, he wasn't in a conflict of interest. I was wrong. I was wrong. And the Finance Minister and now the Prime Minister have to be accountable for it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm actually quite disappointed in the official opposition. And once again, we get the New Democratic Party joining forces. There's no surprise here. The Minister of Finance has done tremendous work, and it's been articulated by a couple of members already. And on every occasion, the opposition has come out in opposition to what it is that this government is trying to do. Whether it is giving Canadian middle-class tax breaks, putting an extra tax on Canada's wealthiest, whether it's doing many other financial initiatives that have been taken by this government. All of us, every member of this House has a responsibility to go to the Ethics Commissioner. Each and every one of us, as the Minister of Finance, also has that obligation. And the Minister of Finance is following the advice of the Ethics Commissioner, Mary Dawson. And I'm wondering if the member opposite would agree that members should be following the advice of Mary Dawson. All of us are obligated to go through the Commissioner, including the Minister of Finance. Why, or may I ask the member opposite, does he not believe that all members of Parliament have an obligation, first and foremost, to follow the advice and recommendations provided by the Commissioner?
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
I think the obvious pattern with my friend is that the correlation between the lack of veracity and intelligence in the argument is directly opposite to the volume which it's used by my friend to express those opinions. The outrage, the the feigned indignation from my friend when he knows that when the finance minister, as other ministers, swore themselves into cabinet, was to say that they would not benefit from any of the decisions that they were then making, and that the finance minister insinuated to Canadians that he would remove himself from the conflict of interest by removing himself from direct benefit from Morneau Chapelle. And we all believed it and only found out recently that when the finance minister had a villa in France, it was only through investigative journalism that we found out that he had a company established so that he could shelter it when he was passing it on to his kids. That each and every step along the way, he has not been forward and transparent as the Prime Minister swore in a stack of Bibles he and all his ministers would do. This is a question of trust and integrity. I know my friend has a particular job to do, which is to be in here and fill time or whatever it is that he seeks to do. But the fact remains that the confidence required for a government to perform its duties rests on the integrity of the government and its actions itself. And the actions of the finance minister, I'm sure in my friend's more quiet moments, would realize that this does nothing for the trust that Canadians require in their government, and certainly does nothing for the confidence that he hopes they regain in 2 years' time. Thank you.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to thank my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley for his excellent work, which he does first and foremost on the Ethics Committee. He does excellent work in this House and also outside of this House, and all Canadians recognize that, and so I'd like to thank him very much for that. Mr. Speaker, we have before us today, once again, major ethical issues that this government is having trouble with. We've had to debate many scandals here in this House over the past 2 years, and we've heard about it through the media, and the Liberals have shown that this government is not transparent at all. We saw it in 2015 in the election campaign. We're going to have a new brand, new colors. We're going to be open and transparent in everything. But what we're debating here today is a Conservative motion that shows that there is a lack of ethics, and we're trying to shed light on it here today. We're talking about an issue that I wish we hadn't had to bring up, because it's for this reason that I ran as a member of Parliament when I decided to run in 2014 in my wonderful riding of Jonquière. We were elected to represent and serve the interests of Canadians, not those of the privileged class, a very specific class. If it is true that the family business of the finance minister would take advantage of the tax planning using private corporations measure, then we would have to conclude that this is a major issue of ethics and transparency. Why is this government not able to be transparent and ethical, just like the government before it? We often talk about cynicism towards politicians and the political class. During the 2015 election campaign, I wanted people not to vote necessarily for me. I simply wanted them to turn out and vote. Express yourselves, I said, because in many countries, going to vote is a matter of life and death. And if we want to exercise our democracy, then we can see right now that there are municipal elections in Quebec. There's advertising to get out the vote. So why, once again, are we seeing in this House of Commons the things that increase cynicism in the House of Commons, and so that people believe that politicians are not open and transparent? I'd also like to come back to why I ran for office. It wasn't for personal gain. I used to be a post office worker. For 15 years, I delivered mail, and I was very happy with what I did because I was delivering a service to Canadians. And when I ran for office, it was trying to continue to provide service to my constituents. And that's what we forget sometimes as members of Parliament. We talk about numbers, we talk about change, but all the little miracles every day that we accomplish in this House, well, we do this in our ridings. And because we know that there are desperate people who who turned to us. It happened in my riding. There was an elderly gentleman who was having a problem with his EI benefits, and he came to knock on my door, and he begged us to help him, and we were there to help him and to serve him. We were able to even go beyond that and to get him additional financial assistance because of the wonderful community organizations that we have in Jonquière. So that is our ultimate goal on the part of members, and that is my primary purpose, and that should be the primary purpose as everyone here in this House, not to achieve personal gain, but to serve Canadians and all the constituents in our ridings. And I'd like to come back to commitments. Now, when I first came to Ottawa, I met with the ethics commissioner, and I received documents with explanations, and I had to fill out these documents. And as I said, I don't come from a rich family. I'm rich because I have the love of my parents and their family values that they have handed down to me, and that's what I want to hand down to my children because I think it's the most beautiful thing that we can have. I'm very, very pleased. I own a little house I have for 12 years, and it is my pride and joy. And I found it odd when the ethics commissioner explained to me that, the meager bit of money that I had, that what I would have to do with it. So I quickly understood that I was in the House of Commons now. I wasn't just anywhere. We all come from different backgrounds. Some of us are richer, some of us are poorer, some of us have many properties or many companies. And that is when I understood how important it was to declare everything that I owned, and in order to be transparent. And even though I didn't have much, I said, well, it's true for reasons that are personal, but also for all Canadians, it is important that I declare all of this. So it's no more complicated to fill out forms and to be transparent when we have nothing to hide. So that brings me to the current government. We saw that it is not the first time that this government is dealing with different companies. We're talking about Morneau Shepell today, and my colleague mentioned that under C-27, this bill could actually benefit the companies and the company owned by the finance minister. Other experts have said that the minister's tax reform could have financial benefits, as I said, for Morneau Shepell, because it would encourage certain people to buy private pension plans. And we can also see that this tax reform and the conflict of interest issues around the finance minister, well, that's another good example. We're talking about the Trudeau government that is not working for the greater interests of Canadians, but rather for themselves and their cronies, because they keep hammering home that the middle class is important. But I'm just wondering whether they know what the middle class is. Is it the middle class of their fortune? Is it the middle class of their bank account? Mr. Speaker, I live this kind of thing every day. I help a lot of people around me, and I know what the middle class is, and that is what is important. We need to remain connected to our own reality, and we must never forget that we are serving Canadians. We're not here to serve our personal interests. I'm going to wrap up. Time is running out. I would have had many more things to say. I've talked about tax reform. We've talked about helping our small businesses, but we know that the government has not tackled tax havens. We've heard a number of lofty statements recently, learning about how they help people, but why doesn't the Trudeau government attack tax havens? Is it because it's too complicated? No, it's easier to attack small workers than to sort out their Bahamas tax havens. So When I became elected as an MP, I promised that I would serve my constituents in Jonquière to give them a voice, to help my community move forward. I never thought of doing this for personal gain, and I think that that should be the goal of every single member of Parliament serving here. I firmly believe that we can do politics ethically and transparently, and I find it a great shame that the Minister of Finance did not keep his promise by saying that he would put his interests in a blind trust, and that he did not do so ultimately. In addition, he presented a bill that would enrich him, and that kind of deception is very disappointing. I can't believe that once again we are forced to waste our time trying to solve ethical issues here in this House, whereas we were elected to serve Canadians and not to serve the interests of the privileged few. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the member herself indicates that she, as all of us have met with the Ethics Commissioner, and she indicated after having that communication with the Ethics Commissioner office that ultimately she abided by what was being recommended and suggested to her. At least that's, in fact, what I understand through translation that she's implied. The Minister of Finance has done the very same thing. And if the Mary Dawson, our Ethics Commissioner, does compel or require or request in discussions that the Minister of Finance put things into a blind trust, the Minister of Finance has indicated that he would do just that. Now, if we look at the subject of what it is that the member's talking about, she talked about, well, you know, the government isn't doing, taking after tax evaders. We know that's not true. This government has invested hundreds of millions of dollars in fighting individuals to recuperate taxes and get everyone paying a fairer share. We see that in terms of the tax breaks to Canada's middle class. Again, something in which the NDP and the Conservatives voted against. The NDP and the Conservatives voted against the special tax on Canada's wealthiest. They voted against the Canada Child Benefit Program. So once again, whenever they get the opportunity to take opposition to the Minister of Finance, what do? They oppose the Minister of Finance. Now, they are in opposition, but there is a responsibility in terms of being maybe creative, constructive in their criticism. And maybe to that end, I would ask the member, would she not agree that the Minister of Finance, like all of us, are obligated to follow the recommendation and advice of the Ethics Commissioner?
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first of all, there are two things that I'm going to raise right away with regard to what my colleague has said. The first is that at the outset, why didn't the minister do what he said he was going to do? There's a questionnaire that we all have to fill out. Is it because he has too many villas? Does he have too many assets that he forgot some of them? But that means there's a problem. So it's kind of strange to say, oops, I forgot. So he should have properly filled out the form and the questionnaire. He shouldn't have to wait. You know, I had to increase my line of credit because my parliamentary expenses required me to use my credit card. So I telephoned to fill out my form and I had to submit it. So I did that at the outset. You know, it's not a big thing, but I did it. So it's our responsibilities as members of Parliament. And I could throw the question back at my colleague with the second point that he raised, that he talked about us being in opposition. Why did the government refuse the bill from my colleague, Guy Caron, who said here in this House, who talked about family farms? That would have helped small businesses. It would have helped people trying to hand down their farms. We, as the NDP in the opposition, put that forward. So we can oppose things, but we can propose things as well. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to commend my colleague from Jonquière for the quality of her speech. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that the member has really put her finger on it. All parliamentarians must fulfill their obligations, and we must put on the table what we have, what we own, especially those in government. The parliamentary secretary and all the ministers, they really have to be very clear. I know the member is very sensitive to the fact that there is tax evasion, that there are tax havens that still exist. I'd like to hear what the member has to say with regard to the revelation 3 weeks ago by the Member of Parliament, and when he tabled documents that showed beyond a doubt that the company of the Finance Minister, Morneau Chappelle, had a corporation in Barbados which serves as a tax haven. What does she have to say to that? The Honourable Member. Thank you very much to my colleague. I'd like to thank him for his work as well, because, and this is a very enriching discussion, and we have proof, we have facts, and we've heard them here in this House. So my question is that why at the outset, you know, this is a minister, and the Minister of Finance in addition, why you know, they're making changes to the tax system, and why does this go it should be any savings should be going straight into the Canadians, not into his own pocket. So he needs to. We need an exemplary code of conduct. And when we see that there's information disclosed in this House concerning assets in the Bahamas or in Barbados, that is tax evasion. So why doesn't the government go further? Is that to protect their own ministers? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to take part in this debate today. This debate will give the government a chance to restore its credibility around public finance, because our question is quite simple, that the finance minister should make these documents available, documents that will have a direct impact on his management of the finance department. I'd like to start by saying how much respect and admiration I have for the individual, the person who is the finance minister, because when a person gets involved in politics and they do a good job, all politicians benefit. We have to hold ourselves to a high standard, particularly when you're the finance minister, because that is the key department for the Canadian economy. And when the finance minister himself, through his family, is owner of a publicly traded billion-dollar business, and when that individual takes part in public finance decisions, they have to be whiter than the driven snow. But what we've seen in recent months is exactly the opposite. And I've never seen it before. It probably has happened, but I've never seen a finance minister who was so central, such a central figure. And the member for Carleton tabled a document recently that shows that the finance minister's business, Morneau Chappelle, it's a jointly owned company that is headquartered where? In the Barbados, which we all know is a tax haven. And that in itself, Mr. Speaker, is a major problem, and that is why we want the finance minister to shed full light on the situation. Also, Mr. Speaker, what's unfortunate is that the finance minister neglected to disclose for 2 years. He overlooked or forgot to declare that his business owned another business that owns a villa in Provence. Obviously, when you have a lot of money, you can own property left and right, but sincerely, Mr. Speaker, to neglect to mention a property in Provence, that's a bit suspicious. It's a bit suspect, Mr. Speaker. The finance minister may go there to practice his excellent French, and I'm not being sarcastic here because I'd like to congratulate the minister on his high-quality French. And the CBC also reported, and as you know, the CBC hounded the finance minister to get him to admit that he'd forgotten to declare something. And the Globe and Mail revealed, and that's why we have the debate today, the Globe and Mail revealed that despite the fact that he's the owner of a company, a multi-million-dollar company, not all of his assets were put into a blind trust. And that's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, because that would have made it possible for all Canadians to know what was what. And it's no shortcoming to have been successful in business, to have inherited a lot of money and made more out of that. And it's not a bad thing to want to give back by getting involved in politics, but it has to be done according to the ethical rules that we have set for ourselves, and even go beyond those rules, go beyond the letter of the rules. And that's what we're asking the finance minister to do today. We're asking him to table all the documents so that we can see what's really going on. And I'm not the only one to have something to say, because I'll be sharing my time with my colleague as well, Mr. Speaker. So as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, 3 things which are undermining the finance minister's moral authority. One is his business headquartered in Barbados, forgetting to mention his villa in Provence, and third, failing to put some assets in a blind trust, which would have been the easiest and most straightforward solution. So that's nothing, though, Mr. Speaker, compared to the finance minister's head-on attack against small business people. Let's not forget that on July 18th, in the smack dab in the middle of the summer, what did he do? He launched consultations on the corporate tax rate for small business. And when you launch a consultation like that at the height of summer, obviously you don't really want a lot of feedback. But luckily, Mr. Speaker, Canadians from coast to coast stood up and said this makes no sense. It's not right. The official opposition asked all kinds of questions, everything to try to make the government see that this was wrong-headed. We took this seriously. We thought this was a full-out attack on small business. Why raise taxes on small business? This government wanted to raise taxes on entrepreneurs who try to put aside a little bit of money to deal with future hardship, to invest in equipment, to hire more people. This government wanted to tax those hardworking small business people, to impose higher taxes on them. It made no sense. And yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the minister announced something yesterday as if it was great news. He said, we're going to lower the tax rate for small corporations to 9%. Wow, that's great. But, Mr. Speaker, just a second. Whose promise was that? It was a promise they made and they broke, and now they're finally dusting it off and recycling it. Because in 2015, our government, in our budget, had said that the rate should drop from 11 to 9%. And what was the reaction of this government in their first budget in 2016 for small business? They scrapped the decrease in the corporate tax rate. So it was terrible. They promised something and then they scrapped it. They reneged on their promise. Canadians are no fools, Mr. Speaker. They saw what was happening and they didn't like it. Mr. Speaker, should I remind you that in this situation, when the government's full-out attack on small business happened, as if by chance, the two personal businesses of the Prime Minister, his two family businesses, were untouched by these tax hikes. And the Finance Minister wanted to raise taxes for small businesses, and as if by chance, those tax increases wouldn't affect his business. That's the first time I've ever seen anything like that in politics. Remember, too, that this is the government that promised a teensy-weensy deficit, and now today we have no idea when the books will ever be balanced. They've been running such huge deficits. It's totally unacceptable, and that's why this government needs to be called to order. Their spending it's out of control. By way of conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to point out that the Finance Minister should have the authority to play his role. This is the key role for the Canadian economy. This is the most important minister in Cabinet, and that's why the Right Honourable Stephen Harper and our Finance Minister worked hand in hand. They worked closely together But now, the current Prime Minister is publicly running down his own finance minister. I've never seen a Prime Minister so condescending and disrespectful of his own finance minister. Yesterday, during question period, the Prime Minister said, ask the question to the Prime Minister.
You ask a question to the Prime Minister. Jeez, I've never seen that. Where is God? Where is God, Mr. Speaker? C'est absolument incroyable.
It's incredible, Mr. Speaker. Without getting into partisanship, even in the lowest times, the worst years of the Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin relationship, they never quarreled openly like that. This is Canada, Mr. Speaker. Canada is a proud, strong country led by strong prime ministers and finance minister. But when the prime minister undermines the authority of the finance minister, he undermines the entire country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before proceeding to questions, I'd like to remind colleagues that there's a tradition in the House. We try to show respect and respect the integrity of others. So when we discuss other members, prime ministers, leaders of the official opposition, if we could maintain a certain level, if we could ensure that the language is not offensive. So if we could show some respect for one another, I think that would help the debate go more smoothly. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, I think last election, many Canadians voted for a new way of doing things. We have to remember that although this motion comes from the official opposition, the Conservative Party, the last 4 years of their administration was not exactly unmarred by ethical issues. We had many examples of Conservative senators who didn't seem to know where they lived, who were making claims for per diems in this city when they lived here. There was $90,000 being paid by operatives in the Prime Minister's office in order to get the senator to not. There was reports that were trying to be suppressed. So when I campaigned last election, I heard a very clear message from Canadians that they wanted a strong recommitment to ethics in their government. Now, here we are today where we have the Liberal finance minister, who so far we've discovered said that he would put his considerable assets in a blind trust, and 2 years later we find out he didn't. Forgot to list a numbered company that owns his French villa in France, although he's obligated to report all of his assets, including numbered companies. We find out he has assets parked offshore in noted tax havens like Barbados. And finally, we find out that he has been sitting at the cabinet table making decisions every single day for the last 2 years when he knows what his assets are and he's making decisions on issues that will affect the value of those assets. And yet I hear Liberals stand up in here and ask, what's the problem? They don't seem to understand that there's clear conflicts of interest. Frankly, there's real conflict of interest, not just apparent conflict of interest, and serious breaches of ethics. So my question to my honourable colleague is, what is his comment on the Liberals standing up today, indicating that there's really nothing to see here, that Canadians shouldn't be concerned about this Liberal finance minister, but we should instead be talking about other issues like the economy?
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Of my colleague, and first of all, he made some comments about the last 4 years when we were in office. Well, yes, people judge us. This is why in Quebec we Quebec member in the House of Commons from 50 plus, the NDP fall to 16, and the Conservative from 5 to 12. Yeah, yes, that's the result of the last election. And watch out in 2 years from now where will be the NDP in Quebec. Mr. Speaker, based on that, I see my colleague from the Liberal are laughing now. Okay, just be quiet. I'll get back to you now, guys. What I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is that if you want, the finance minister is a very important person in the cabinet and more important person in Canada. We need a strong finance minister. And I pay all my respect to the fact that this millionaire finance minister involved in politics, it's a plus for everybody, because when someone at this level joins the political fight, that's great for all of us. but we need to have a clear mandate, to have a clear view of everything, to be sure that every decision made by this government will not have a good effect on his own business. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Mona Chappelle is one of the greatest Canadian business, but for that, it's doing day after day. They have to deal with the finance minister decision. So this is why the finance minister should have no link at all with this business.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Winnipeg North. Before he goes ahead, I'll just stop the clock for a second. I just want to remind the honourable members that they are speaking through the speaker and not to the speaker. So I'm sure when somebody says, you do this or you just wait, it wasn't aimed at me. I don't want to take offense to that. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just to emphasize the importance that we all listen to what the Commissioner of Ethics actually has to say, and ask my knowledgeable colleague, because I'm sure he's aware of these type of situations, that when you pass a budget, and let's go back to the Harper budget, or even legislative means from the Harper government, where they talked about the Canada Wheat Board, and there were fairly profound impacts dealing with the Canada Wheat Board. No doubt there was many conservative farmers, and that would have had a direct impact. When we pass a budget, there's huge impacts. Maybe you can provide some clarifications to Canadians as to why, all as parliamentarians, we all still have to participate and why it is we have the commissioner in the first place.
Honorable député de Louis. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent, 45 seconds.
Minister, was the member said, we are all of us in conflict of interest. Why? Because we pay taxes and we vote budget with taxes. So based on that, we are all in conflict of interest. But this is why we have to be very clear and give exactly our asset. And yes, some farmers are involved in the process making for sure. But we're not talking about $1 billion like the Mona Chappelle. We're talking about family ownership, which is not the case now. $1 billion compared to a few $100 per year. So this is why, Mr. Speaker, this is a special case, and we need clarity and clarification. Everybody, and the first benefit of that is the Minister of Finance.
Hear, hear, hear. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A true honour to be in the House today speaking on this very important issue. I want to thank my colleague who just spoke and for his tenacity standing up for Canadians. The fact is, it's a real honour to be part of Conservative Party of Canada that has a legacy of standing up for Canadian taxpayers. Over the years, when Canadians have seen fit to elect an entitlement mentality that comes through the Liberal Party, eventually it creates a huge mess, and we see Canada heading in that direction again. But we are ready and committed to cleaning up any Liberal mess that they leave. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly honored to be able to share what I heard from my Youth Advisory Board. I notified youth in my riding of Langley Aldergrove that I would like to have a Youth Advisory Board to meet with them on a monthly basis and to discuss issues that were important to them. And we've had 2 meetings now. The first was on the marijuana issue, and their advice was, and this is youth, grade 12 up into university, and undergraduate degrees, and so we're very mature, wise, bright, engaging young people. And marijuana. It was interesting to get their perspective, and they've said, and this is a nonpartisan Youth Advisory Board. We have people with all kinds of opinions, but the consensus within the group was on marijuana, the government is moving way too fast. They need to provide education. They need to listen to police boards across the country and slow their process down. Many of them are okay with the legalization process of legalizing marijuana, but not the way the Liberal government is doing it, moving way too fast. They seem to have this artificial date of July 1st, that it must be in place for Canada Day, July of next year, July 1st, so that everybody can start smoking. And they're very concerned with the government's approach on the marijuana. I asked them then, what would be the next topic you'd like to talk about? And they said, this new tax that the government is wanting to put on Canadians, on small business. And so I found that quite fascinating. And so it was this last Saturday morning that we met and had another really, really good meeting that lasted for about an hour, hour and a half. And there again, some of them originally gone into it, this new tax on small business. They had thought, yeah, maybe it's maybe the government's right. Some Canadians are not paying their fair share of taxes, and so to prepare for this, again, the materials that they got were general materials that all Canadians have access to. There were many nonpartisan, some were partisan, but overwhelmingly, those that went into it thinking, yeah, maybe the government is right, they changed their position 180 degrees and came to that meeting saying, no, the government is wrong. Calling hardworking Canadians tax cheats is shameful. And they were really shocked at the government taking that approach. They also said they need to slow the process down. The number one issue that every Liberal member of Parliament in their so-called consultation, the number one issue they heard was keep the consultations going on, because the Liberal Party did this, the consultation, during the summertime. They started in the middle of July, then August, and September. It ended the beginning of October. So 2.5 months when people were on holidays, and often it was in the middle of the week at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Canadians were at work. Those that weren't on holidays were working, and yet they had these so-called consultations. But they heard over and over and over again, keep the consultations going on so that you can continue to hear from us because we're not happy. The answer from the Liberal members was, well, you're confused. Canadians are confused and business is confused. And so we're going to end the consultation so we can avoid the confusion. We're going to provide legislation so that there's no more confusion. Well, the Youth Advisory Board also said this process needs to continue on. They need to have additional consultations. So I'm very proud and very happy to be able to pass on what I heard from them this last Saturday morning. Very wise group of young people. So today we're debating a motion from Her Majesty's official opposition. I've listened to the debate and comments made so far, and I think back Jim Flaherty. Jim Flaherty was a finance minister in the Stephen Harper government. He was appointed, and he very quickly earned the reputation of the greatest finance minister in the world. And what an honor to be part of that government, and he did deserve that. He was extremely bright, ethical, funny, had a great sense of humor. People liked to be around Jim. And in his untimely death, there was great sorrow. But he was known as the greatest finance minister that Canada probably ever had, and at that time, he was the greatest in the world. And then it was just yesterday when I was watching on the news and I saw the questions from the media as the government is trying to calm down people. They had a press event, news conference, where they were going to say that they're really looking out for what's good for Canadians, and they want fairness in taxes, and they're launching their new programs of fairness in taxes. Well, Canadians don't believe this, and the media don't believe it, and there's this cloud hanging over this finance minister. And as has been pointed out, the office of the finance minister is extremely important. It is probably the most powerful posting in a government in Canada, the finance minister. And so that finance minister has to be squeaky clean. And I really am not wanting to attack that individual because I don't know his intent. But it is the responsibility of the government to make sure that everything is squeaky clean. And that is what this Prime Minister had promised, that he was going to be squeaky clean and all his ministers were going to be squeaky clean. And throughout the last 2 years, their first half of their one-term mandate was that they were going to do things that were squeaky clean and transparent. And there is great suspicion that things are not squeaky clean. I'm hearing a great degree of angst from Canadians that this government is not keeping its promise. Time and time and time again. The small business tax was supposed to be reduced. That was in the platform of the previous Conservative government. It would have happened immediately. Now we've got 2 years into this mandate, and what happened to that? Well, now the government's in trouble. Canadians are very upset with what's happening, and the government's in trouble, so then they announce, well, now we're going to reduce the tax back down to the 9%. Well, actually, it goes down to 10, and then just before the election, they'll lower it to 9. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's not what Canadians want. They have not been told the truth throughout the whole process. And so this motion today, Mr. Speaker, is we want the information. What did the finance minister declare to the ethics commissioners? And we want to know from his appointment to July, when this consultation period started. And that would indicate, is there any intended self-benefit? Is there a conflict of interest? What is the motive of the Prime Minister and the Minister? Two people that I've heard from Canadians that really have not had a life like hardworking Canadians. They've been they live off of a trust. They have multi-million-dollar assets, and they're not like you and I, Mr. Speaker. They're not like normal Canadians. They're very wealthy people. And so to whom much is given, much is required. Accountability. That's a critical promise that we heard the Prime Minister make. We need accountability from him. And we have not got that from the Prime Minister. We need accountability from the Finance Minister, and we, to this point, have not. So it would be interesting, Mr. Speaker, as we go to a vote on this motion, probably later on today, will the members of the Liberal Party keep the promises that were made in the speech from the throne at the start of this Parliament, that they will be a transparent, accountable government? We're not seeing that from the leadership down into within the cabinet. Will the Liberal members then demand that their Prime Minister and the Finance Minister be transparent and provide this House with the details of transparency? Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There we are. I have great confidence in my friend and honourable member across the way, and in fact all of them over there, because their job is to take a situation, and for the benefit of Canadians, honestly, to paint the blackest, bleakest possible picture. But I have even more confidence in the nonpartisan commissioner whose job it is to review this and to truly assess what is and what isn't from a nonpartisan perspective. The question to my honourable friend is simply this. If the Ethics Commissioner reviews this and finds that everything is good, everything's above board, is that good enough for the Conservative Party and for him?
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
I want to thank the member for Fleetwood Port Kells for his kind compliment, and I return that. I think highly of him. He's worked hard. I've heard good reports on his constituency office work and helping his constituents. So I congratulate him on that. Our concern is with the leadership of the Liberal Party and this entitlement mentality and a lack of transparency. And an ethics commissioner can only make decisions based on the information provided. And I think that's the issue today, is has the finance minister provided all the details of his or her assets, in this case, his assets? And we've heard in reports through the media, and you can't always believe the media, but we've heard reports that there are unreported assets. And if that is the case, then the ethics commissioner would not be able to make a true ruling. So that's why we have this motion today, that we ask the finance minister in full transparency, what did he report to the ethics commissioner? And if he did not report all his assets, why not? And is he fit to be the finance minister of this country? And so I think it's very important, and it's fair, and it needs to be transparent. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, first I want to thank the member for his speech and for bringing this important discussion forward. Mr. Speaker, Globe and Mail places the value of the finance minister shares in Morneau Shepell at around $43 million. And we know it's possible that with the proposed tax changes that HR management and pension consulting companies like Morneau Shepell could benefit from increased sales of individual pension plans as business owners shift their retirement savings from private corporations. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that Morneau Shepell has subsidiaries in the Barbados and the Bahamas, where corporate tax rates are as low as 2.5%. We know that Morneau Shepell and the Morneau Family Trust are sheltered from the proposed tax changes, as is the Prime Minister's family fortune. And my concern is that when you add this all up and you think about the small business person at home that has now become a target for these proposed tax changes, and we have to wonder if that person at home has confidence that the government is going to do due justice when they call it tax fairness, when they look at tax fairness as a whole in fairness, and that sense of fairness. And Mr. Speaker, I wonder if they feel that CEOs and tax havens and the wealthiest Canadians are going to be under the same scrutiny when you hear that the finance minister himself has these connections, potentially. And I just want to hear from the member if he feels that the business people in his community have that confidence in the finance minister, given all of that that I stated.
For Langley Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe the business community in my community or across Canada has confidence in this government, this Liberal government, and their proposals in drastic tax changes that have been done or being proposed to be done without proper consultation. I was also shocked in the House when the finance minister was asked about his involvement and if there was going to be any direct benefit to this, and whether or not he thought he would be in conflict. The finance minister said that he was actively, not only did I not abstain, but I actively engaged in the discussions. And for the finance minister to be bragging of his engagement on this when there is an optics that he could be in conflict, it was shocking. And small business, Canadians in general, are very concerned with the attitude of this government, this entitlement attitude.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise here today to defend an individual of incredible integrity, Mr. Speaker. We've heard a lot in this place and a lot of attempts to attack the integrity of the finance minister, but as an individual, and as we've heard, he's worked with the integrity commissioner, and any attempts, any questions, he's been more than forthright. And so I'm happy to rise here today and talk about the accomplishments of this minister and what he's doing along with our government to build a stronger middle class. Now, building a stronger middle class doesn't come without changes, Mr. Speaker. The issue of tax planning and using private corporations is one of those changes that is required to finally bring equity to our tax system, something that the finance minister has been behind from the start. We've been working from that moment we took office to implement these changes that benefit the middle class and those working hard to join it. These changes that are forthcoming are just another step in setting things right for the middle class. Again, Mr. Speaker, something the finance minister has talked about as a candidate and now as the Minister of Finance. We took our first steps when Parliament resumed in December of 2015, lowering taxes on the middle class, as promised, and raising them on the wealthiest 1%. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, both the Conservatives and the NDP voted against that. This middle-class tax cut has been benefiting 9 million Canadians, and we're extremely proud of that. When we brought in the new Canada Child Benefit, which has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty, including 16,000 in my riding of St. Catharines. This is a significant accomplishment. This is a significant accomplishment, and one of the architects of that was, of course, the Finance Minister. As a result, Mr. Speaker, of the Canada Child Benefit, 9 out of 10 families are getting more in benefits they did under the previous government. With the CCB, we ensured that child benefits were more generous and are actually targeted to those who need them most. Our government, under the leadership of the Finance Minister, and with work with the provinces, expanded the Canada Pension Plan to ensure that Canadians have the financial security after a lifetime of hard work. The strengthened CPP will provide more money to Canadians when they retire, allowing them to focus more on what matters most, time with family. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, our actions could not be clearer, and the actions of the Finance Minister couldn't be clearer. The guiding principle of fairness is essential and indeed the defining piece of our plan to strengthen the middle class. It is abundantly clear that when you have an economy that works for the middle class, you have a country that works for everyone. It's fitting we're having this debate during Small Business Week. So let's talk about small businesses, Mr. Speaker. We know small businesses are the backbone of our economy, and small business are a key driver of Canada's economy. I think everyone in this chamber would agree with that. They account for 98% of all businesses and more than 70% of all private sector jobs. In recognition of how critical small businesses are to Canada's growth, our government, and again, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance, is taking action to help them grow, invest, and create in good, well-paying jobs. In an announcement yesterday, the Finance Minister announced, along with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Small Business and Tourism, announced the government's intention to lower the small business tax rate to 10% in 2018 and then to 9% in 2019. As a result, the combined federal, provincial, territorial average rate for small businesses will be lowered to 12.9% from 14.4%, ensuring that Canadians by far will continue to have the lowest small business taxes in the G7 and the 4th lowest amongst the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development countries. This lower rate will mean small businesses can retain more of their earnings to reinvest, support their growth of their business, and for job creation. The Finance Minister also announced the government's intention to move forward on proposals to fix a tax system that is inherently unfair to the middle class. We've heard a lot of criticism about the Finance Minister, but he is one of the leading voices in this country, on this side of the House, to fight for a system that benefits the middle class and against those policies that are unfair to the middle class. We have a tax system currently that encourages wealthy individuals to incorporate just so they can get a tax advantage. This cannot continue. It leads to a solution where someone making hundreds of thousands of dollars can get a lower rate than a middle-class worker making much less. A person making $300,000 per year can save as much as tax as an average Canadian can earn in a year. This is not acceptable, Mr. Speaker, and our government and the Finance Minister are going to fix it. In July, the Finance Minister launched consultations to hear from Canadians on how to fix things and how to then make it...
Order. See the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands on a point of order.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a number of us here that are very enthused about this subject today, and we're enthused to hear the government's perspective on the motion that we've got before us. But actually, I think the member's about 7 minutes into his speech and hasn't touched yet on the motion. I guess I'd ask if you would encourage him to speak about the motion, about the tabling of the documents that have to do with the minister's ethical lapses and failure to abide by the ethical conditions that have been laid out for him by the Ethics Commissioner and by others, so including the Prime Minister. So if he could speak to that a little bit, we'd be glad to hear his opinion on that, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I recognize that the honourable member for St. Catharines in his initial comments made reference to the activities of the Finance Minister in a general sense, and considering the subject of the motion today is pertaining to the performance of the Finance Minister, in the course of his duties. I so far have not seen anything that's impertinent. I think it's relevant to the discussion, although I think certainly in the course of his time, the member for St. Catharines will begin to bring the dialogue back in reference specifically to the motion. I'm sure he'll do that in the course of the minutes ahead. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, in hearing the attempt to criticize the finance minister by the official opposition, I'm again standing here to speak of the great work the finance minister is doing. And again, the finance minister has worked with various commissioners, and there is no wrongdoing. And the comment I was mentioning to a colleague before, and it's an old commercial from the 1980s. Where's the beef, Mr. Speaker? There's no. This is a fishing exhibition and an attempt to undermine the credibility of the finance minister, and I will continue. Along, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, as I was stating, our government announced the intention to simplify the proposal to limit the ability of owners of private corporation to lower their personal income taxes by sprinkling their income to family members. We want to be very clear on this next point, Mr. Speaker, that the vast majority of private corporations will not be impacted by these sprinkling measures. Only an estimated 50,000 family-owned private businesses are sprinkling income. This represents only around 3% of privately controlled corporations. Again, we have a finance minister that's looking at what's best for the middle class. And here are policies that the previous government didn't go after, policies that generally, disproportionately benefit the wealthiest Canadians. In addition, our government announced that we'll be moving forward with proposed measures to limit access to the lifetime, will not be moving forward with measures to limit the lifetime capital gains exemption. As we continue to make progress, we will also continue to listen carefully to submissions that have been received on these matters. Mr. Speaker, I conclude my remarks. I want to ensure my honourable colleagues of the Finance Minister's plan and the government's plan to grow and strengthen the middle class. Job creation has been robust since we came to power, with 400,000 jobs created. I should probably repeat that again, Mr. Speaker. 400,000 jobs created. In fact, over the last 12 months, nearly 90% of the jobs created were full-time positions.
Whoa.
In the second quarter of this year, the economy grew by an impressively strong 4.5%. Over the last 4 quarters, our economy had the fastest growth since early 2006. The Canadian economy, Mr. Speaker, is the fastest growing economy in the G7 by a wide margin. And a lot of that is thanks to the hard work of the finance minister. That is news Canadians can be happy about. It's great news, Mr. Speaker. The finance minister continues to work hard to create a healthy and growing economy which businesses can generate good-paying jobs. And where the middle class and those working hard to join it have confidence, they will succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. Commentaire. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, the member talked about the finance minister, and he described it as his actions could not be clearer and more fair. And he talked about the middle-class tax break. And I think about the middle-class tax break, where 17.9 million Canadians didn't get a benefit from the middle-class tax break. That's 2/3 of working Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Anyone who works full-time, earns $23 an hour or less, got nothing. So they talk about how they want to help those that aren't in the middle class join the middle class, but when we talk about actions could not be clearer, let's talk about how clear it is. Mr. Speaker, they're forgetting about those that want to join the middle class at every step of the way. And, you know, they've turned their attention to small business when they talk about tax fairness instead of CEO stock option loopholes, instead of tax havens, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, we want tax fairness. We want to see actions that could be clear so we actually see the clear picture. But how can the Liberals defend or understand the middle class when the finance minister himself is so rich that he can't even remember he has a holding company in France and others elsewhere in the world, Mr. Speaker. I mean, we want a fair system. We want a finance minister that actually backs up his commitment to helping those join the middle class and the real middle class here in Canada, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear the member comment about those proposals that he's so proud of.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. He mentions the 9 million Canadians that did benefit from the middle-class tax cut. The one thing he didn't point out is the Canada Child Benefit, which lifted 300,000 children out of poverty, Mr. Speaker. That's working for the middle class and those working hard to join it. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the NDP voted against that proposal. This is a finance minister that cares about individuals, cares about making an economy that works for everyone. Proof is in the pudding, Mr. Speaker. We've delivered on those commitments. We're seeing the impacts. We're seeing the growth in our economy because the money is going for individuals who are going to spend it back in the economy. We're seeing that, and we're seeing the growth. The previous governor to the current governor to the Bank of Canada, who was appointed by the previous Prime Minister, agrees. This plan is working, and the finance minister's policies are helping out. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Speaker, and the member's speech contained many things that would be certainly worthy of debate and discussion, but I want to focus on the motion itself and ask the member if he thinks that when there are Canadians questioning the disposition of the finance minister's assets and want to know whether or not he still owns shares in Morneau Shepell, a company that offers retirement and pension management advice to businesses that are affected by the very tax proposal that was announced on July 18th.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I said in my speech, the finance minister has complied with everything that has been requested. Assets have been disclosed. There is no issue. There is no report from any commissioner. The finance minister did his job, followed the rules, and continues to work with whatever commissioner has any questions of him. Worked very closely, disclosed everything. And, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, if the opposition was as concerned about child poverty in this country as they were about going on a fishing expedition, I think we'd have a better place to live, and I'm glad the finance minister is concerned about issues like that and growing the middle class.
Time for one more short question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
My colleague mentioned the integrity of the finance minister because, Mr. Speaker, I've heard many comments from the people opposite about the circumstances of the finance minister's birth, but very little comment about the circumstances of the life of service that he's led. And the finance minister I know, Mr. Speaker, has served his community on the board of the Covenant House, for example, the largest homeless shelter in the country. He served on the board and as the chair of the St. Michael's Hospital, a hospital that serves the largest homeless population in the country. And Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to I'll try very quickly to quote the Saskatchewan Finance Minister, Kevin Doherty, who said about our finance minister in his discussion around his negotiations over CPP policy issues. He did a masterful job in listening to the different positions and understanding why there were concerns, he said. The thing with Bill is, and I'm quoting this minister and not referring to anyone specifically, the thing with Bill is that when he tells you something, you can take it to the bank. He says there's no hidden agenda. There's no telling you one thing and telling somebody else something else to try to get a deal. Mr. Speaker, this is the essence of integrity.
Just remind the Parliamentary Secretary, even when another honourable member's name appears in a quote, we have to kind of avoid that and use another reference in that case, but we'll just add that for members' benefit for next time. The honourable member for St. Catharines, a short response, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to agree with my honourable colleague. Here's an individual who worked tirelessly before the campaign to help with this party platform, to work hard despite his birth and his circumstances to grow middle class, to cut child poverty. This is a person who should be celebrated, whose integrity is without question, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you.
Bonjour, Mr. Speaker. Bonjour à tous et toutes mes collègues.
Greetings to all my colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you to the stakeholders in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge that have provided and are providing feedback on the proposed consultation paper, tax planning using private corporations. I have met with many small and large businesses in my riding, as well as tax experts from the leading accounting firms, to understand that tax fairness is something that our government must pursue, but that we do need to consult and listen to our stakeholders to get it right. The City of Vaughan is home to over 13,000 businesses, Mr. Speaker, an entrepreneurial spirit that I find is unrivaled in this country. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, our government always works hard for the middle class.
Us succeeds, we all succeed. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to talk about how the government is creating the conditions for all Canadians to succeed in a changing and exciting economy. When we came into office a couple of years ago, 2 to be exact, we made a commitment to invest in our people, in our communities, and in our economy. We made a commitment to help grow the middle class and, yes, help those working hard to join it. And the truth of the matter is, our plan is working. We are now the fastest growing economy in the G7 by not a small margin, but by a wide margin. In the second quarter, the annualized growth rate hit 4.5%. Over the last 4 quarters, our economy has grown the fastest since 2006. In 2 years, we've created 400,000.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies, rising on a point of order.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind through the Speaker, the honourable member across the way, the motion is that given accusations by experts that the Minister of Finance's family business, Morneau Shepell, stands to benefit from the proposed changes outlined in tax planning using private corporations, and assurances by the Minister that he has abided by his public declaration of agreed compliance measures with respect to his family business. The House requests that the Minister table all documents he submitted to the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner between November 4th, 2015 and July 18th, 2017. That is the motion before the House right now. I just would hope that the member across the way would recognize that that's the topic of discussion today, not seemingly going down the topic that the member is talking about. Just wanted to correct him in that, and that you might want to stick to the subject at hand. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies for his comments. Members will know, of course, that the speech in the House does need to pertain to the business, the motion, and its subject that's before the House. That's a general rule. Members will also know that members are given quite a degree of latitude in terms of how they make their arguments in this respect. I will listen carefully to the honourable member to make sure that he continues, or that he shall remain on track. I will just also say, though, that in the course of a subject that invokes the activities, the integrity, if some may say, of the minister in this case that's in question, speech and arguments around either side of those questions would certainly be within the boundaries of relevance from my point of view. So we'll listen carefully to that, certainly, but again, members have a fairly wide berth in terms of how they make their arguments in this regard. And we'll go back to the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your explanation. I thank my honourable colleague across the aisle for his comments and his intervention as well. I will say that I've known the Member of Parliament for Toronto Centre, or the Minister of Finance, for a few years now. And when I think about the integrity and hard work that goes into all our careers as politicians and goes into all our careers as members of a community, I look to, and I'm glad to say that I am friends with, and that I am on the same team with the Minister of Finance, the Member of Parliament for Toronto Centre. And I know his integrity. I know the integrity that the core values that he represents, and I'm glad to be on a team with the honourable member from Toronto Centre. Going back to my comments today in my speech with regards to tax planning using private corporations, we as a government, myself as an individual, we always cooperate with all our government bodies, and including on this side here for any meetings with the Ethics Commissioner and so forth. So I'd like to throw that back. But relating to my comments were in this speech, Look, Mr. Speaker, our economy is growing well. We created 112,000 full-time jobs, and it's related to policies that we put in place. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we look at wage growth in this country, and it's actually coming back. And we see in September an acceleration of wage growth. And this is great for Canadian workers, and it's great for Canadian families. It's great for the people that I represent in my riding, and it's related to policies that we put in place and consultations that we're having with regards to tax fairness. Our government is laying the foundation for the economic growth the moment we took in office. The first thing we did was we cut taxes for middle-class Canadians, 9 million of them, over $20 billion of tax relief to Canadians. I mean, yes, we raised them on the 1%. That was the right thing to do. Mr. Speaker, single individuals who benefit from this are saving an average of $330 per year. Couples who benefit are saving an average of $540 a year. Our government also made child benefits more accessible to Canadians, a simpler program, a tax-free program, benefiting on average $2,300 extra per year per family. I think that's remarkable. Again, relating to the actions, to the program, to the policies put in place by the member from Toronto Centre, our finance minister. And I'm proud to be part of that, proud to be part of a team that cares for children that currently live in poverty, cares for families that currently need a little bit of assistance, and that's what our party is about. Again, in speaking to the integrity of the finance minister, this is an individual, a member of Parliament for Toronto Centre, who came together with his colleagues on the provincial level to come to an agreement to enhance the Canada Pension Plan. Think about that. Think about the prior government. For 10 years, nothing done on CPP. Think about the member of Parliament for Toronto Centre. Came in, finance minister, got together, collaboration, working together with the provinces. Comes together, and we get an enhanced Canada Pension Plan, which will benefit millions of Canadians going forward. Now, yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we came and we announced the lowering of the small business tax rate from 11% in 2015 to 10% in 2018, and now 9% in 2019. This part and parcel is a process of listening to Canadians, listening to small business owners, many of which I represent. And I've heard much feedback in the last few weeks, and I can say to my constituents and my small businesses back home, small and large actually, that you have a voice here in Ottawa that understands your concerns and has brought back those concerns back here to Ottawa. And that's what each member is obligated to do, and that's what our job is. And we're listening. I'm proud to say that we've cut taxes for small businesses and that they'll benefit up to $7,500, up to $7,500 per business in Canada. And it's providing tax relief of over a couple of years of approximately $3 billion, which I think should be applauded by all sides of the House. The Prime Minister made his intention clear yesterday during an announcement in Markham, and I certainly support it. To support this change, the government will help take steps to ensure that Canadian-controlled private corporations and the status is not used to reduce personal income tax obligations for high-income earners rather than supporting small businesses. We have a tax system that encourages wealthy individuals to incorporate just so they can get a tax advantage. It leads to a situation where someone making hundreds of thousands of dollars can get a lower tax rate than a middle-class worker making much less per year. That's not fair, and our government is going to fix it. Yes, on July 18th, the Minister of Finance launched a consultation process, otherwise known as tax planning using private corporations. Yes, we've heard lots of feedback. I know I've spent numerous hours going over the proposal and looking at it and saying, we need tax fairness in this country, and we need to get it right. And we're consulting and we're listening to all Canadians. And I can say, for a matter of fact, I spent many, many hours on this paper understanding it and making sure that there are no unintended consequences, that it is a proposed consultation paper. And we're going to get it right. Absolutely. We heard from business owners, professionals, experts, and from our caucus on ways to improve our proposals, to make sure that we don't affect hard-working middle-class entrepreneurs, many of the ones that are in the city of Vaughan and many of the ones that I represent as the Member of Parliament for Vaughan Woodbridge. Family businesses, farmers and fishers. As someone who grew up on the north coast of British Columbia, I know I've had many friends that were fishermen and still are, and still go out on their trollers and seiners and gill netters and try to make a living as a fisherman or fisherwoman. And I know how important it is that we protect and ensure that they have a good livelihood. We've heard you, and we are acting on what we've heard. In the short term, the government intends to simplify the proposal to limit the ability of owners of private corporations to lower their personal income taxes by sprinkling their income to family members. The vast majority of private corporations will not be impacted by the proposed income sprinkling measures. Only an estimated 50,000 family-owned private businesses are sprinkling income. This represents a small fraction, 3% of Canadian-controlled CPCs. And all we're doing is extending the rules that are already in place on income. We're extending them to dividends, which is the right thing to do. That's tax fairness. And I know Canadians agree with us. Over the coming weeks and months, we will announce the next steps in our plan to address tax planning using private corporations that take into account feedback received from Canadians during this consultation period. In all cases, our changes will support small businesses and their contributions to our economy and our communities, most importantly. We know small businesses, and I know firsthand, having worked in the private sector for over 20 years in finance, that small businesses are the backbone of our economy, and we will do everything we can to help them grow. And you've seen that in the numbers, you've seen that in the formation rates in small businesses in Canada, in sentiment, in business surveys. Businesses and consumers are buoyant in Canada. There's a reason for it because we have a program that's been put in place that's working. In conclusion, colleagues, in this day and age which there is so much misinformation, it is crucial that we set the record straight and stick to the facts. This is what I'm doing here today. From the very beginning, we've been perfectly clear about our commitment to make sure that as our economy grows, the benefits go to the middle class, and yes, those working hard to join it, not just to those who are already successful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, I listened intently to my colleague's speech, who is a good friend, actually. We served together on the Finance Committee. And he alludes in the end of his speech to the facts. Here are the facts. The facts are that all of us as parliamentarians have to disclose what we have as assets. The facts are there are rules around ministerial accountability on this issue. The facts are that this minister, unlike others in this House, has decided not to disclose what he was doing for 2 years. And he's been found out. Those are the facts. And so, Mr. Speaker, through you, I would ask this member, who I believe has personal integrity at his heart, to stand up and account for the fact that this finance minister is not abiding by the ministerial rules and his mandate letter that said he will be beyond reproach as far as any perception of such things.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from the wonderful and beautiful riding of Brantford Brant. And yes, it's true, we did serve on Finance Committee, and I'm proud to call him a friend and a colleague in this House, and we serve our residents well. And when we call into question someone's integrity or someone's integrity, I'll stop there. We know that individually we all have personal responsibility, and I believe in personal responsibility. And I believe in integrity, and I believe in hard work. Those are my core values. And I know for a fact that those are the same core values that the Finance Minister has. And I know for a fact that since the first day in office, the Minister of Finance has worked with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure that every recommendation and that all conflict of interest rules are being followed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire. Dans la députée.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'm afraid my question may cause him some problems because I think the two sides of the House seem to be talking about two very different things today. I'm concerned about the 2 years of silence from the Finance Minister. And in a much more modest way, I own a small cottage in Quebec. And although our heavy workload doesn't make it possible for me to go very often, but I didn't forget that I had a cottage in Saint-Mathieu. And even if I only go once a year, I own that cottage, and I haven't forgotten it. And even if I never went, even if I can only go once a year or twice a year, I still get a property tax bill, and that reminds me, and a hydro bill. Those things remind me that I own a cottage in Saint-Mathieu. So how could the Finance Minister for 2 years forget that probably he gets a lot of tax bills, but how could he forget that he owns a villa in France? And that doesn't explain why he didn't declare it. The honourable member for Woodridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my colleague for his intervention and question. The Minister of Finance, the Member of Parliament for Toronto Centre, look, we have full confidence in the Ethics Commissioner and her recommendations, and obviously each and every single Member of Parliament is willing to take any further steps to avoid conflicts or any perception of conflicts as deemed appropriate by the Ethics Commissioner. But again, I go back to integrity and what integrity means. It means fighting for kids that are living in poverty. It means helping those that need skills training and putting innovation into the economy and growing the economy so that all Canadians benefit, all middle-class Canadians benefit, and that's how we strengthen the economy for today and for the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time just for one more short question, and that'll go to the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The point I'll try to raise, because this debate today gives us an opportunity to do so, is that our Ethics Commissioner's advice, the Ethics Commissioner saying everything is being done according to Hoyle, is absolutely useless in a common sense understanding of what we should do to maintain ethical standards. Our code of ethics, as found in our standing rules book, probably in every single member's desk, it's good to read. It calls on us to have high moral standards, high ethical standards, not to confuse our personal business dealings in a way with our public work as an MP. None of it is enforceable. So I call on this government, this time around, that this Liberal government make our code of ethics enforceable, which previous governments have not done.
Honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge, a short response, please.
I thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her interventions, and I'm sure that any suggestions that the honourable member has in terms of strengthening any rules should be brought forward to the pertinent individuals that pertains to, and I would hope that that the member from Saanich Gulf Islands does so. On my personal view, is we continue to work hard for all Canadians, and we continue to hold to the values of integrity and hard work, and ensuring that day in, day out, we do what's right for our constituents, whether we represent a riding on the East Coast, West Coast, or in the middle. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
And Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Calgary, Rocky Ridge. As a member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, and on behalf of the hard-working people of the Upper Ottawa Valley, I participate in today's debate regarding the lack of transparency in this government. And I congratulate my Eastern Ontario colleague, the Honourable Member for Carleton, for the excellent job he's doing as Shadow Finance Minister for our Conservative government in waiting. The Honourable Member for Carleton is responsible for today's motion that Parliament is now debating. And what today's debate is about is a familiar refrain in Ottawa since the last election. There is a lack of transparency, or some would call it a hidden agenda, between what this government says and what it does, and who benefits. Is this example before Canadians today simply one politician gaming the system to his benefit, or are Canadians looking at systematic, corrupt behavior on a scale the multi-billion-dollar Ontario electricity scandal holds on? It's non-disclosure of all his vast corporate wealth by the member of Toronto Centre, hiding the need for impartiality in decision-making that would be necessary had full disclosure taken place. The allegation has been made that the changes put forth by the member for Toronto Centre, apart from unfairly attacking small businesses or individuals who are incorporated, will enrich the personal wealth of the finance minister. The need for higher taxes in these changes being pushed through Parliament without proper public consultation have been brought about by the decision to run huge budget deficits. Now, when I'm asked the question, Mr. Speaker, why the government is in such a huge deficit, I respond very bluntly: bad spending. So the question then becomes, what kind of bad spending is it that's resulting in such high deficits? I use the example of bad spending by the federal government on what the finance minister, the member for Toronto Centre, spent on a slick cover for his deficit budget booklet. The cover is used one day. Duplicate this example of bad spending across government, and then one can start to understand why the finances of Canada are in such a mess. In 2017, just the slick cover on the deficit budget cost taxpayers $212,000. That makes $175,000 from the Liberal member of Toronto that he spent on a slick cover for his budget in 2016. Seemed like a bargain. Now to the member from Toronto Centre who has a private European villa and has a, to quote a national magazine, a tax-dodging shell company set up to manage it, something he neglected to disclose to the Ethics Commissioner. $212,000 must seem like chump change. What's all the fuss, the Finance Minister asks. Simply put, the fuss is that the Finance Minister has promised Canadians that he would abstain from decisions and discussions that relate to Morneau Shepell. Instead, he's actively bragged that not only did I abstain, but I actively engaged in the discussions and promotion of the policy that experts say benefits his family-owned company. Beyond that, the member from Toronto Centre failed to disclose a private corporation to the Ethics Commissioner. Now, most Canadians would never forget if they owned a villa in France. To top it all off, the member for Toronto Centre admitted he did not place more than $30 million in Morneau Shepell shares into a blind trust. Few Canadians had the benefit of a trust fund from Daddy growing up, or they attended private schools, or had a fat income waiting in the family business when they were done school. The family business in this case is showing other one-percenters how to avoid their fair share of tax. In 2016, the median income for females in my riding was just over $25,000 per year. In fact, the bulk of all wage earners in my riding earn between $20,000 and $29,000 per year. So for just the price of the slick cover on the 2017 deficit budget document, it would have paid the incomes of 8 average working females in Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. And those same individuals fall below the low-income cutoff that normally qualifies a person for the supplement. How ironic that one of the pieces of advice the member for Toronto Centre dispensed to his wealthy clients was how to game the system to collect the Guaranteed Income Supplement. The Guaranteed Income Supplement is intended for seniors who have no other source of income except the universal old age pension. The supplement is means tested. It's not intended for one-percenters who hide their money to avoid paying their fair share tax. To further put the amount spent by the member of Toronto Centre on a cover for a booklet in perspective, the Conservative government of Prime Minister Stephen Harper spent $600 for a stock photo on the cover of the 2015 balanced budget that we presented to Canadians that year. Yes, $600, and the federal budget was balanced. There's no respect for today's tax dollar in Ottawa today. The tax changes to small businesses that have been presented by the member from Toronto Centre are a double-edged sword. On the one hand, the Liberal tax changes unfairly tax doctors, farmers, small businesses, and a host of other hardworking Canadians, while on the other hand, not touching the personal fortunes of the member of Toronto Centre or the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister benefited as a trust fund kid, as did his father before him. So to be clear, the motion we have before us today requests the member for Toronto Centre table all documents he submitted to the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner between November 4th, 2015 and July 18th, 2017. Canadians have a right to know if decisions are being made for by the member for Toronto Centre, whether or not there'll be a personal benefit to his family fortune and to the fortunes of other Liberal Party members. The test will be if Liberal Party members vote in favour of today's motion. If the member for Toronto Centre has nothing to hide, the vote should be unanimous in favour of full disclosure. If, on the other hand, Liberal members speak against this motion, or worse, do not support it, Canadians can rightly ask, what is the member for Toronto Centre hiding? By not providing full disclosure to Canadians, every financial decision made by this minister must be called into question. The attack by this government on small business, doctors, and others asks that question. Who benefits? Big business, of course. The big business types that attend pay-to-play fundraisers hosted in places like downtown Toronto. Big business and big government are mirror images of one another. Big business, like this government, overwhelmingly leans left. Economists refer to the practice of handouts to big business as welfare capitalism. And that's how much of big business, gets rich and how most of it stays rich. Liberal-favored big fundraisers make their fortunes exclusively through direct government subsidies and government mandates. In Ontario, industrial wind turbines are the result of successful lobbying by the type of big business conglomerates favored by the Liberal Party. Without government intervention, industrial wind turbines would represent a trivial part of the economy and would not be the multi-million-dollar drain on the pockets of electricity customers who are forced into energy poverty by that bad spending. Unnecessary government intervention causes bad spending that starts with blowing over $200,000 on a cover that ends up with billions spent on social experiments that only hurt ordinary working Canadians. Canadians have already been exposed to the 5 principles of the Liberal Party tax policy. 1, they attack small business. Just ask the families who run campgrounds how effective that attack has been. 2, they continue to raise taxes on small business while publicly stating the opposite. 3, they continue to burden job creators with unnecessary regulations and red tape to stifle creativity. 4, to continue to bring in tax changes that make it harder and harder for the family farm to survive and continue on as a family farm to the next generation. And 5, ensure changes to the tax system continue to favor big business at the expense of entrepreneurs, particularly female entrepreneurs whose success in small business is breaking the glass ceiling. It's taken too long for Canadians to see just how out of touch the Liberal Party is to the needs of and aspirations of ordinary Canadians. The member from Toronto Centre needs to get out of his Toronto glass bubble and actually listen to people who are not the 1%ers he likes to only associate with. The time has come for this government to listen to those Canadians who respect the law, work hard, and play by the rules.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member opened her speech by quoting responses that she gives to her constituents. I wonder what the member opposite would say to her constituents who are benefiting from a strong economy, strong employment, the lowest unemployment we've had in a decade, the Canada Child Benefit, all initiatives that were introduced and created by our current Finance Minister.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the people in Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke have not been able to benefit by any growing economy because their wealth has been overshadowed. In fact, their wealth is mostly non-existent because of the huge taxes and the cost of living in the Ottawa Valley. And add to that the cost of electricity, that's driving out jobs and driving people out of their homes, quite frankly.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before the member spoke, a member from the government side talked about facts. The member talked about the middle-class tax break as something that would help the middle class, but they forgot to mention the fact that 17.9 million Canadians wouldn't be eligible for the middle-class tax break. That's working Canadians that earn $45,000 a year or less, that they would get nothing. They also talked about the fact that they're doing a small business tax revision, but they forgot to mention do a tax revision on CEO tax loopholes on tax havens. They talked about the Minister of Finance going through the Privacy Commissioner about his disclosures, but they forgot to mention that the minister had forgotten to mention his cottage, which was an incorporated company, and he forgot to mention his promise that he was going to put his investments in a blind trust. Maybe the member can talk about why, it's one thing for the government to forget to talk about details, those facts, those important facts, when they talk about what they're doing for the middle class, what they're doing for the small business community, but how important it is to not forget when the finance minister talks about what he's supposed to disclose to the Canadian public.
Honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, when the finance minister forgot that he had not put $30 million worth of shares in Morneau Shepell into a blind trust, he was also knowledgeable then and benefiting directly from his decision to tax retained earnings from businesses. That's the money businesses set away so they can expand, or farmers save for a rainy day or a bad season. But more to the point, Morneau Shepell it's the company that stands to gain the most from individual pension plans, which are peddled to business owners to protect retirement income. So they think that instead of setting money aside for a rainy day, that all this money is going to come raining down to them in another effort to save for retirement.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, shortly after the finance minister announced the tax changes on businesses that impacted a broad range of Canadians, including doctors, there was a widely publicized Morneau Shepell poster that was placed in the Saskatoon Community Hospital. I don't know whether the member, Mr. Speaker, saw that, but clearly the purpose of this was to talk to doctors who were going to potentially be significantly impacted with these tax changes. So that would be a direct benefit to Morneau Shepell. So I'm just wondering if the member would comment on that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, one thing we have noticed in the hospitals is there are whiteboards put into the emergency reception area, and the whiteboards say how long it's going to be before a patient sees a doctor. And with these proposed tax changes, hundreds of doctors, including Thunder Bay, I think the entire staff of the emergency room in Thunder Bay at that hospital stated that if these tax changes go through, they're leaving Ontario, which means if there is even an emergency department still there, it'll be many, many hours before a person in dire need is actually seen by a doctor.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in favour of today's motion, which calls upon the Finance Minister to table all documents he submitted to the Conflict of Interest Commissioner between November 4th, 2015 and July 18th, 2017. Of course, July 18th was the date of the now infamous discussion paper that came complete with draft legislation, which would completely transform the taxation of Canadian-controlled private corporations, if fully enacted, by, among other things, severely discouraging small business owners from investing within their companies to support themselves in retirement. Well, the effect of these taxation proposals was immediate. They were universally panned by tax preparation professionals. In fact, I'm not aware of one single professional private sector accountant who supports them. But today's motion is about conflict of interest and the appearance of conflict of interest. As thousands of professionals, entrepreneurs, shop owners, construction contractors, fishers and farmers nervously contacted their lawyers and accountants to find out how they will be affected by these changes, some of them who were facing perhaps having their taxes go up to 71%, some of them were told that it might be in their best interest to start an individualized pension, private pension. Well, they were shocked and appalled to learn that this is a specialized financial service and that the leading supplier of this product is none other than the Finance Minister's family business, Morneau Shepell. So the appearance of conflict of interest has drawn people's attention to the Finance Minister's private and business affairs more generally. And Canadians, including members of the Liberal caucus, assumed that the Finance Minister's shares in Morneau Shepell were either reported as having been sold or placed into a blind trust. His family's business is in the pension management and advice business, and this minister is in a position to influence consumer behavior in these products. But, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals ran on an idealistic platform that contained many promises, and Canadians, many of them believed in the sincerity of these promises and indeed elected them. They promised, as we know, they promised only a modest budgetary deficit of $10 billion in order to pay for infrastructure that would then return to a balance. We now have a structural deficit that far exceeds this so-called modest maximums without any plan to return to a balanced budget. They claimed that they would reduce taxes on middle-class Canadians, then they stripped away all the credits that most middle-class families use, leaving the average Canadian family paying over $800 in additional income tax under this government. And that's before the currently contemplated draconian small business tax change, and also before including even this most recent disaster, this announcement about the taxing the discounts of retail employees. But they made one very clear and explicit, well, they made a few other promises, like changing the voting system within 18 months, perhaps an unwise promise, but nevertheless completely abandoned. But for today's motion, the promise that that we need to talk about is the one where they promised to be the most open and transparent government in the history of Canada. One of the first things the government did was they published the mandate letters from the Prime Minister to each member of his cabinet. And it's worth looking at these mandate letters. In the mandate letter to the Finance Minister, the Prime Minister said, Canadians need to have faith in their government's honesty and willingness to listen. I expect that our work will be informed by performance measures, evidence, and feedback from Canadians. Went on to say, it's important that we acknowledge mistakes when we make them. Canadians do not expect us to be perfect. They expect us to be honest, open, and sincere in our efforts to serve the public interest. Well, indeed they do. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they expect the government to put the public interest ahead of the personal interests of members of Cabinet. The letter went on to say, this will include close collaboration with your colleagues, meaningful engagement with opposition members, parliamentary committees in the public service, constructive dialogue with Canadians, civil society and stakeholders, including business, identifying ways to find solutions and avoid escalating conflicts unnecessarily. And as well, members of the Parliamentary Press Gallery, indeed all journalists in Canada and broader professionals who, by asking necessary questions, contribute in an important way to the democratic process. Your professionalism and engagement with them is essential. Well, Mr. Speaker, at yesterday's sort of bizarre press conference in Stouffville, we can hardly blame the Finance Minister. The journalists that were there, who were just beginning to understand the potential depth of the Finance Minister's compliance issues, wanted to question the Finance Minister, and the Prime Minister more or less held the podium and at first tried to prevent the Finance Minister from answering, and said, well, hey, you have a chance to ask the Prime Minister a question, rather than let his Finance Minister answer. But the mandate letter concludes by saying, as Minister, you must ensure that that you're aware of and fully compliant with the Conflict of Interest Act, Treasury Board policies and guidelines. You will be provided with a copy of Open and Accountable Government to assist you as you undertake your responsibilities. I ask that you carefully read it and ensure that your staff does as well. I draw particular attention, in particular, to the ethical guidelines set out in Annex A of that document. As noted in this guideline, you must uphold the highest standards of honesty and impartiality, and both the performance of your official duties and arrangements of your private affairs should bear the closest public scrutiny. This is an obligation that is not fully discharged by merely acting within the letter of the law. Well, Mr. Speaker, the statement on open and accountable government, which the Prime Minister referred, said something that has been repeated many times in this House, but it's important. It says, ministers and parliamentary secretaries must avoid conflict of interest, the appearance of conflict of interest, and situations that have the potential to involve conflicts of interest. Well, Mr. Speaker, now we know a few things. We know that the Liberals in this government has broken a litany of election promises ranging from electoral reform to deficit targets to reducing the tax burden on middle-class Canadians to access to information reform. We know that the government has repeatedly made a mockery of the Prime Minister's statement on open and accountable government, from everything from cash for access fundraising, the Prime Minister's visit to Billionaire Island, attempts to appoint Liberal loyalists as key office holders to Parliament, and failure to find replacements for officers with expiring terms, including the Ethics Commissioner. We know that the government has proposed a draconian tax hike on small businesses, which everybody knows is nothing more than a tax grab induced by an insatiable appetite for tax revenue to plug an out-of-control deficit of this government's own making. And we know that the reactions to this tax so-called reform is expert recommendation to some people to obtain retirement and investment services like those provided by Morneau Shepell. We know that the minister has failed to comply with the Conflict of Interest Act by failing to disclose an interest in a private French corporation that's apparently used to house and to manage his French villa. And we know that the minister's substantial family fortune is not held in a blind trust, as one would expect. We do not know whether he still holds the $30+ million in shares that he owned in 2015. So, given the foregoing, one must conclude either the Minister of Finance is so completely out of touch with the reality of small business that he has allowed these tax proposals to go ahead and come out on July 15th without any forethought to the consequences, or the Minister of Finance actually thinks that small business owners really are undertaxed at best or a bunch of cheaters at worst. Or, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are considering a third possibility, and that is that he decided to put the interests of his family's business ahead of the interests of Canadian citizens. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to have to believe the latter. I don't want Canadians to be in a position that they even have to consider the possibility of the latter. So with our motion, the Minister of Finance is being invited to clear at least some of the air and end speculation around what is obviously, at a minimum, the appearance of conflict of interest. So the question is, will the Finance Minister, who has already demonstrated a failure to accurately disclose his affairs by failing to disclose the French corporation that owns his villa, to set the record straight and table all documents submitted to the Conflict of Interest Commissioner? That way, he can let Canadians judge whether or not he stood to gain from his proposed changes outlined in tax planning using private corporations.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must say I am somewhat disappointed in terms of just to the degree in which the Conservative Opposition Party has really tried to personalize this particular issue. We all know every member of Parliament has an obligation to go to the Ethics Commissioner. And the Ethics Commissioner provides each and every one of us, through her office, the opportunity to be transparent in terms of what it is that we need to declare. The Minister of Finance has clearly indicated that he will follow the recommendations and advice of the Ethics Commissioner. Now, you have the Ethics Commissioner, which is apolitical, versus a Conservative opposition that has taken every moment they've ever had in the last 2 years to be critical of the Minister of Finance. They vote against the tax break to Canada's middle class. They voted against having a tax on Canada's wealthiest. They've been speaking out loud and clear against tax fairness, amongst many other initiatives by this Minister of Finance. My question to the member is, why would Canadians or anyone want to follow the advice and recommendations from the Conservative Party when we actually have an independent office designed to assist members of all political parties in terms of what it is that they need to do, and a Minister of Finance that is committed to following the advice of the Commissioner?
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Okay, well, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to have to address a few things that this member said. And to begin with, we are not personalizing this. There are journalists and there are citizens and people that are questioning whether or not the the finance minister has put his family's interests or his business interests ahead of that of the Canadian public. I don't want that to be true, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to live in the type of country where this type of behavior happens. I want the finance minister to answer the questions that people are putting to him. He's been asked 14 times or 15 times, I don't know for certain, I've heard both numbers this morning, whether he still has shares in Morneau Shepell. He could answer the question and put this to bed. He could table the documents and put this to bed. The answer that this member is giving the House is the technical answer. Well, it seems like he's probably following the law, but his obligations are not merely discharged by following the law. That's the minimum, and he is to be held to a higher standard according to both his mandate letter and the Statement on Open and Accountable Government.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his very eloquent speech. And I must acknowledge that I agree with the wording of this motion, because we're going to be taking an entire day to deal with this thing. It's obvious, I think, that the finance minister should have gone further in disclosing these things. But I think this allows us to say that the other side has also committed some rather suspect things. The small businesses in our ridings have been worried about being hit. Now, I'd like to know if he finds it contemptible that our small business has been targeted by the Liberals.
Well, I thank you, member, for his kind words, and yes, the small business owners in my riding have expressed, and indeed in different parts of the country that I've traveled to over the last several weeks, they have expressed their outrage, and I share and I fully understand why they're upset. And I mean, but what compounds the level of anger among entrepreneurs and business owners who feel that their government is characterizing them as undertaxed at best and cheaters at worst is when they then see that the finance minister is in the business of pension products that many small business owners are being now encouraged to buy. So we need to put this to bed, Mr. Speaker. We need to get rid of any appearance of conflict of interest so that this finance minister will have some credibility to be able to execute his office.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to inform you that I will be sharing my time with the member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to speak before this House, talking about the Liberal government's plans to help the middle class and those who are aspiring to it. It's helping to make real changes for Canadians. Canadians sent a clear message at the last election, and the residents of Ottawa-Vanier also sent a clear message at the election. Our actions show that this is exactly what we are doing. We have committed to invest in order to stimulate growth in our economy, strengthen the middle class, and help those who are working hard to get there. We have committed to give more direct aid to people who need it by giving less to people who don't. Now, here's what we've accomplished to date. From the very beginning, one of the main priorities of the government has been to bring back fair rules in order that Canadians have the opportunity to succeed. And this is why the first measure our government brought in was to increase taxes on the 1%, the richest 1%, and to cut taxes on the middle class. We've also brought in the CCB, and compared to the last government, our CCB is far more generous and targets people better. And we have improved the CPP so that Canadians can have a dignified retirement after having worked all their lives. We've also made historic investments in infrastructure, and we've invested in a training plan. And it is more and more obvious that our plan ensures the economic growth and helps it to work better. Our economy is now undergoing the fastest growth in the G7, and this by a long shot. During the second quarter of the current year, the economic growth was at the impressive level of 4.5%. Over the last 4 quarters, our economy has been growing faster than at the beginning of 2006. Our economy now has a very impressive growth rate, 4.5%, the highest since 2006. We have created 400,000 jobs, and these are real results, Mr. Speaker, that affect directly the quality of life of Canadians. Because of major public investments, we're continuing to invest in Canadians themselves, their talent, their commitment, and their determination.
Order. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, has a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the member is giving a speech on the situation in the economy, some points that one might contest, but the motion we're debating actually says that given accusations by experts that the Minister of Finance's family business, Morneau Shepell, stands to benefit from the proposed changes outlined in tax planning using private corporations, and assurances by the Minister that he has abided by his public declaration of agreed compliance measures with respect to his family business. The House requests that the Minister table all documents he submitted to the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner between November 4th, 2015 and July 18th, 2017. That's the motion we're debating. So I think the rules of the House prescribe that the member address that motion and the particulars in terms of the unethical conduct of the Finance Minister.
Je remercie.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for Sherwood Park of Fort Saskatchewan for his contribution. It is true that all members must keep in mind the topic of the motion at every opportunity. Today, the motion before the House calls for the consideration of the mandate of the Minister of Finance. Yes, they must keep that in mind, definitely, but the member was approximately 3 minutes into her speech, and it's true that I haven't heard a reference to the Minister yet. So I expect the member to address that matter in the next few minutes so that she can ensure that the motion before us is addressed in her speech. So I might remind all honourable members that they must ensure that they do speak to the topic of the motion before the House. At the same time, there is a great deal of leeway that the members have to make their arguments. So I will listen attentively to the follow-up of the member's speech to ensure that she addresses the motion before us. The honourable member for Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to continue my arguments. As I said, a number of initiatives have been put in place since our election, since the government has come to power, and we still have a great many things to accomplish, and we are working hard to do so. In fact, yesterday, the Prime Minister, accompanied by the Finance Minister, announced the government's plan to reduce the tax rate for small business to 10% in 2019 and 9% in 2019, while making proposals to rebuild a tax system that is intrinsically unfair to the middle class. We want to ensure that the tax rate of 9% for small business and the low tax rate for other corporations will serve for investments, growth, and the creation of jobs in the business environment. Our tax system encourages wealthy people to incorporate in order to obtain tax benefits. The result is that people who earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a year can benefit from a lower tax rate than that applies to middle-class workers who earn much less. In July, the Minister of Finance launched consultations to hear what Canadians had to say on how the government could adjust the system to make it work better for the middle class. We heard opinions from business owners, professionals, experts, and members of our caucus concerning the best ways to improve our proposals so as to ensure that they do not affect middle-class workers who work hard, including family businesses, farmers, and fishers. We listened to their comments and we followed up on what we heard. The Minister of Finance has followed up on that, and that is his role as minister. Therefore, in the short term, the government intends to simplify the proposal, seeking to limit the possibility for owners of private corporations to reduce their private income tax rate by paying part of their income to members of their family. Over the next weeks and months, the government will announce the next steps in its plan. That was announced by the Finance Minister in order to solve the matter of tax planning taken advantage of by private corporations. These measures will take into account what we heard during the consultations, and we will continue to closely examine the observations and comments that the government has heard. Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to support small business and its contribution to our communities and our economy. For small businesses, we will maintain a low tax rate, and we will support small business owners so that they can invest actively in their growth, so that they can create jobs, reinforce entrepreneuriat, and stimulate the growth of our economy. We recognize that it is important to preserve small family farms, and we will cooperate with Canadians to ensure that the upcoming measures do not undermine transfers to the family transfers to the next generation. We will conduct gender-based analysis regarding the proposals put forward to ensure that any changes made to the tax system will foster fairness between men and women. And I would like to reassure Canadians and all members in this House that all of the measures that we will put in place will continue to support the continued success of women. The Minister of Finance is doing and will be doing excellent work to ensure that all Canadians can trust in his measures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the member's speech. She talked about, again, initiatives that the government's put forward, especially they talk about the middle-class tax cut, where 17.9 million Canadians, two-thirds of working people, weren't eligible to benefit from the middle-class tax break. That's anyone who earns $23 an hour or less that works full-time. And I know many people in her riding would have been excluded from this middle-class tax break. Mr. Speaker, they've turned their attention and put a square focus on small business in their tax fairness policy that they call it, but they forgot CEO tax loopholes, and they forgot to talk about tax havens in their tax fairness policy. Mr. Speaker, I've got huge concerns when the government talks about tax fairness, the middle class, those that aren't in it, that they want to help join it, when they don't include them in their tax fairness policies. Mr. Speaker, we know that when we have a finance minister that forgets to declare his company that might have a cottage in France, or the Prime Minister who won't be affected by these changes in the small business tax, that they're not understanding what we talk about when we talk about middle class and Canadians and tax fairness. Maybe the member could talk about what is the middle class, the Liberal middle class in this country. We'd like to know.
The honourable member for Vanier.
Merci,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I think that it is very important to emphasize the priority that we have granted to the new measure that was put forward yesterday. The fact that we lowered the tax rate for small business to 10% and then again to 9%. I think it's an opportunity for our small businesses to build on their success going forward. This is going to be good for business people, good for small businesses, and allow them to contribute to our economy. So I think we have to look at these measures put forward and the other measures that will be coming forward as well. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech on the motion that we tabled today, and I heard exactly the same attitude in this speech that we have seen from the beginning with this Liberal government. They're trying to divert attention. They're trying to talk about something different because they know that they did the wrong thing. They know that they didn't listen to Canadians. They didn't listen to small business. They didn't listen to farmers. They know that decisions were made in Toronto, and that the Prime Minister's economic advisors think that our family farms don't even exist, and that they're just there as little pieces of land. And my colleague's speech reflects this exact same attitude, and the fact that the credibility of the Minister of Finance has been undermined. My colleague has not spoken at all to this motion. Does she consider that the Minister of Finance should present all of his documents to the House so that we can judge his competence and his credibility? The Honourable Member for Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. You know, the Minister of Finance has really took the consultations that were conducted during this summer very seriously. And I had the opportunity to discuss with my constituents their concerns. And I brought those concerns to the minister, and he really took those into account. And we can see that because of the measure that he has just introduced to lower taxes for small businesses. 60% of the people in my riding in Ottawa-Vanier earn less than $50,000 a year. So I think that this new measure that was announced yesterday will encourage small and medium-sized businesses to invest in the region. That's just one example among others. And so it shows that the Minister of Finance does take what he has heard into consideration to strengthen our economy. Thank you. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de Pierre.
Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if I'm splitting my time with anybody or has it been split with me. It's been I want to start off on the right path here, Mr. Speaker. I'd be very happy to split some more. As we look at this motion before us, it's a motion essentially that casts aspersions on the character of our finance minister. It's talking about accusations. It's talking about him standing to benefit. It's a simple motion. And before I get into it, I have a confession to make. Is that I have been involved in tax avoidance. Yes, I have been involved in tax avoidance. I've done it for multiple years. Yes. I will get to that. I've been buying RRSPs. I have been. And I'm both deferring my taxes as well, but I am avoiding taxes, and I'm doing it legally. And I plan to do it. We'll get to that too. My point being is that tax planning is legitimate. And in fact, the government puts in a number of rules that try to encourage us to plan in certain ways. The RRSPs are designed to help people save for their retirement. It's a tax planning measure that allows people to avoid taxes, encouraging them to put aside money for when they retire. There's a difference between that and tax evasion. Tax evasion is doing something illegal to not pay taxes. There's no rules there. You are evading taxes. Now, our government has not criticized any of our citizens for doing tax evasion. And there is nothing wrong with doing tax planning. There is nothing wrong with doing tax planning. What happens at times is that certain structures that are designed to encourage certain behaviors also encourage other behaviors that the government may or may not want. And when that happens, we look at those things, those situations, and we look to change them, address them. That's what the government's been doing on this case here. It's been looking at seeing, are there certain rules being used in certain ways that were not foreseen? And this happens all the time. It happens when any law is introduced. The law of unintended consequences. And that's what our finance minister is trying to deal with today. The finance minister is not looking, as this motion purports to suggest, that he is looking to help a company he used to be involved with. That is not the case at all. The case is looking at a tax planning strategy that's being used in ways that we want it to be used, but in some cases in ways we don't want it to be used. The key point here, anybody involved in tax avoidance through proper planning is not a tax cheat, is not doing anything illegal, is using the rules to their benefit, and there's nothing wrong with that. If they are doing tax evasion, there is something wrong. But we are not seeing tax evasion. We're seeing some places that this has happened. And why does it happen? Because tax rules are complex. And when you get into taxing, you put something in place, you expect a certain outcome, but other things happen at times. And then you go back and you look at it after a while and say, okay, we've got certain behaviors we want to encourage, but we've got a few other behaviors we weren't looking to encourage. And when that happens, we look to make certain changes. This is exactly what the finance minister is working on. He's not looking to attack anybody. He's not looking to denigrate any part of our society. He's not looking to attack farmers. He's not looking to attack physicians. He's not looking to attack anybody. He's simply looking at tax strategies that are working in ways that we don't want to encourage in certain key instances. That's all of it. This government's commitment to the middle class, and it should be underlined, those working hard to join it, absolutely. Those middle-class people are, in fact, by and large, most of our 1.8 million CCPCs are small businesses, very small businesses, and they are the middle class. And our government is committed to not do anything to hurt those businesses. And we are working diligently in that direction. So when an argument comes up, such as this one, which is not geared, this paper doesn't talk about any of those issues. It doesn't bring up one measure that's been proposed by the finance minister that's in disagreement with. What this brings up is character assassination. Now, it is the job of the opposition to critique the laws that are being proposed. It's the job of the opposition to say, you know what, something you proposed in one of your tax changes is not correct. But we're not seeing that. We're not seeing the opposition doing its job. What we're seeing here is the opposition. What we're seeing here is the opposition engaging in character assassination. Instead of, if they see a problem, they could just as easily have said, you know what, we see a problem with the way farms are being targeted. Fair enough, let's hear it. But we don't have it here. Yes, it wasn't important enough. It wasn't important enough to do Trump character assassination. We could say, we see a problem, how it's affecting small business. But it wasn't important enough to Trump character assassination. CRA. There's an old saying, if you live in a glass house, don't throw rocks. This isn't a glass house. It's a House of Commons, but what we're engaging in is rock throwing instead of a constructive debate and critique of any one aspect of what's been proposed. So, yeah, it is. What I would strongly suggest the opposition engage in is, if they see opportunities to improve the legislation, to put them forward. And they could put them forward in a constructive manner. And the government would be very open to considering any constructive feedback. This is what we've been engaged in for the last 75 days. And the finance minister continues to be open to hearing feedback on how to improve these suggested changes. And I expect to see more changes being implemented. So, if there are good ideas and good suggestions, I would put forward to the opposition to put aside these silly motions of character assassination and actually put forward good suggestions for the finance minister to consider. I know he's open-minded. I know he's working hard for the Canadian economy, and I'm certain that he will listen to them. And with that, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your time.
Questions and comments? Let's come on to the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the member spoke about tax planning strategies. I think what we really saw is topic avoidance and accountability evasion from that member and from that government. He called this a silly motion. The motion actually calls for the finance minister to table documents in this House with respect to his compliance or non-compliance, let's say it's one of those two, with very clear rules by the Ethics Commissioner. Now, this can happen. I mean, people sometimes forget that they own villas in France. I get it. But it would help if the minister simply tabled the evidence so that people can see it. Now, the member asked that we raise other issues with respect to tax changes. I invite him to stay for question period. I think he'll see some of that take place in a very short time. But what is his problem with voting in favor of a motion that asks for the minister to table the information? And if the minister doesn't want to table the information, isn't that quite revealing in and of itself?
Honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Mr. Speaker, my problem is this, to answer the member's question. We have different sections in the government, different people do different things. For example, we have the commissioner, the ethics commissioner, and it's the ethics commissioner to do her job, to look over these documents, and she's done her job. And if there's been an oversight, she'll look into it. If we're talking a technicality here, let the commissioner do her job. And while she's doing her job, it might be a good idea for the opposition to do their job.
Questions and comments? Que c'est commentaire? Alors, la députée de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it strange hearing my colleague opposite using such dangerous metaphors, dangerous for them, to talk about living in a glass house. You shouldn't throw stones. Well, listen to yourselves. It's not just a glass house that you live in, it's a villa, a glass villa. And small business is being harassed here, and CEOs are being left alone. The finance minister is not being touched by these things. It's incredible that he didn't even think about his situation when he drafted this legislation. So, my friend, if you don't think it's deplorable what's happening to small business when the tax rate is being lowered from 10.5 to 9% over, it's like throwing something to the dogs, throwing them a bone so that people won't worry about what's going on with the ethics situation. What do you think of that, Mr. Speaker? The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Listen, Mr. Speaker, I spoke with great concern for small business, and this tax cut is not they're not throwing them a bone. They're very happy with it. It's significant. It's a great initiative by this government. It's part of our platform when we were elected. So for the member to tell me that the small businesses think that this significant tax cut is peanuts, well, I don't know how to even answer that. Absolutely not. It's not peanuts. We're not throwing them a bone. It's a very significant step forward for our economy.
Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In addition to being an ethically challenged government, it's clearly incompetent. $10.5 million to a convicted terrorist, the small business tax proposals which are falling flat, losing the Northern Gateway Pipeline, the Petronas Energy Project, Energy East, $50 billion in investment down the drain, and thousands of jobs. Interestingly, Mr. Speaker, I read an article about Energy East, and the author described how it was lost, and he attributed it to regulatory dysfunction. I wonder if there's a pill to cure that kind of dysfunction. Anyway, the minister's excuse for not reporting his villa was that, quote, it was early administrative failure. Can you imagine that? A minister of the Crown saying that's early administrative failure. Will the member have a comment on the minister's excuse why he didn't report his villa?
Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
The members touched on a number of issues, and I was trying to keep track of them as he was going along, but there were so many that he was all over the place. I had a hard time catching it. But what I can say is this. Is that the finance minister has been doing his job, collaborating in depth with the ethics commissioner. The ethics commissioner is happy with what she's seen. She's not raised an issue. She's doing her job. She's moving forward with it. It has been disclosed, perhaps not in the exact manner it was supposed to be disclosed. That can be fixed. And it will be. Thank you, Mr. President.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to be splitting my time with my colleague from Charlebourg, Haute-Saint Charles. And, it's going to be hard to follow the comedy show that we just witnessed from our friend from Hastings, Lennox Addington. And I can tell you that I know it's a difficult day for the Liberals on the other side. This is a tough one for them to explain to their constituents about the ethical lapses of the finance minister. And let's just get back to the basics. All we're asking for today is for the finance minister to be completely transparent here and that he follows through with the request of the motion that the House will hopefully adopt later today to table all the documents that he submitted to the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner between November 4th, 2015 and July 18th, 2017. Now, a lot of people will say, well, why is that important? We're talking about the second most powerful person in the cabinet of the Government of Canada. This is the individual that has all the control over the financial levers of our country. This is the individual that has to have the most trust of Canadians, of investors, of our financial markets. This is the individual that has to make sure that he is working in the best interest of Canadians and not himself. And what we've witnessed so far, Mr. Speaker, is that this minister hates transparency, hates accountability, and really is a lapse in judgment in trying to circumvent the rules that have been laid out by the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. Now, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that as a former parliamentary secretary, that when I got sworn in, I had to immediately comply with the Office of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. There is a complete act here called the Conflict of Interest Act for members of, or for ministers and parliamentary secretaries, as well as a book that the Prime Minister himself has upgraded on the Accountable Government, a guide for ministers and parliamentary secretaries. And really, we have to look at all the rules that are in there that the minister himself, the Minister of Finance, has refused to follow through on. And that in itself is something that he really is letting down not only his own caucus, and I really feel sorry for all my friends on the other side here that have to sit through this miserable situation, listening to the Minister of Finance try to weasel out of this situation, and they're actually having the Prime Minister step in and handle all the questions at a press conference because he was not able to do it himself, and the Prime Minister is definitely disappointed in his Finance Minister. I can tell you that based upon what happened. But in the guidelines, there's a section in Chapter 4, Part 1. It's called Ministerial Conduct. And the Prime Minister's own book says, ministers and parliamentary secretaries must act with honesty and must uphold the highest ethical standards so that public confidence and trust in the integrity and impartiality of government are maintained and enhanced. Now, if you look at what the definition of integrity is, and as it relates to ethics, and it says in Wikipedia, in ethics, integrity is regarded by many as the honesty and truthfulness of accuracy of one's actions. Now, we aren't getting that, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the Minister of Finance and how he has completely dodged the issue of being transparent, of making sure that he has done things to the letter of the law, that all the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed. Now, I don't know whether or not he was trying to, find loopholes in the Ethics Commissioner's guidelines or in the Conflict of Interest Act, because he definitely has broken the law in the way it's defined under the Conflict of Interest Act as it applies to ministers. And I think that if you look at it, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure the Cabinet has all read the documents, they are well aware of what needs to be done here, but the thing that struck me the most is that once you become a public office holder, you have to provide all disclosure to the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. And in Section 22(1), it says a reporting public office holder shall within 60 days, that's 2 months, not 2 years, 2 months. Let's do the math over there. After the day in which he or she is appointed as a public office holder, provide a confidential report to the Commissioner. That never happened because the French Villa wasn't on that original list. And then once you do report it, there's a public declaration in Section 25(2), which says on certain assets, a reporting public office holder shall, within 120 days, now that's 2 months beyond the 2 months that he already had, so 4 months total, let's do the math, 4 months total for our Liberal friends, after the day in which he or she is appointed a public officer, make a public declaration of all his or her assets that are neither controlled assets nor exempt assets. Now, we hear about this French villa that just got reported in July of this year, 2 full years after that Minister of Finance was sworn into Cabinet. Here is the individual, Mr. Speaker, that completely missed the mark, and he's calling it administrative oversight, which is just unheard of. Now, it goes on in that summary statement. The summary statement must contain the following. This is in 26(2). A, for each controlled asset of the reported public office holder, of which assets the reporting office holder that the Commissioner has ordered divested under Section 30, a description of the asset and the method used to divest it. Because I can tell you that all of his assets would have received direction from the Ethics Commissioner. In B, it goes on that he has to recuse himself or herself under Section 30, a description of the matter and information regarding the process to be put in place by the reporting public office holder and others to affect the recusal, and any other matter in respect to which the Commissioner has issued ordered by the reporting public office holder. So, everyone that's sitting over there that's a parliamentary secretary, everybody that is a minister of the Crown has had to follow these rules. That's everybody except the Minister of Finance. And that's why it's so important we get the documents that he's had from the Ethics Commissioner herself, so that we can see as parliamentarians, as Canadians can see exactly whether or not the integrity of the Finance Minister is actually in question. If he said, and he received direction from the Office of the Ethics Commissioner, and somebody in the office there said, no, you don't need to have your assets in a blind trust, or you don't need to completely disclose that you have a beautiful French villa sitting in a private corporation over in France, earning income possibly from, rentals to other tourists and people that love to be down in the Mediterranean. That in itself, that we need to find out. And the only way to do that is if the Minister of Finance will be honest and upfront and provide those documents to all of us here in Parliament. Now, the other part of this is that there's also the requirement of the divestment through that appointment. And so when you do a divestment, you have to put things, either get rid of them and sell them so that it's not influencing your behavior as a Minister of the Crown, or you have to put them into a blind trust. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that when I was sworn in as parliamentary secretary in the previous government, I had to put my farm, my little farm, into a blind trust. And my wife had to be the manager, and I was allowed to work on the farm, but not allowed to provide any input into the day-to-day operations of the farm. And so I wasn't allowed to talk to any of our clients. Some of them are my buddies. We could go out and, process cattle together, move them from pasture to pasture, vaccinate, anything like that, as long as we're working, but I couldn't be talking about any of the contracts that existed between them as a client and myself as one of the owners of the blind trust. So there is rules to follow. We know for a fact that the Minister of Finance did not put his assets, considerable assets, of Marno Chappelle into a blind trust, sitting on millions of shares worth over $32 million. Now, as I said, the Finance Minister is the most important person in that cabinet handling the finances of this country. He is really the one that is the flag bearer for the most ethical behavior. And we're not seeing that from what we found out by having his French villa not in a blind trust. And to add insult to injury, we also now find out that Marno Chappelle have a private corporation called Marno Chappelle Bahamas registered in the Barbados, where they get preferential tax treatment at 2.5% income tax. And with the tax treaty that Finance Canada negotiated with Barbados, they can repatriate that money back into Marno Chappelle Canada at no Canadian tax level at all. They pay their 2.5% income tax over in Barbados. They get to bring it back here and then redistribute it out through dividends to their shareholders, which the Minister of Finance happens to be one of the biggest shareholders of the company. Now, let's also look at the overall issue of how this has completely hurt the Finance Minister's credibility, Mr. Speaker. All we're asking for is that finally, will he be honest? Will he show some integrity here and provide us as parliamentarians and Canadians with the respect that we deserve, with the respect that the Office of the Commissioner of Ethics and Conflict of Interest deserve, with the respect that everyone involved in this issue deserves, to be honest, upfront, and divest all the information that he has in the relationship between him and the Office of the Ethics Commissioner.
Questions and comments? Question and comment. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the one hand, we have the Conservatives who opposed everything that this Minister of Finance has done. What did the Conservatives do when we decreased the taxes on Canada's middle class? They voted no. What did the Conservatives do when we put on a special tax on the 1% wealthiest? They said no. What did the Conservatives do when we talk about tax fairness? They say no. Mr. Speaker, let me suggest something. We have the Conservatives who once again have found a topic to disagree with the Minister of Finance. I believe that Canadians as a whole will have more faith and trust in what the Ethics Commissioner has to say than they do the Conservative Party, who have consistently been critical of the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance himself has said that he will follow the advice of the Ethics Commissioner. I can understand why we will not follow the advice of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, because we believe in Canada's middle class.
The honourable order. The honourable member for, I'll just go to the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, and we'll come back. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Member of Parliament from Winnipeg North can sit here and yell and scream to the top of his lungs all he wants to, because I can tell you that nobody that I've talked to over their small business tax changes trusts the Liberals. And they even trust them less because of the actions of the Minister of Finance. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that he can sit here and rally on and say that things are just great, but all they're doing is saying there's one set of rules for Liberals and a different set of rules for all the rest of us, and that is not right.
I see order. I see the Honourable Minister of National Defence rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, I wish to table the following documents in the House in both official languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the Honourable Minister. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman will have 3 minutes remaining in his time for questions and comments when the House next returns to debate on the question. But now we're going to statements by members, and the Honourable Member for Brossard, Saint-Lambert.
Mr. Speaker, October 11th is the International Day of the Girl, a day of celebration that was proclaimed by the United Nations. Canada has joined with other countries in putting the spotlight on girls. Canadian men and women recognize the importance of empowering girls and giving them the opportunity to reach their full potential.
Empowering girls empowers our communities. Globally, equality for girls starts with access to clean water, education, and health care. It also means ensuring that girls lead lives free of violence, oppression, and discrimination.
The International Day of the Girl is an opportunity to celebrate the young, dynamic girls of our country and the positive change that they can bring about.
Last week, on October 11th, I had the great privilege of hosting a discussion with students of Champlain College, St. Lambert. Their enthusiasm, participation, and insights reiterated that girls' rights and the empowerment of younger generations is as crucial today as ever. Un grand merci.
A huge thank you to the students, teachers, and administration of the Collège Champlain Saint-Lambert for having extended such a warm welcome to me on the International Day of the Girl. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, when will the government act to compensate the forgotten survivors of thalidomide? For close to 60 years, these Canadians have suffered from the ravages of this horrible drug that was approved by the government of the day, and as they age, their conditions are worsening. In the spring, the Health Committee made a series of recommendations to the Minister after hearing from thalidomide compensation evaluation experts from around the world. The committee recommended that the Canadian criteria for compensation be reevaluated, that survivors who have been rejected receive a physical exam, and that the compensation requirements err on the side of compassion. Another Christmas is fast approaching, and these survivors can't wait another week, month, or year to finally hear some good news from this government. These victims have lived a life of pain, suffering, and discrimination. When will this government do the right thing and help these people?
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Such energy, vision, tenacity, and commitment to community that they become the foundation of the quality of life we all enjoy. Natalie Chapman is such a person. She has devoted herself to building a loving community around those who are socially isolated. After over 20 years as director of the West Island Association for the Intellectually Handicapped, friends recently gathered to wish Natalie a happy and well-deserved retirement and to honor her remarkable advocacy for those with intellectual disabilities and their families. Natalie believes deeply that it takes a village to raise a child and to care for the vulnerable, but that it also takes goodwill and investment to keep that village strong. Natalie leaves WAIA a resilient community resource, confidently focused on the future. Natalie, you have created a lasting legacy and set the bar high for what it means to care for and fashion a community that truly includes everyone.
Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, 1 in 3 Canadians experience a mental illness or SUD, substance use disorder, in their lifetime. Shockingly, more than 10 Canadians die by suicide each day. Suicide rates of Indigenous youth in Canada are among the highest in the world. More than half of Canadian adults and almost half of Canadian youth say they can't cope with unexpected, difficult problems and day-to-day demands. Many people suffer in silence. World Mental Health Day provides each of us with an opportunity to pause and reflect on the importance of mental health and how we help those living with mental illness. That's why it's so important to recognize World Mental Health Day each year on October 10th. I encourage the government to officially designate October 10th as World Mental Health Day in Canada through resolution or legislation, and thanks to the advocates like Carol Todd for their tireless efforts raising awareness of mental health issues.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Speaker, I rise in the House today to pay my respects to Ms. Daphne Caruana Galizia, the Maltese journalist whose life was tragically cut short yesterday when a bomb exploded in her car shortly after she left her home. Ms. Caruana Galizia bravely investigated corruption and organized crime in Malta. We unequivocally condemn this barbaric attack, and we express our deepest sympathy to her family and to all those affected by her tragic death. We must continue to support journalists from around the world in their pursuit of the truth and the preservation of the Fourth Estate. As a former journalist, I praise Ms. Caruana Galizia's dedication to truth and call upon my colleagues in this House to stand united against this horrific attack. Thank you, Ms. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, many Canadians will join Hindus, Sikhs, Jains and others from around the world on October the 19th to celebrate Diwali, the festival of light, which symbolizes good over evil. Diwali is now an international event, even acknowledged by the United Nations. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow evening I'll be hosting the 17th National Diwali celebration on Parliament Hill. We have come a long way since I first inaugurated this event back in 1998. We are the first Western democracy to celebrate Diwali in Parliament. The success of this truly Canadian national event is due to the participation of the Indo-Canadian community. This year, too, more than 30 temples and community organizations from Montreal, Toronto, Calgary, Vancouver, and Ottawa are helping me to organize this event. I invite all my colleagues to join me tomorrow at the event. And Mr. Speaker, I want to wish everyone a happy Diwali.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, buenos tardes. Today is a special day as we are celebrating the second annual Hispanic Day on the Hill. As the daughter of a Mexican immigrant, the Hispanic and Latin American communities are very close to my heart. I am blessed that in Davenport, the riding I represent, there is a thriving, vibrant, and growing Spanish-speaking community, whether from Mexico or Argentina, Ecuador, Colombia, Cuba, El Salvador, or many other Latin American countries. In a world where we see increasing intolerance, Canada is a beacon of light, showing that diversity is a strength, and indeed the contributions of our Spanish and Latin American communities enrich Canadian society and culture. I would like to close by warmly extending an offer to all colleagues in this House to join us for our second annual Hispanic Day on the Hill celebrations in the Speaker's Chambers today from 5 to 7 p.m. Vivan los Hispanos en Canada y Viva Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today during Women's History Month in recognition of Catherine Rice, Canada's first female professional prospector. Kate was born in 1882 to a wealthy industrial family in St. Mary's, Ontario, attended U of T and graduated in math and physics in 1906. Kate recognized early on the injustice of her half-pay teaching salary and decided to join the Manitoba Gold Rush. To add to the insult, as a non-person,
Kate's plan to homestead in Nepal meant she had to have her brother sign the papers. A sharpshooter, survivor, brilliant prospector, Cree linguist, Kate staked many claims in Manitoba on her significant mineral deposits and was a correspondent for the Globe and Mail. Kate loved the majestic beauty of Manitoba's north and for 40 years lived in a modest cabin near Rice Island in Manitoba. This month, let's stake our claim and recognize Kate Rice as an extraordinary role model.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, it's time to start saying no to the deliberate destruction of the Western Canadian economy. These Liberals are very carefully sabotaging natural resource development and the prosperity that comes with it. For decades, Western Canadian natural resources have led the Canadian economy. Now this government insists on interfering with that prosperity. Their hypocrisy on pipeline approvals, the politicization of the regulatory approval process, and the hundreds of billions of dollars of lost investment are crippling the Western Canadian economy. And on top of that comes an even larger threat, the carbon tax that is about to be imposed by these Liberals. This is a tax built on lies, that it will somehow change our environment, that it will be fiscally insignificant, that this will somehow be revenue neutral, whatever that is. The reality is that this is a massive tax grab for irresponsible governments, that it will exclude some of the worst polluters by letting them buy their way out, and that Western Canada will be the hardest hit. From the West, it looks like this Prime Minister is trying to finish the job that his father started.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Small Business Week. As a small business owner, I know firsthand the hard work and sacrifices required to start and grow a business. Small businesses are the backbone of the Canadian economy, accounting for 30% of our GDP and employing over 8 million Canadians, including so many in Surrey. Not only have we cut the small business tax rate by 2%, we've launched Innovative Solutions Canada that allows small businesses to access government procurement tenders and increase capital available to entrepreneurs through the $400 million Venture Capital Catalyst Initiative. Under our government's leadership, the BDC announced a new $50 million fund to support women in tech and exceeded their lending target of $700 million for women entrepreneurs. All this has made Canada the best in the G7 to start a business. To all middle-class entrepreneurs and small business owners across British Columbia, across Canada.
The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today is Marine Day, a day of celebration for the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence shipping. The Chamber of Marine Commerce is here celebrating with us on Parliament Hill today. It may surprise many to learn that the Great Lakes St. Lawrence shipping contributes 227,000 well-paying jobs to Canada's economy while moving 160 million metric tons of cargo annually. Annually, the Great Lakes St. Lawrence shipping brings in $35 billion in business revenue and contributes $5 billion in tax revenues. Mr. Speaker, in addition to a stellar safety record, this method of shipping also results in an 84% reduction in carbon emissions versus trains or trucks. In the region of Niagara alone, the marine industry plays an integral role in the regional economy. 40 million metric tons of cargo passes through the Welland Canal annually on over 3,000 vessels. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate all the hardworking people in this critical industry who contribute so much to the success of Canada and U.S. trade.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend my sincere condolences to Melissa Seguin and her young sons, Logan and Harrison, for the loss of their father and her husband, Christopher Seguin. I've known Christopher for over 9 years as the Vice President of Advancement at Thompson Rivers University. He generated millions of dollars for student awards, groundbreaking research, and major buildings. Most recently, he stepped up to the plate and provided leadership supporting the BC wildfire evacuees. With the Rotary Club of Kamloops, he established a Starfish Pack program that helps feed young children and volunteered for the Kamloops Food Bank for over the past decade. Sadly, Christopher died at age 39 from an accidental overdose. This exceptional leader of our community highlights the crisis that we have on our hands. No one is immune. I always thought that one day I would be paying tribute to Christopher in this house looking up at him in the gallery, not delivering a memorial to a good friend. Despite our best efforts, we need to do more, and I do call on the government to call a national...
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, on the 70th anniversary of Montreal North Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which is in Bourassa riding, I would like to highlight the contributions they have made. The Chamber has been a key player in Montreal North's economic development, and it has been able to renew and adapt its services over the years. Most recently, the Chamber has been involving young people in the vital economic sector, and that is entirely to their credit. I would like to congratulate the outgoing president, Ms. Gaetana Coletta, for her many years of service, and I wish all the best to the new president, Mr. Sylvain Picard, and to all the board members in their endeavors to attract and support new investors in Montreal North. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, 2017 is a special year for a few of the organizations that the citizens of Drummondville are so proud of. In the arts and culture sector, the Maison des Arts de Drummondville is celebrating its 50th anniversary. This cultural center has been instrumental in promoting the performing arts and visual arts locally and regionally. I would like to highlight the quality of work of the entire Maison des Arts team, led by its Director General and Artistic Director, Madame Marie-Pierre Simoneau. In the Drummondville world of sports, Les Requins Swim Club is also celebrating its 50th anniversary. This club has democratized access to swimming in our community while training swimmers who have excelled in Canadian sports. I would also like to highlight the excellent work carried out by its volunteers, led by Mr. Jacques Thibault, as well as the head trainer, Ms. Amélie Poirier. Thank you to all these organizations that have made Drummondville shine.
Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past summer, British Columbia was ravaged by wildfires. And as difficult as this has been, we have seen fellow Canadians step up to help their neighbors. The City of Fort St. John deployed 5 crews over the summer, and it is my privilege to honor them now. Captain Brent Morgan, Captain Ryan Tancock, Captain Simon Cahill, Matt Crompton, James Grant, Ryan Bowie, Jason Donzelman, Adam Horace, Craig Faulkner, Chris Aston, Matt Troiano, Matt Dawes, Gordon McKay, Leo Sullivan, and Brandon Moore. I would also like to especially mention Chief Fred Burrows, who deployed during the first week at Williams Lake and took on the role of task group leader. On behalf of all residents of Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies, and British Columbia, I thank all the firefighters and first responders who worked so selflessly this past summer to battle the BC wildfires. From the bottom of all our hearts, thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to bring attention to the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty. 25 years ago, the United Nations declared that this day would be devoted to the poor, the vulnerable, and those who needed our help. Today is an opportunity to acknowledge, support, and listen to the concerns of those experiencing poverty and to discuss and take action to eliminate poverty. As chair of the HUMA Committee, poverty is an issue of great importance to me. Our committee spent the last year traveling across the country to produce an in-depth poverty reduction report. We analyzed the current state of poverty in Canada and effective solutions to reduce its occurrence. I'm looking forward to reading the National Poverty Reduction Strategy when the Minister releases it. Poverty is a critical issue, and those of us in this House must always consider our decisions as they affect the most vulnerable among us. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy on the other side of the House is flagrant. During the last election campaign, the Prime Minister accused local business owners of being tax frauds. but it's his right-hand man, the Minister of Finance, who for 2 years hid the fact that he had a private corporation abroad. And it's this minister who avoided paying taxes in Canada. Mr. Speaker, when will they finally tell the truth to Canadians? The Honourable Government House Leader. The Minister has worked with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure that all of her recommendations and all of the conflict of interest laws are followed. The Minister of Finance trusts the Ethics Commissioner and her recommendations. I also want to mention that the Ethics Commissioner has the full confidence of Parliament to carry out her work in an impartial manner. Thank you. Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, it's ridiculous. For this Prime Minister, a farmer in Lac-Saint-Jean is a tax fraud. A restaurant owner in Quebec City is a tax fraud. The local mechanic is a tax fraud. The family with the local business, tax fraud. But his right-hand man and the Minister of Finance hid for 2 years the fact that he had money abroad in a private corporation. No problem. Why do the Prime Minister and Finance Minister believe that they're above the law? The Honourable Government House Leader. I am very proud of the announcements that we are making and the changes that we are making to the tax system. These changes reflect what Canadians told us. The provisions dealing with income sprinkling will help family businesses. And as we make our tax system fairer, we will respect our commitment to lower the corporate tax rate for small businesses. It was at 11% in 2015, and it will be lowered to 9% in 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Position.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister wanted to take all of the questions yesterday, but he won't answer any questions today. The law requires that ministers put their assets in a blind trust within 120 days of being appointed. But we've learned that the Finance Minister chose not to put his family fortune into a blind trust. Now, the law is there in place to prevent conflicts of interest, and Canadians deserve to know whether the minister is using his position to benefit his family company. So the question is simple. When did the Finance Minister sell his shares in Morneau Shepell?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Finance has worked with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure that every recommendation and all conflicts of interest rules were followed. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Small Business and Tourism, I'm very pleased with the announcement we made yesterday. I'm very pleased that we are working on behalf of Canadians. I'm very pleased that we are working on behalf of our job creators. This week is Small Business Week, and we need to thank our job creators, and that's why yesterday's news was excellent news that we will be reducing the small business tax rate to 9% by 2019. We will continue to do the good work they expect us to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
No small business owner expects that the government will target them and call them tax cheats, and that is what the government has been doing for months now. These are the facts. The law requires ministers to either put their shares in a blind trust or sell them within 120 days of being appointed. We know the Finance Minister chose not to place his Morneau Shepell shares into a blind trust. So again, this question is very simple. When did the Finance Minister sell his shares in Morneau Shepell?
Honourable Government House Leader.
The Minister of Finance, like I'm sure all members, work closely with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner to ensure that the rules are followed. All recommendations that were made to him, he accepted. Every year there is a review of the paperwork, and we will continue to work with her to ensure that all rules are in compliance. But Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Small Business and Tourism, it is Small Business Week. It is an exciting week for our job creators. We have committed to reducing the small business rate to 9% by 2019. More so, we listened to exactly what their concerns were to ensure that any rules will work in their...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the one thing that you can always count on with the Liberals is that eventually they start acting like Liberals. This minister has traveled the country for months calling pizza shop owners and farmers tax cheats, accusing all kinds of hardworking Canadians of trying to avoid paying their fair share. And the whole time, it was he himself who was avoiding paying his fair share, Mr. Speaker.
was even slightly embarrassed about the hypocrisy of the finance minister keeping his shares out of a blind trust and not disclosing this to the public.
Canadians to ensure that their voices were heard in this place. And that's exactly what members of parliament are doing. We appreciate the constructive feedback that is coming to the government to ensure that any rules that are implemented work in the best interest of Canadians, especially our job creators, our small businesses. Those are the very people that we work hard for every single day. Yesterday was an excellent news announcement. We reduced small business tax rate from 11% to 9% by 2019. We are not moving ahead with the capital gains exemption because we listen to farmers and fishers. We want to ensure that intergenerational transfers of business continue. We will support.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Néjet, Témiscouata-les-Basques.
That's a funny answer because this morning the Commissioner said that she never told the Finance Minister not to place his assets in a blind trust.
And my colleague for Skinnabilk Valley wrote to the Ethics Commissioner yesterday to ask her to investigate the links between the Finance Minister's personal assets and Bill C-27, which he sponsored himself. We now know that the Minister did not place his personal fortune in a blind trust, as many people, including the member for Spadina-Fort York, believed. And they believe that because that would make sense. So, simple question, why didn't he do that? Honourable Minister of Small Business. Mr. Speaker, as I've said, since his first day on the job, the Finance Minister worked with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure that all of her recommendations and all conflict of interest rules were respected. The Minister of Finance has trust in the Ethics Commissioner and her recommendations. And he's ready to take any necessary steps to avoid conflict of interest or any appearance of conflict of interest. I'd like to reassure everyone that the Ethics Commissioner has the trust of Parliament and the ability to carry out her work in an impartial manner. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Néjet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Well, what's concerning in the story is that the Minister didn't have the common sense to realize that this would be a problematic situation. It's undeniable that if Bill C-27 passes, Morneau-Shepell would benefit significantly from an increase in business and an increase in revenue. As a significant investor in this company, the Minister of Finance would personally benefit from the passing of this bill. I have a definition of conflict of interest. Perhaps the Minister can tell us his definition. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is Small Business Week in Canada, and I'm very proud, as the Minister of Small Business and Tourism, to congratulate them for the work that they do. The changes that we're making reflect what Canadians told us. The proposals having to do with income sprinkling will be simplified to help family businesses. As we make our system fairer, we will continue to respect our commitment to lower the small business tax rate. The rate was 11% in 2015, and it will be lowered to 9% by 2019.
You know, Mr. Speaker, it's not just the opposition who believed that the finance minister's massive investments were in a blind trust. That's what many Liberals believed as well. Earlier this month, the member for Spadina-Fort York tweeted that the finance minister's shares in Morneau-Shepell were, and I'll quote, put in an arm's-length blind trust when he was sworn in 2 years ago. End of quote. This is about a serious breach of potential conflict of interest. So will my friend, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, stand in this House and explain when he was told this untruth and who told it to him?
Honourable Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
He is working with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. He will continue to do this important work. What's more important, Mr. Speaker, is that it's Small Business Week, and this government has committed to reducing the small business tax rate from 11% to 9%. This government has committed to listening and engaging with Canadians. Not only have we listened, we have responded to the very real challenges and concerns that they are facing. We will continue to ensure that the tax system is more equitable, that it works for more Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Skinnabilk Valley.
So I guess it's not just the finance minister who isn't taking questions today. My friend from Toronto must have gotten the PM shove, as they call it. This is an important question because we may be looking at the most blatant conflict of interest in modern Canadian history. The finance minister introduced Bill C-27. This bill would significantly benefit Morneau-Shepell and all of its shareholders, like the finance minister. He's not divested nor placed his millions of shares in a blind trust. So what's worse, Mr. Speaker? This massive, troubling conflict of interest, or the fact that Liberals don't seem to think there's a problem in the first place?
Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
Speaker,
Order.
Minister of Small Business and Tourism, I will tell you I'm very proud that this government is actually listening and engaging with our job creators to ensure that the tax system works for them. The Minister has full confidence in the Ethics Commissioner and her recommendations and is willing to take any further steps to avoid conflicts or any perceptions of conflicts as deemed appropriate by the Ethics Commissioner. More so, Mr. Speaker, this government is taking action to ensure that the economy continues to grow, that our small businesses can continue to create jobs in their communities, benefiting the entire community. We will continue to work hard on behalf of our small business owners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Carleton.
The Minister of Finance started by saying he had revealed all of his holdings to the Ethics Commissioner. Now we know he has an offshore company in France that he did not disclose. He then said to the media, and I quote, "I suspect all my assets will go into a blind trust." That was 2 years ago. We now know that that didn't happen either. Finally, he claimed the Ethics Commissioner told him he shouldn't put his holdings in a blind trust. Today she testified under oath that she told him no such thing. We can't believe this finance minister. When did he sell his shares in...
The Honourable Secretary and Minister of Finance.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to reassure this House that the Minister of Finance was always very transparent with the Ethics Commissioner and always worked very proactively with her to ensure that all rules were followed and her recommendations were followed. He's always proactive in the way that he works with the Ethics Commissioner. He even wrote to the Commissioner to see if there were recommendations, additional recommendations that might apply, and he's committed to following any of those recommendations so that he will always fully respect the rules that govern us all in this House.
For Carleton.
The finance minister had spokespeople from Morneau-Shepell tell the media that his Morneau-Shepell shares were in a blind trust. He had the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Families tell me on Twitter that his holdings were in a blind trust. He told the media himself 2 years ago that he suspected his holdings would go into a blind trust. We know now that none of that was true. We also know that Morneau-Shepell has holdings in the tax haven of Barbados. When did the minister sell his shares in Morneau-Shepell?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, the Minister of Finance has always worked closely with the Ethics Commissioner, and he's always done so transparently to ensure that all the rules are respected. We trust the Ethics Commissioner, and the Minister even wrote to the Commissioner to ask for another meeting to discuss his assets so that he can follow her recommendations when it comes to his personal assets. Thank you.
Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they may trust the Ethics Commissioner, but how can Canadians trust these Liberals?
Exactly.
As of late yesterday, the Parliamentary Secretary for Urban Affairs was still falsely claiming that the Finance Minister's assets were in a blind trust. The Prime Minister himself indicated that it was the Ethics Commissioner's responsibility in these matters, yet she testified today that it was the Minister's choice not to put the shares in a blind trust. The daily revelations of this Finance Minister show nothing but hypocrisy. And I want to know one simple thing. When did the Finance Minister sell his shares in Morneau-Shepell?
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said, the Minister of Finance, from the very beginning of his term, has worked with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure that she had an understanding of his assets and that so he can respect all of the rules that govern us in this House. He's also committed to following any of her recommendations, following his request for a meeting with her. And I would also like to say that he's a man of integrity. For the last 2 years, he's committed himself to public service, and he has a record for which the Conservatives' record pales in comparison. We've achieved prosperity for all Canadians.
Hello.
Order.
The honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister seems to have one set of rules for himself and a completely other set for everybody else. He made the choice to attack hardworking Canadian entrepreneurs while protecting his own personal wealth. He is the one that's hiding an offshore account that he won't tell Canadians why he didn't put his vast personal wealth into a blind trust like the law requires. Let me be clear, this was his choice. Always his choice, and these are his ethics we're talking about. And I just want to know, when did the Finance Minister sell his shares in Morneau Shepell?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ethics Commissioner has the full confidence of this House, and the Minister of Finance has committed to working with her. He even asked for a meeting with her so that he can follow all of her recommendations. And this is what he's done from the very beginning of his term, even before he took office. He will continue to work with the Ethics Commissioner, just as is expected of any member of this House. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious question. The Minister of Finance is the architect of all of the economic and tax policies for Canada. Morneau Shepell is a billion-dollar industry from Bay Street, which... So clearly this is a conflict of interest. It's the perfect definition of it. The question is clear. When did the minister sell his shares in Morneau Shepell? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, since he took office, the Minister of Finance met with the Ethics Commissioner, worked with the Ethics Commissioner, and followed the recommendations of the Ethics Commissioner. He is committed to doing the same thing in the future and to work closely with the Commissioner, who has the full confidence of this House.
Député.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, one thing is clear. The member for Louis Hébert has the Prime Minister's authorization to answer questions instead of the Finance Minister. But seriously, Mr. Speaker, this is an untenable situation. This is a question of the Minister's moral authority. When did the Minister sell his shares in Morneau Shepell? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said, the Minister of Finance has worked with the Ethics Commissioner since the day he took office. This work will continue, and he even asked for an appointment with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure that he's respecting all of the rules. And if you'll allow me, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance is a man who cares about public service. For 2 years, he's worked for Canadians. He's given them the best growth rate we've seen in 10 years. He's reduced childhood poverty, and I'm very proud to serve him, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, well, today it's been confirmed that the Americans want to end our supply management system within the next 10 years. Plus, they want 5% of our market. When it comes to protecting supply management, the Liberals only know how to kowtow before our trading partners. For us, protecting the supply management system is non-negotiable. Instead of repeating the same mistakes from CETA, can the minister confirm today that he will not allow any more gaps in the supply management system? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our government strongly supports supply management. We also support families and producers. Our government has maintained its commitment to listening to Canadians when it comes to trading issues. We recently held a roundtable concerning NAFTA with Canadian farmers, including dairy and chicken farmers. The question of supply management, or rather the demands of the U.S. concerning supply management, are unacceptable, and we will continue to support our farmers.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Supporting supply management means saying no. Mr. Speaker, dairy is officially on the table. The U.S. has called for a definitive end to Canada's supply managed system and demanding immediate further access to our markets. This is outrageous. Both Liberals and Conservatives have no problem putting our supply managed sector up for grabs in trade deals like TPP and CETA. But this time, the Liberals must protect our industry and say no. Will the minister drop the spin and finally tell the U.S. that supply management is not on the table?
Hear, hear.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we are the party that set up supply management, and we will continue to defend it. The trade of dairy between Canada and the U.S. is largely in favor of the U.S. by a ratio of 5 to 1. They've seen growth of 209% since NAFTA came into force. And they have a trade surplus of $246 million. I would like to reassure the House, and as well as dairy farmers, that we will be defending our supply management program.
Mr. Speaker, it's disturbing to discover that the finance minister broke the law by hiding his offshore corporation for 2 years. It's even more disturbing to now find out that he did not put his millions of dollars in shares in a blind trust as required by the law. That must be because he sold the shares, otherwise he broke the law. So my question for the finance minister is, when did he sell his shares in Morneau Shepell?
As I've said, the Minister of Finance has worked with the Ethics Commissioner from his first day in office to ensure that he respects all of the rules that govern us in the House and all of the recommendations. Very recently, the Minister wrote to the Ethics Commissioner and is willing to follow all of her recommendations, including a blind trust. Thank you.
Well, the same talking points as on Billionaire Island and the Liberal Cash for Access fundraisers. I asked a very simple question. The finance minister has said hundreds of times that his government is open and transparent, but he refuses to come clean with Canadians. He's been hiding the ownership of his offshore corporation, and now he won't come clean with Canadians about his business interests that put him into this conflict of interest. When will the minister finally come clean with Canadians and tell them when he still owns shares of Morneau Shepell?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister has always been open and transparent with the Ethics Commissioner. He has committed to continuing to do so and to taking all of the steps necessary to respect the rules and recommendations and the rules that govern all of us in this House. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthur-Vesca. Mr. Speaker, the rules are very simple, and they're the same for all 338 members in this House. We need to declare within 60 days our assets. I'm wondering if the Minister of Finance is working for his own interests, or the interests of Liberals, or the interests of all Canadians. It's been 2 years that he's been hiding his personal situation. So the question is very simple. I don't know if the Parliamentary Secretary can try to answer it. Did the Minister sell the shares in his company? And if not, when will he sell them? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, the Minister of Finance will always work with the Ethics Commissioner to respect the rules that govern us, but if he wants to know in whose interest the Minister of Finance is working, well, he's working in the interest of all the Canadian children who've been lifted out of poverty with the Canada Child Benefit. We've created over 400,000 jobs. He's working in the interest of economic growth. We have the strongest economic growth in the last 10 years, which means that that's more prosperity for all Canadians. This minister is working in the interests of Canadians regardless of their income level.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
When he was elected, the finance minister held about $30 million in shares in Morneau Shepell. When he was appointed finance minister, he promised to put his fortunes in a blind trust, but he broke that promise. For the last 2 years as finance minister, he's been making decisions that could have directly helped his family business, and we know he's gone out of his way to protect his family fortunes from any negative tax changes. When will the Prime Minister stop sheltering his finance minister? Let him answer the question, when did he sell his shares in Morneau Shepell?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I would inform my colleague that the Minister of Finance wrote to the Ethics Commissioner today to ask her for an appointment. He's committed to taking all of the measures necessary to deal with his personal assets. This is a commitment that he made, and this is a commitment that he's been keeping since he's been the Finance Minister. He's been working with the Ethics Commissioner from the very beginning.
Order. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, we know that millions of Canadians can't afford the medicines they need, and the PBO confirms that we can provide prescription coverage to every single Canadian while saving billions of dollars. Later today, this House will vote on an NDP motion to start negotiations with the provinces and territories within 1 year to create universal pharmacare. This is a common-sense proposal, sound public policy that helps millions and saves billions. So will the Liberals join us and support pharmacare for all Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians pay too much for prescription drugs, and our government is taking bold action now to bring down the prices while we also explore the need for a national formulary. We joined provinces and territories as members of the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance. And also in Budget 2017, we're investing over $140 million to help improve access to pharmaceuticals. These actions will save Canadians money as we continue to work with provinces and territories to make prescription drug prices more affordable and more accessible to all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, we've been informed that the number of opioid overdoses surpassed 60 cases in Montreal this fall, and this situation is only getting worse all over Canada. Many stakeholders are asking that the government declare a state of emergency. Listen, even President Trump recognizes that the situation in the United States requires serious, sustained effort and significant funding. What is this government waiting for to declare that the opioid crisis has become a Canada-wide emergency? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Public health crisis in Canada, and we are responding in a way that is comprehensive, collaborative, and compassionate, and also evidence-based. We recently announced an investment of $7.5 million that will enhance the development of evidence-based practices that can be used by those dealing with this crisis on the ground. These build on our investment in Budget 2017 and many actions to date. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today is both the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty and Housing Day on the Hill. Given the recent Poverty Reduction Conference and the unprecedented investments over the past two budgets, we know that fighting poverty and meeting Canada's housing challenges are at the forefront of this government's agenda. Could the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development tell the House what he is doing on those important issues?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like first to congratulate my colleague from Vancouver Centre for being such a strong advocate of a more inclusive and more fair society. Our government believes that housing is a cornerstone of the lives of families and communities. We are going to launch in the next few weeks the first ever national housing strategy, which will be a key input in our poverty reduction strategy. We look forward to building on those strategies to make sure that all Canadians have a real and fair chance to be well and to succeed in our society.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérable. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was in Lac-Séjour and I met dairy farmers who are worried for their future. What are they worried about? Liberal doublespeak in the supply management file. The Minister of Foreign Affairs can try all she wants to put the cat back in the bag. Her parliamentary secretary was clear. When it comes to supply management, there is room to negotiate with the Americans. Why is the Liberal government ready to negotiate the future of milk, egg and poultry farmers and put their future at risk? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our government is entirely in favour of supply management and will continue to defend it. As I said earlier, trade between Canada and the United States favours the U.S. Canada is the second export market of dairy for the U.S., surpassed only by Mexico. We have clearly indicated that we will defend supply management and the system that is in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérable. These are just words. The Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister think that farmers use strategies to save on taxes, and their economic advisor, Mr. Wolfson, said that family farms don't exist. And the Parliamentary Secretary said, and I quote, in Denton on October 11th when he was talking about supply management, "Is there room to negotiate?" Of course. Of course, Mr. Speaker. When will the government stop this doublespeak and put an end to its idea of negotiating supply management with the Americans? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, as I already said, our government strongly supports supply management, farmers and their families. We will continue, as we have already said since the very beginning in the House, to continue to defend farmers and defend their interests in the face of the Americans. The proposals of the United States are unacceptable. Therefore, we are going to continue to support our dairy, poultry, and egg farmers and all our farmers.
West.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives know that protecting Canadian farmers from unfair competition and dumping is critical to maintaining economic stability in rural communities. American negotiators are aggressively pushing to unlimited access to Canada's supply-managed agriculture sectors. This threatens farmers across Canada, including those that produce milk, eggs and poultry. Can Canadian farmers trust the Liberals to preserve the family farm? Does this government have a plan to protect Canadians' way of life?
Secretary for Canada-U.S. Relations. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is the biggest market for the United States, bigger than China, Japan, and the UK combined. And as you know, we're dealing with the most protectionist U.S. government since the 1930s. We defend supply management. We believe it. We believe in the family farms. We would like to encourage our neighbours to the south to emulate the good examples set by our negotiations in the CETA trade issues. However, having said this, within NAFTA, there are certain things we cannot accept, we will not accept. We'll continue to defend our values. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary for Canada-U.S. Relations clearly knows how to win friends and influence people in the U.S., because just 3 days after he said he was open to negotiating supply management, the Americans tabled their offer. They want an end to supply management, Mr. Speaker. Under Conservative governments, the Americans respected our system of supply management, but this Liberal government is literally ready to sell the farm, Mr. Speaker. When will that member and this government stop saying one thing to Canadian farmers and another thing to their friends in Washington?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Order.
Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House and those who are fortunate enough to be on our portion on the other side believe in supply management. Indeed, everyone in this House, with the exception of certain members of the Progressive Conservative Party of Canada, believe in supply management. Same is true of the gang opposite, Mr. Speaker. We are delighted to defend supply management and will do so at every opportunity. Thank you.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, it's been a year since this government's self-imposed deadline to fix the Phoenix boondoggle came and went. Last weekend, when asked for a new deadline, the Treasury Board president said, quote, "I could pull a figure out of the air and give it to you, but I'd rather tell the truth." Wow. Of course, the truth is that this government doesn't have a plan to fix Phoenix, so my question for the minister is simple. We know you don't have a plan to fix Phoenix, but when will you have a plan to have a plan?
I have to remind the honourable member for Regina Louvain to direct his comments to the chair. I think he was here, well, we won't talk about who was here, when, and all that, but yesterday I mentioned to members that, of course, if you say you in here, you're referring to the Speaker. I don't think he meant to refer to the Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
I apologize, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. Mr. Speaker, it's unacceptable that hardworking public servants are not paid the money they are owed. Recently, a independent third-party report clarified that decisions made by the previous government put this project at a significant risk and exposed it to significant risk for failure. We are doing everything we can, Mr. Speaker, in the areas of governance, partnerships, business processes, and capacity to make sure the public servants get the money they are owed, and we will not stop until this is fixed. Thank you.
Order. Order. I'm having trouble hearing what people are saying, and I have to hear them so we know if there's someone breaking any rules.
Order. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, it's been 2 years that this failure has been the responsibility of who? The Liberals. Even the senior executive of IBM Canada, which designed Phoenix, admitted yesterday that the system is badly made. How much more time is required to make sure that 150,000 people are paid correctly and on time, of course? Not the company that designed the system and not the government, so I'll try one more time. Is there someone who knows how much more time workers will have to wait for this disaster to be dealt with? The Honourable Minister of Public Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is unacceptable for public servants to not get the salary that they are owed. We are taking concrete steps to resolve the problem, including investing $140 million in recruitment, hiring, and training of new employees. and providing salary advances, as well as creating satellite offices. Believe us, Mr. Speaker, we're not going to leave anything to chance. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker.
In grants from the Government of Canada to develop the C-Series. The public funds were given to a Canadian corporation to develop Canadian expertise. But yesterday, we learned that Bombardier sold a majority stake in the C-Series to a foreign corporation, Airbus. So my question is very simple. Will the government immediately take action to recover the millions of dollars that should have been given to Canadian taxpayers?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to the joint venture, the repayment terms have not changed. But what I don't understand is what the member opposite and the official opposition have against the aerospace sector. When we invest in research and development, they opposed us. When duties were imposed on Canadian airplanes, they went missing. And now we have more market access, which means more production and more jobs in Canada. And again, they're opposing this. Mr. Speaker, what do they have against the aerospace sector and good quality jobs in Canada?
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, what we don't like are private agreements, secret agreements, that the Government of Canada negotiated with Bombardier. The Minister says that Bombardier has to repay, and that's very simple, but now they're dealing with a new corporation, a foreign corporation, and the question is very simple. When will taxpayers be paid back for these amounts that were given to a Canadian company to develop Canadian expertise here in Canada? When will Canadians be paid back? The Honourable Minister of Economic Development. Our government supports the aerospace sector, and we will continue to work for the aerospace sector.
Speaker, under the Investment Canada Act, the process that I oversee, we will make sure that we get maximum economic benefit. That means the head office will be here in Canada. That means production will be here in Canada. That means good quality jobs will be here in Canada. Jobs that pay 60% on average more than other manufacturing jobs. We will always defend Canada's national interest, and we will always defend the aerospace sector and the good quality jobs from coast to coast to coast.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, we expect support for Alberta, not Alabama. Yesterday, Bombardier announced that the French company Airbus would receive a majority stake in the Bombardier C-Series aircraft. Now Airbus can't really lose here, and Bombardier can't really lose either. After all, they're riding high on millions of Canadian taxpayer dollars. Do you know who stands to lose, Mr. Speaker? Canadian taxpayers. Can the minister guarantee Canadian taxpayers will be fully repaid by Bombardier before this transaction is approved?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I don't know why the members opposite continue to undermine our aerospace sector. This is an anchor company that has made a world-class plane. Now this plane has access to the world. It has access to global markets. That means more production. That means more jobs. What do the members opposite have against this? We'll continue to support our aerospace sector, and we'll do our due diligence. We'll do our homework under the Investment Canada Act to maximize the economic benefits for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member,
The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, creative industries are an integral part of the economy. We all know that Canadian Francophone creators are among the most respected in the world. Recently, the Minister of Canadian Heritage revealed her vision for a Creative Canada, which includes major investments in our creative people through the Canada Media Fund. Can the Minister provide more details on her historic vision and this investment? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle for her question and her excellent work. The government is going to contribute to the Canada Media Fund in order to stabilize its funding. With this new investment, we are directly supporting jobs in the creative sector, our producers, our directors, our actors, and our technical teams. Last year, the fund invested $117 million in Francophone projects throughout the country, and we are committed to supporting our content creators.
Mr. Speaker, we know the Liberals are desperate for money when they have to start taxing discounted hamburgers and other employee discounts. The Revenue Minister claims that she has asked officials to fix the problem, but she won't disclose to us just how she plans on doing that. Now, this won't hurt French villas, or those that own French villas, I should say, those among us who may do that, but it will mean higher taxes for those who are hardworking Canadians, such as single moms or first-time employees, new Canadians, young workers. Now, will the minister finally table in this House the instructions that she sent to her officials, or is this just simply another broke?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of our mandate, the government concentrated on helping the middle class. The documents in question did not reflect the intentions of our government. I will repeat, Mr. Speaker, that the rules have not changed. We continue to make sure that our actions support the middle class. And as the Prime Minister said, we are not going to target employee discounts in the retail sector.
Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, last week I met with residents of the Post 83 cooperative in my riding, and they're very worried. 45 families could lose their homes when the federal government pulls funding from cooperative housing next year. Given the looming expiry of cooperative operating agreements across Canada, will the government agree to make this funding permanent and protect the housing for low and middle-income residents?
Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I congratulate the member for his question, which is exactly what we want to hear. The kind of housing support that the federal government needs to provide to all sorts of housing providers in Canada, including cooperatives, non-profit housing providers. I had the privilege of meeting many of them this morning. They are keen on working with us for the long term. They have waited for us for a long time, and we're back, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, Indigenous Canadians make up 4% of Canada's population, but 25% of the federal prison and population. We know that there is historical and systemic issues that have combined to cause this problem, and that's why the government has been focusing on bringing about socio-economic change in collaboration with Indigenous communities. Will the Minister of Public Safety tell us what he's doing to ensure that Indigenous peoples are involved in the criminal justice system, that they will receive the support they need to rehabilitate and heal, which ultimately makes Canada communities safer?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for the Northwest Territories for his work. The overrepresentation of Indigenous people in our criminal justice system is an intolerable situation, and we're working very hard to address it. Yesterday, I was pleased to announce an investment of $10 million in the Indigenous Community Corrections Initiative to support community-based, culturally relevant projects providing alternatives to incarceration and supporting safe reintegration. It's part of $110 million in the last budget to help fix systemic problems in the criminal justice system.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, today human rights activists and leading members of the Muslim community brought a petition to the House of Commons asking the government for stronger action on the atrocities being committed against the Rohingya. We add our voices to theirs as we have for over a year and a half. Specifically, petition organizer Fareed Khan said that he would like to be able to ask the Prime Minister why he did not raise this issue during his speech to the UN. Mr. Khan cannot ask the Prime Minister that question directly, so I will. Why didn't the Prime Minister speak about the Rohingya during his UN General Assembly speech?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, everybody in this government is seized with the issue of the Rohingya. We know that the responsibility for ending the persecution of the Rohingya falls squarely upon the Commander-in-Chief, the military leadership in Myanmar, and Aung San Suu Kyi. On September 30th, the minister spoke directly with the Commander-in-Chief, and the minister said to him that the violators of human rights must be held accountable, humanitarian access into the region must be permitted, and the Annan report must be implemented. Canada's ambassador to Myanmar has joined 50 other foreign ambassadors to visit the Rakhine state. And, Mr. Speaker, we continue to be seized in playing a role in resolving this situation.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, there was a threat because the Americans are demanding the end of supply management, and so they are attacking our farmers. Do you really think we're going to let that go? Absolutely not. Will the government stand up and refuse to abandon our farmers by leaving the negotiating table when supply management is raised? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, our government strongly supports supply management, farmers and their families. Our government is maintaining its commitment to listen to Canadians in matters of international trade. Recently, we held a roundtable on NAFTA with Canadian farmers, including dairy, egg, and poultry farmers. When it comes to supply management, the proposals of our American partners are unacceptable. We will continue to support dairy, egg, and poultry farmers and all of our agricultural interests. Thank you. The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, there are people on the North Coast and in all our regions who have worked their entire lives, folks who have put their heart and talents into a business and then find themselves completely at a loss because the company goes bankrupt. Just like the retirees of Cliffs Natural Resources, for example, when one has to choose between eating or paying their chemo or an ostomy, things are going very badly. What is the minister waiting for? How many broken lives does he need to act? The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
The member opposite for her very thoughtful question. As she knows, these types of particular instances that occur with job losses sometimes go before the courts under the CCAA, but more importantly, our government understands that we need to be there to help these citizens during these difficult times, help these workers, help the families, and help these different communities. We'll remain engaged. We'll work with the stakeholders, the communities, to find solutions and a path forward to create more opportunities and more jobs, Mr. Speaker.
Order. 40 years ago today, the gavel-to-gavel parliamentary proceedings of the House of Commons were broadcast live on television for the very first time. Cette première.
This first live broadcast introduced television as the new electronic Hansard. The success of the Canadian experiment has inspired other legislative bodies to allow broadcasting, with the House of Commons often serving as a model.
We've come a long way since that first live television broadcast, and despite the rapidly advancing forms of social and digital communications reframing how we communicate with Canadians, broadcasting service continues to play a key role in keeping our fellow citizens informed about the business of Parliament. We even manage the sound quite well, despite voices like this. For the past 25 years, the Cable Public Affairs Channel, or CPAC, has worked in partnership with us to ensure that Canadians have a front-row view into the very centre of our democracy. Nous leur sommes.
For this, we are grateful to them. Thank you.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Point of order. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, given how important the issue is, please allow me to remind you about something that was said in this House. The Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, was asked an excellent question and said in answer that I did not say the words that are being quoted. However, I would like to table the transcription of the video where the Parliamentary Secretary says clearly,
of course. Donc, je demande le consentement pour déposer.
So I would ask unanimous consent to table this official transcript of the video.
Yeah, le consentement.
Is there unanimous consent? No, there is not unanimous consent.
Orders of the day, government orders. Resuming debate of the opposition motion regarding the Minister of Finance's documents submitted to the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, standing in the name of Mr. Poilievre.
Assist me by taking their conversations out into the hallway and by saying, thank colleagues very much for their cooperation and assistance. There are 3 minutes remaining in questions and comments after the speech by the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague from Pierrefonds, Dillard, he brought up that those living in glass houses shouldn't be throwing rocks in reference to the Conservative motion today. And Mr. Speaker, I think about those living in glass houses in France and in Barbados and the Bahamas and Bay Street. You know, maybe they shouldn't be throwing rocks at people like small business people in our country. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, I think it would be argued, and I'd like to hear from the member how he feels about the fact that maybe those people living in those glass houses should be looking at CEO stock option loopholes, tax breaks for the wealthiest Canadians, and those that are using tax havens in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd love to hear from my colleague.
Honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish I had a throat lozenge that I could help you out today. And I want to thank my colleague for the question. And, you know, this is what is so hypocritical of the debate that we're having today, is that the Liberals are trying to protect the Minister of Finance, who has this ethical lapse in not providing all the information regarding his properties that he owns, which includes a beautiful villa in France through a private corporation. Private corporations, which now, as we know, most small businesses use private corporation structures, are being attacked by this very same minister because they're calling them a tax cheat. That type of rhetoric, that type of demeanor and the way that they're treating our small business community, I've heard from loud and clear this past week when we were in our riding. And in the roundtables that I participated in Winnipeg, in Beausejour, and in Stonewall, our small business community is just so upset that they are not getting the respect they deserve. They're not getting the same type of opportunities to put your money into a tax haven like Barbados, like the Bahamas, as Minister of Finance has done. And really, the motion today, all we're calling for is more transparency here, and we're asking the minister to present all the documentation that he has had between his office and the Ethics Commissioner, and also if he sold his shares, to disclose that to the House, because that's the only way that you can get around not having a blind trust is if you liquidate your assets. And I said before, as a farmer who was a parliamentary secretary, I had to put my farm into a blind trust while I served as a public office holder. Why didn't the Minister of Finance put his assets into a blind trust as well?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherbrooke-Saint-Charles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to start with something very simple. First, here we are in Canada. Here we are in the House of Commons. We represent Canada. We are a democracy, not a dictatorship. We are Canadians. And we are ruled not only by legislation, but by a code of ethics as well. We parliamentarians serve Canadians, and we lead by example. We adopt legislation as parliamentarians, but we should be the first to respect them. If we do not take the laws that we adopt seriously, or the code of ethics we are subject to, then obviously we are not taking on our responsibilities or fulfilling our mandate. Second, Canada is a light for the entire world. We're not perfect, but Canada leads the world when it comes to its beautiful landscape, the beauty and strength of its people, and when it comes to its governance. Many people all over the world dream of living in Canada for very good reason. However, Mr. Speaker, Canada and what it represents is fragile. This is an amazing country, but it didn't happen through happenstance. It is not pure happenstance that our country is as well off as it is. Our ancestors were not perfect men and women, but I acknowledge them today and honor them to have started a solid foundation on which we could build this country. If we want to strengthen our stability, we must never turn away from important issues. We parliamentarians must never, ever be distracted from our mandate, from our responsibilities, and from the laws that govern us. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, when a member is named to cabinet, expectations with respect to compliance with legislation and the ethics code increase significantly. As we all know, you ask a lot of those you give a lot to, and your expectations are much higher of those who bear these kinds of responsibilities. Now, members of the government have access to a lot of information, and they have significant decision-making power, and these powers must be managed seriously, properly, taking into account all Canadians. The minister cannot be selfish in the way that he or she works within the cabinet. Madam Speaker, allow me to speak a little bit about my perspective. In this House, we're often getting vague answers from the Liberal government. When we ask questions, well, they say grand words, but these words are meaningless, and we've seen it recently. They insult our intelligence and the intelligence of Canadians. In truth, though, we'd be naive if we were going to rely on their answers to get to the truth. In the opposition, we are seeking truth, but we look at various sources, and we're not the only ones looking for truth in various sources. In terms of tax reform brought forward by the Liberals, the Canadian business sector is also looking for the truth. Canadians are looking for the truth, and the media is looking for the truth. And even the Liberal backbenchers in the back there, they're also looking for truth. Madam Speaker, Liberal members had a special caucus meeting yesterday, and when they came out of there, I could tell you, Madam Speaker, they came to me and they were pretty frustrated. They're still waiting for details from their own Minister of Finance. Why? Well, maybe because the Minister of Finance is still waiting for the details from Mr. Gerald Butts. Where is he? I don't know. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian economy is a very serious subject, even if the Liberals aren't taking it seriously. The Liberals are not governing this country well, and they're doing a good job of bad governance. Even the Liberal media are not silent on this sort of parody of governance. I would say, Madam Speaker, that Canadians are worried when they look at the media coverage of this tax reform. I would hope that some of what's being said is incorrect. For example, some articles say that Morna Chappelle might be able to benefit from the Minister of Finance's tax reform. Madam Speaker, if that's true, not only would the Minister of Finance be in a conflict of interest, but he would also have to be looking for another job. Furthermore, the Minister of Finance did not disclose a private corporation to the Commissioner. He admits that he did not put more than $30 million in shares in a blind trust. It's pretty unbelievable. Everyone who is here, and especially members of Cabinet and even parliamentary secretaries, have a basic obligation to disclose and declare everything. If you have a $10,000 RRSP, you have to declare it. Otherwise, you might get a letter from the Ethics Commissioner. And here, we're talking about $30 million. Perhaps $30 million isn't a lot for the Minister of Finance, but for the Canadians who are listening to us, I think that's an enormous amount of money.
Finance believes that is entitled to his entitlements. Does it think it's not fair and that it's not hard to make priorities? Le ministre des Finances a-t-il l'intention?
Is it the Minister of Finance's intention to give answers to the Canadians on the tax reform and how they might benefit themselves? The Canadians want truth, and they want the truth about this plan. Madam Speaker, Canadian businesses and Canadian citizens need to know the truth. That's the only way that they will be able to know whether or not this government really does believe in job creators. Madam Speaker, this reminds me of something that a former Liberal Prime Minister said, and I'm going to go nice and slowly so that it can be translated. He said, well, I don't know, proof is proof. What kind of proof? Well, proof is proof. Proof is just simply proof. And if you have good proof, well, that's because it's been proven. Now, I didn't say that myself. That's a former Liberal Prime Minister, and I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. Madam Speaker, I hope the Minister of Finance remembers what he said in his swearing-in ceremony. I'm not convinced he does. Why do Canadians have to wait for so long for answers to such simple questions? It's so simple to answer, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Finance should be giving details on his investments, and he should do that as soon as the Prime Minister gives him permission to speak.
And comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Madam Speaker, one of the issues that I take great exception to is the Conservatives who have actually been in opposition to everything that this Minister of Finance has tried to do. And we have seen, and they heckle here across the benches, and I have seen the results of the actions in particular from this Minister of Finance. We could talk about historical in terms of just over the last decade, the numbers of jobs, 400,000 plus that have been created. We can talk about the issue of tax fairness for Canadians. We can talk about tax breaks for Canadians. Everything that the Minister of Finance does, the Conservative Party does nothing but criticize. Why should Canadians believe the Conservative Party on this issue when we have an independent commissioner responsible for ethics that is in fact indicated that he has done nothing wrong from what we can tell, and you have a minister that's prepared to even meet with the ethics commissioner?
I just want to remind members that the question is being directed through me to another member who has the floor as soon as I recognize him, and I'm sure that he'll answer accordingly. So, l'honorable député de Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I agree with you. The question should be put through you to me, but I'm quite happy to look at the Parliamentary Secretary who put a question to me. And now I'm trying to understand how he can even believe what he himself is saying. 2 years ago, I had a certain amount of respect for the Minister of Finance. He was a well-known, successful business person. But right now, we're judging him by his actions. And this individual is a Minister of Finance right now. He's the Minister of Finance of Canada. And he brought forward his tax reform in the middle of the summer, and everyone stood up, not just the Conservative Party, everyone stood up and took notice, and they said this is not working. It's only working against us, and it makes no sense. And then, Madam Speaker, we hear ethical issues being raised. Now, we all know what ethics are. If a minister does not declare $30 million worth of assets, well, no one convinced me that that's right. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks in this debate. I'd like to know what he thinks about the answers we've heard to date regarding the revelations about the Minister of Finance not having put his assets in a blind trust, even though we've heard that even on the Liberal side, that's something that has been done. And even they said that it had been done. What we've heard is that the Minister of Finance is willing to meet the Ethics Commissioner. He even sent a letter today to meet her. Does my colleague not think that it's rather late to act?
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Well, indeed. Every year, we get a letter from the Commissioner's office, unless I'm mistaken, but I certainly got a letter after the first year, inquiring whether there were any changes to my status. So I think, okay, yeah, you know, I took out some RRSPs, I sold those, all of that needs to be cleared. So I assume the Minister receives the same letter every year, and we've been here for 2 years. So if the Minister forgot to declare $30 million after the first year, he might have said, well, that's right. Oh, I have a villa in France. Maybe I should declare that. But he didn't do that. So is it intentional? Is it a mistake? Does he just have so much money that he's forgotten? Well, I'm sure he has staff and lots of accountants working for him, so I think you should be able to declare that.
Resuming the debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, and you know, where should one start in terms of trying to deal with what it is that the Conservative Party is trying to share with us this afternoon? And maybe it's on the concluding words of my colleague from across the aisle when he talked about the villa and saying, well, it should have been declared. You know, my recollection is that this is something that was actually reported on back in November 2015. In the Financial Post, from what I understand, there was a mention of the fact that the Minister of Finance had a villa in France. Does that mean our opposition members are not even aware, or the research department's not even aware? You know, but here's the reason why I bring it up, Madam Speaker. Here's the reason why. You see, I would argue that you really can't trust the Conservative Party on this particular issue. Some might suggest any issue. Me, I'll be a little bit better in terms of generous to my friends across the way and suggest to you this is one of the issues in which you really cannot trust the Conservative Party on. Each and every one of us have a responsibility to the Ethics Commissioner. All of us do. Even the member that yelled pathetic across the aisle. Even that member has an obligation to the Ethics Commissioner. All of them, including the Minister of Finance, too. That's right. All means all-inclusive. Each and every one of us have that responsibility, Madam Speaker, including myself. We all had to submit requirements. We all consult with the Commissioner's office. The Commissioner's office provides us the information that we need to know in order to be and appear to be transparent and accountable to the constituents that we represent, or to Canadians as a whole. All of us. Now, the Minister of...
Order. I just want to remind the members on the Conservative side that, you know, they were afforded the opportunity when they're doing their speeches to not have being heckled on the other side, and I would ask that they refrain from heckling to allow the Parliamentary Secretary to do his speech. And if there's questions on that side, I'll be glad to entertain it right after his speech. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And much like when the Ethics Commissioner's office contacts myself, I respond to it. And I suspect that you will find that there are members on both sides of the House, whether you're a New Democrat, a Conservative, or indeed a Liberal, where there's follow-up that takes place with individual members because the Commissioner's office might have some concerns. And then those individual members will respond. And that's no different than what the Minister of Finance has been doing, Madam Speaker. No difference. So we have a Minister of Finance that has actually made it very clear. He says that he will meet with the Commissioner, he will seek the advice and recommendations of the Ethics Commissioner, and act accordingly. That is the responsible thing to do. That's what each and every one of us are obligated to do. But what we have today is an effort from the official opposition, joined by the New Democrats, to, as some of my colleagues would say, go out after some sort of a witch hunt or a character assassination. Well, let's go into the details of that. Why should Canadians believe, or anyone that's listening, believe the Conservatives or the New Democrats, who consistently, every opportunity they get, attack the Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, and others within this government? Now, one might argue that, well, they are the official opposition, and that is their job. Yes, there is a great deal of merit for that particular argument. But having said that, it's every initiative. And I want to remind the viewers and the members opposite just to what degree they have been critical of this government, in particular this Minister of Finance. And then if you ask yourself then, why should we believe, let alone take the advice of the Conservatives, Madam Speaker, when they have been critical since day one of this Minister of Finance. I would ultimately argue that we would be ill-advised to take advice from the Conservatives on this and many other issues in which they have demonstrated, Madam Speaker, that they have a bias, a natural, instinctive bias to attack, Madam Speaker, and that is demonstrated in their actions. And I believe at the end of the day that Canadians as a whole understand and appreciate what it is that this government has been able to accomplish in a relatively short period of time through the actions of the Minister of Finance. And again, I would highlight, as I go through each one of these initiatives, that you will find that the Conservative Party attacks the Minister of Finance, with no exceptions, Madam Speaker. The most recent one is dealing with ultimately the tax fairness issue. Day in and day out, we've got the Conservative Party fighting against tax fairness, I would ultimately argue, Madam Speaker. We have a Minister of Finance who has led the debate amongst Canadians, which started, at least in a big way, back during the summer in the month of July, where there was a presentation that was made. And, you know, it's interesting, there seems to be a bit of a divide between the New Democrats and the Conservatives on this issue. I don't hear the NDP criticizing many aspects of that tax fairness policy. And I give them credit in terms of recognizing that the issue is about tax fairness. On the other hand, you have the Conservatives yelling and screaming from every seat that they have or in every corner that they can that this is an attack on business, that this is an attack on middle class. And in reality, Madam Speaker, there is nothing further from the truth in terms of what it is that this whole tax initiative has been since the month of July. It's all been about tax fairness. But you wouldn't know it by listening to the opposition party as they take the extreme position and try to use it as a wedge issue, when in fact, Madam Speaker, you will find that we have been a government that has been very supportive. And I use as an example the small business. How often do we hear Conservative members say the Liberals are attacking small businesses or the government is attacking small businesses? I would suggest that they wake up and understand reality. It was only yesterday that as a government we fulfilled a campaign platform position. We actually reduced and made the commitment to reduce small business tax from 10.5% to 9%. That is something that we promised, and that is something that we fulfilled, and it was announced yesterday, Madam Speaker. That is not the first time in which we have actually helped and been there for small business. I talk to small businesses. If you talk to small businesses, Madam Speaker, what you will find is every small business, the primary thing that they want is customers. If they have customers, they have opportunities. Well, you have to have customers in order to be in business.
There can't be any discussion back and forth. Address the comments to the chairs. And I'll remind the member from Barrie Innisfil to please hold his comments. I'm sure that I would be pleased to recognize him during the question and comment section. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So along the line of supporting small businesses and how do you create customers, the best way you do that is you put more disposable income in the pockets of Canada's middle class. Because it is the middle class that drives our economy. That's what creates the jobs. It's the middle class. And if you address the importance of Canada's middle class and those striving to be a part of it, we will have a more successful economy and robust economy. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, in 18 months we've been able to clearly demonstrate that. Look at some of the numbers. Now, I'm big on trends, but I can tell you I'm very impressed with the type of numbers of job creations. Over 400,000 in less than 2 years. That is more jobs than, it's half the jobs of which the Harper government was able to create over 10 years. The plan is, in fact, working, Madam Speaker. But by giving, and this is the point in regards to the small business, and that is that we gave that tax break to Canada's middle class. We actually reduced the tax for Canada's middle class. And what was the response from the Conservative Party? They voted against it, Madam Speaker. That tax cut put money in the pockets of
the honourable member for
Elmwood Transcona.
Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just wondering if the jobs numbers were in any of the documents that the minister provided to the Conflict of Ethics Commissioner, because
that's not a point of order. The member can it's not a point of order. It's comments and questions after. So maybe the member would like to get up. So as the member is well aware that during debate there is some flexibility, and as to the discussion, I just want to remind the member, I will remind the member that he's to keep his comments on the motion itself, but I do also recognize that there is some flexibility in the discussion at hand. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I trust that time for the interruption we added on to. Good, thank you. And to appease my colleague across the way from Elmwood, who maybe wasn't paying attention to my whole presentation, I have consistently said that the opposition, including in good part the NDP, have actually been consistently in opposition to the Minister of Finance in every way, just like the motion we have today. We have the NDP working with the Conservatives, even though we have the Ethics Commissioner who has actually said that there has nothing that has gone wrong. There has not been an advice or a recommendation going to the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance has done exactly what it is that the member across the way has done. Now, Madam Speaker, we have that business enhancement through that tax break to the middle class, and both the Conservatives and the NDP voted against that. We know that there have been many other initiatives. We could talk about how the opposition jointly responded to the Minister of Finance when it came to the tax increase on Canada's wealthiest. Once again, both opposition parties voted against that also. And I would argue that that in itself was about tax fairness. But they chose to be in opposition with the government of the day. There have been a number of initiatives that the government has actually taken, which has been led by the Minister of Finance. Look at the Canada Pension Plan. The Minister of Finance works with federal counterparts across every region, every province and territory on a very important deal. In fact, there was one of my colleagues posed a question where he made reference to how the Minister of Finance was working with other ministers, and it was the Minister of Finance from Saskatchewan that commented on the integrity of the National Minister of Finance, saying how it was nice to see, in essence, from what I understand, that the Minister of Finance, when he said something, that there was a follow-through to that effect, that there was a tremendous amount of respect, and that respect ultimately achieved an enhancement of CPP, something in which the former government, the Harper government, was unable to achieve, let alone if they even had an interest in trying to achieve that. What that did is it ensured that Canadians actually had more money in their pockets when it comes time to retirement in the years ahead, Madam Speaker. And what was the response from the opposition party? They just called it another tax. And then they went on an attack once again with the Minister of Finance. Even though you had parties of other different political parties at the provincial level that didn't see it as a tax, they saw it as an investment in retirement for individuals and Canadians into the future, but not the Conservative Party here. They were so fixated in wanting to attack the Minister of Finance that they focused their attention, again, day in and day out, criticizing the Minister of Finance because of this so-called tax, which wasn't really a tax, Madam Speaker. We can talk about the Guaranteed Income Supplement. The Guaranteed Income Supplement, I thought, was long overdue. We had a government for years that ignored that particular file. And as the years went by, we now have a new government with a Minister of Finance that wants to get more seniors out of poverty, and that's what the increase to the GIS was all about, getting seniors out of poverty. And in good part, Madam Speaker, it was a huge success. And once again, what did we have the Conservative Party doing, Madam Speaker?
We have a point of order. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
I'm just coming back to relevance. Today's motion is focusing on the minister and his ethics. It's not focusing on the Guaranteed Income Supplement or the Canada Pension Plan. I do recognize that we have flexibility here and that there's flexibility with the chair, but he is so far away from this actual discussion. I'm hoping that he can get back on track very soon.
I've indicated before there is some latitude on the motions, on the speeches. And I just want to remind the member to review maybe the opposition motion, and I'm sure that he will bring his speech back together. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, for the member across the way, and hopefully this will help out, and I say it with all sincerity. If you read the motion, the motion itself is an attack against the Minister of Finance. You are asking that the Minister of Finance provide documents that you are not asking any.
Remind the member to address the questions and comments to the chair, as opposed to the individual members.
The Conservative Party is asking for the Minister of Finance to produce documents and to do things in which no other member of the House is actually being requested to do. And I'm suggesting, and if the members would listen to what is actually being said, they will find out that the premise of my argument, or what I'm arguing, is that every time the Conservatives get an opportunity to attack the Minister of Finance, they do so. And that's the examples that I am providing. The members might not like to be reminded about their attitudes and their voting records on what is something that's really important to all Canadians, but it is worthy of noting that much like the motion that we are debating today, that the Conservatives continue to want to attack the Minister of Finance. And then I contrasted it, and I put the question to viewers or anyone that might be listening, in particular my Conservative colleagues across the way, that they are not the body, thank goodness, that determines what is ethical or not ethical. That's why we have an independent officer of the Parliament that determines that, Madam Speaker. In this case, it is the Ethics Commissioner. And the Ethics Commissioner is someone in which we continue to work with. And the Minister of Finance. And, you know, it's interesting how the Conservatives tried to give the impression that the Ethics Commissioner is, like, super busy, when I would argue that the Ethics Commissioner has always been busy. When I was in opposition, there was no shortage of issues in which we encouraged the Ethics Commissioner to look at. As I believe, Madam Speaker, you will find today that the Ethics Commissioner it looks at not just one side of the House, but all sides of the House. But we have a Conservative opposition who wants to try to give the impression that the Minister of Finance is in fact breaking a law or doing something that is against what it is that's in our Code of Ethics, when in fact they have not tabled or brought forward anything that gives any clear indication that that is in fact the case. So I'm suggesting to people, why would we listen to the Conservative rhetoric on the issue when we actually have a so-called, and I believe, an ethics commissioner that is charged with that responsibility? And the reason why I believe that Canadians will look at the ethics commissioner is because it's independent. And I don't have to expand on why it is that it's independent, much like we have an independent Elections Canada office. We have an Auditor General. We have these independent officers of Parliament. That's their job, Madam Speaker. Not one Conservative can stand in their place and say, well, here's a recommendation from the Ethics Commissioner and the Minister of Finance or any other member, whether they're the Conservative or NDP, is in violation according to the Ethics Commissioner or is not following the advice or a recommendation from the Ethics Commissioner. Instead, they're just creating what they have consistently done in a number of the initiatives that I have raised this afternoon, where the Conservative Party just does not like the Minister of Finance and the fine work that he has been doing on behalf of the Government of Canada. And when you look at the results are very clear. And I used a simple example of jobs. Jobs matter, 400,000 plus jobs in less than 2 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to hear my friend from Winnipeg North speak in the House, and I invite Canadians to check out an amazing website called Open Parliament, because you can see what MPs have said throughout the course of their parliamentary life. For someone as verbose as my friend, it's a treasure trove for people like myself to see if he's consistent in his views in this Parliament. Madam Speaker, on May 21st, 2013, the member from Winnipeg North called for an emergency debate in the House of Commons related to ethics and disclosure and conduct at the time. And the irony, Madam Speaker, is at that time, the emergency debate he was requesting dealt with staff members in the Prime Minister's office, not members of Parliament, not finance ministers, which is what this Opposition Day motion is about today. He wanted an emergency debate in the House of Commons for the conduct of staff. He ended his request with this quote, Madam Speaker, quote, "There can be no more important issue for the House of Commons than ensuring the integrity of our parliamentary institutions," unquote. Madam Speaker, that is what this debate today is doing. He should be applauding, not deferring this debate, Madam Speaker. I'd invite members from his riding to check out the consistency of that member. The outrage he showed in the past seems to dissipate now with the actions of the Liberal government.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, you know, it's interesting that the member across the way would bring that up as an example. You know, it was a truly amazing occurrence that was taking place in the other chamber, in the Senate. And we had like thousands of dollars that was being shifted around by staff at the PMO and the Senate. And it was, what an amazing web it was. Even the Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, tried to put distance between that disaster, Madam Speaker. That is like night and day in terms of a comparison, Madam Speaker. I have a lot of respect for my colleague across the way. I really do. I really would have thought he would have done better on a question. That just doesn't give me enough time to revisit that Harper Gate or whatever it is you might want to call it, Madam Speaker.
I just want to remind the members that there shouldn't be any heckling while another member is speaking. questions and comments. Honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always fascinating to see the matters of ethics and how the Liberals and Conservatives keep throwing the ball back and forth and ask who was worse in matters of ethics and integrity. The Conservatives say, we weren't as bad as you, and the Liberals say the opposite, that they're not as bad. That being said, both are just as bad in our eyes. My question is simple. My colleague repeated a few times that the motion is an attack on the Minister of Finance. I would invite him to reread the motion because it simply outlines that there might be a possible conflict of interest between what the Minister of Finance owns, and at the end of the motion, it is asked that the Minister of Finance table all documents he submitted to the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. Why does my colleague perceive that as an attack? From where I stand, it's just asking the Minister of Finance to put all the cards on the table to let everyone be aware and whether or not there is a conflict of interest. I think that that would simply shed light on the situation. Can my colleague explain why he sees this as an attack, to ask the Minister of Finance to simply shed some light on it and resolve the matter once and for all?
For the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Well, then what's next? Are we going to have a motion in which everyone, all 338 MPs, should just submit to the House of Commons and table all of their things, that correspondence that they too shared with the Commissioner? Is that what the member is implying maybe should happen? Remember what happened when we had proactive disclosure. The NDP had to be kicked, dragging and screaming in order to accept proactive disclosure. And when you talk about throwing stones in a glass house, and one of my colleagues made reference to that, Madam Speaker, you'll recall the satellite scandal with the NDP in opposition, where they created an office and they said, no, we had people working here, here, and here. They weren't telling the truth. Cost taxpayers millions of dollars. I think we're still even trying to recover some of that money from the NDP. So, I think that in fairness, that there is always room for improvement on all sides of this House and all political parties.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elgin Middlesex London.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad that we're back on the actual motion, and I was happy to send the motion over to the member just to remind him what we were talking about today. I'm going to be focusing on this because we're talking about finance and money. So in the case that the member over there was, let's say, an owner of a pharmaceutical company, should he, as the health minister, not advise that he is the Minister of Health, and there's a pharmaceutical company? Or let's say he is a member of the board at a military equipment company. As the procurement minister, should he not make sure that there's a conflict of interest? Should he not make sure that there's a screen? So rather than thinking that this is a personal attack on the Minister of Finance, in any other situation where a minister's department and what they do they're so hand in hand, does he not think that the Minister of Finance should have not declared his business in a blind trust?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I sat in opposition when the Harper government decided to kill the Canadian Wheat Board. And I wonder how many farmers from the prairies that were in the government caucus. And many would imply that they too had a vested interest. After all, they're a farm. Many of them were grain farmers, yet they're killing the Canadian Wheat Board. And we're still paying part of the cost on that particular issue today. There is a system that we have that's in place, a process. And that process says that if you get elected, you go before the Commissioner's office, or the Commissioner's office will contact you, and there are certain requirements. You fulfill those requirements, and life continues on as a parliamentarian. There's a certain amount of trust that all members are honourable members, so that when we're asked information, that we provide that information. I suspect there might be a mistake or two when you have 338 members. But we all have to respect the process, go through it, and the Minister of Finance and all members, I believe, of this House have, in fact, respected that process, gone through it, and if there is the odd mistake, whether it's a New Democrat, a Conservative, or a Liberal, that might happen, Madam Speaker. It is quite possible. But I believe that the intent of all members is genuine in dealing with the Commissioner's office.
In comments, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Very much, Madam Speaker. Of course, part of the crux of the issue here and the reason that the finance minister is singled out is because Canadians were led to believe that that the finance minister was acting in accordance with the recommendations of the ethics commissioner. But what we found out in testimony committee today was that, in fact, that wasn't the case. The ethics commissioner said clearly at committee today that she did not advise the finance minister not to put his assets in a blind trust. We know also that in 2 instances, Bill C-27 and the small business tax proposals, there are legitimate concerns about the fact that those proposals could directly have an impact on the business of the finance minister, which we now know is not in a blind trust, so he has knowledge of what's going on in his own business. So that's why this is about the finance minister. That's different than any other member of the House. There aren't stories like that about any other member of the House, and they're not in a position to be able to benefit their own business in the way that we're concerned the finance minister may be. So I wonder why it is that that member from Winnipeg North is more concerned to be defending the finance minister's precarious position than he is to make sure that the business of government is being conducted fairly and meets and in a way that meets a very high ethical standard. There's clearly legitimate questions about whether or not the finance minister is meeting that standard.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, under a minute, please.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the member is somewhat playing with words. Like, think about the question he posed. He said, well, the Commissioner didn't say to him that she did not advise him to set up a blind trust. The point is, she didn't recommend or advise him to establish a blind trust. Imagine if you were to apply that very same principle to each and every one of the 338 MPs, Madam Speaker. The ethics commissioner was doing her job. She didn't say to the Minister of Finance that you have to create a blind trust. So why try to give that impression? And that's what the NDP and the Conservatives are trying to do. And that's why I'm saying, don't trust the opposition on this issue. I'll trust Mary Dawson and the Ethics Commissioner, because that's what she does, and she's independent.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to say that my colleague has a selective memory, but I hope he will remember what he said in the last few years when he was in the House in opposition. Madam Speaker, I will share my time with my colleague from Ontario for the riding of Barrie Innisfil. Madam Speaker, I come from the business world. Before starting in politics, I worked for some time and I met many businessmen and businesswomen throughout my years. I have a great deal of respect for entrepreneurs and SMEs. I recognize their work and their significant contribution. Being in business, Madam Speaker, means not counting one's hours. Choosing to start a business usually means devoting oneself heart and soul to build a sustainable business. 8 to 5? We don't know that. Nor cocktail hour, because we have to work pretty much 24 hours a day. Vacations? Nothing's planned for 5 years. Sometimes one can take a few days, but one pays before and after. Risks? One has to invest. Nothing's guaranteed. We have to go in head first and believe in it and invest in our business. At the end of every month, you have to start all over again. Orders at the beginning of the month, those orders have to be reactivated every month. Employees have to be paid, DAS has to be paid, loans have to be paid. All of the monthly fees, they all come back very quickly. One has to create wealth. It's also important to create financial independence, as I mentioned, in order to get through difficult times, because unfortunately, Madam Speaker, when one creates a business, when one is an entrepreneur, there are moments when it's difficult. Often it's predictable, and one must have a reserve fund. And one's family and all that, what an enormous sacrifice. It's a choice, and yes, indeed, when there's prosperity, if ever there's some prosperity to be had, they will be able to benefit from it, but it's not guaranteed. It's the dream of many Canadians to be their own boss, to create something worthwhile, something that will grow, that will last, and that could be left to the family, to one's children and grandchildren, to allow entrepreneurs to fully use their talents. Winning conditions are necessary, and it's the responsibility of a responsible government. That's economic development. It creates jobs. Many jobs are taken by the middle class. One should not forget that 90% of small and medium businesses, those who own or those who create jobs, 90% of those jobs are created by SMEs in Canada. Our country is the most beautiful country in the world, thanks in large part to a robust economy. And we were in power for 10 years, and we made things more solid economically. And this government is ruining the optimism and the passion of our entrepreneurs. Whether it be by creating or operating SMEs, these individuals represent a significant proportion of our economy. I got involved in politics for many reasons. First of all, to represent all the citizens in the beautiful riding of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, but also because I firmly believe that we owe it to ourselves to implement means to support our entrepreneurs. In different ridings throughout Canada, in the 338 ridings, there are many industrial parks. Those are the lungs of many regions, and we need to support them. As I mentioned, more than 90% of jobs in Canada are under the responsibility of SMEs. We have to continue to motivate them to continue to prosper. There's a malaise when people say that one's business is doing well. When a business is going well, that is not a crime, Madam Speaker, to be prosperous. Far from it. It allows us to ensure that there's continuity in business and to continue development. It's what ensures continuity for the economy and improves, yes, improves working conditions for the middle class. We know that this Liberal government spends taxpayer money shamelessly, and at every turn, this government is asking Canadians to tighten their belts even more. It's this Liberal government which, in its 2016 budget, quickly eliminated tax relief implemented under the Harper government to help Canadian families. This same government which in 2015 promised to lower taxes for small businesses, small and medium businesses. As soon as they took power, what did this government do? They backed down on this policy which came from the Conservatives. Just yesterday, after the Conservative opposition raised the issue, the Prime Minister, with his servant, the Minister of Finance, said that to compensate by the silence of SMEs, that they would finally lower their tax rate. Not in 2017, not in 2018. It's going to happen in 2019, an election year. Madam Speaker, what do they think entrepreneurs are? They're improvising. This is just window dressing. And the famous tax reform, which brought the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance to change their plan, was this famous tax reform. When is it going to be implemented? When is it going to apply, this tax reform? Because they didn't cancel it yesterday. They gave a candy to them, but those tax reforms are still ongoing. The Liberals don't respect SMEs. Once again, this is just smoke and mirrors. During this time, the Minister of Finance is parading around to do business development for Morneau Shepell. I don't know if you know this business, the business that he was the owner of, but we don't know if we sold his shares. We raised the question during question period. We still don't have an answer. He probably didn't understand the question, and that's why the parliamentary secretary repeated the same message over and over that still didn't answer the question. The Minister of Finance claims to be above the law. We found out last week that the Minister of Finance waited 2 years before informing the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner that he was a partner in a company that owns and operates a villa in France. And now, Madam Speaker, we are learning that not only is this Liberal government spending taxpayer money shamelessly, we've learned that Morneau Shepell, the Minister of Finance's family business, would benefit from the changes being proposed in the document Tax Planning Through Private Corporations.
And that doesn't come from me. I'm a member of Parliament, but I'm not an expert. These are experts who said this, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Finance should not be avoiding questions in the House. He has to answer, and he shouldn't just be repeating it like a broken record. He should not be dismissive of the middle class and SMEs that create jobs. He has to answer honestly to the questions that are asked by parliamentarians. You know, Madam Speaker, once members are elected and sworn in, all of them have to comply with certain rules when fulfilling their parliamentary duties. And allow me to quote from a few paragraphs in the procedure and practice that describes the responsibilities. Members sit in the House of Commons to serve as representatives of the people who have elected them to that office. They have wide-ranging responsibilities, which include work in the chamber, committees, their constituencies, and political parties. On being elected, members of the House of Commons become trustees of public confidence. Members must be seen to be impartial and to derive no personal benefit. I'm emphasizing that, Madam Speaker, to derive no personal benefit or gain from their decisions. And finally, from the same procedure and practice, it says, Prime Ministers have used conflict of interest guidelines for ministers and other public office holders. The code is voluntary and applies to cabinet ministers, secretaries of state, parliamentary secretaries, and other senior public office holders. In other words, full-time governor and council appointees. It requires that on appointment to one of these offices, I see you're letting me know I don't have much time left. Well, I'll just wrap up. It says that office holders are to arrange their private affairs so as to prevent real potential or apparent conflicts from arising. They are not to solicit or accept money or gifts, not to assist individuals in their dealings with government in such a way as to compromise their own professional status, not to take advantage of information obtained because of their positions as insiders. Madam Speaker, I have more to say, but I'd simply like to invite Minister Morneau to table the documents as being requested in the motion. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. I'd like to know if, given that all 338 members of Parliament are subject to the Code of Ethics, that there be a higher bar set for ministers when it comes to conflict of interest and ethics. What does he think of having a higher bar for public office holders, for those people sitting in the on the front benches, that they should have higher expectations set of them? Because it would appear that a law is being broken with this current Minister of Finance. The Honourable Member for Parle-Jacques-Cartier. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yeah, this is actually a very relevant question. What I think is unfortunate about the government opposite is that they're really trivializing this issue. Now, I don't necessarily want to put down the office itself, the position itself. But what I'm saying is that there are 338 members of Parliament who have been called upon to serve Canadians, but there are those who have more power among us, more responsibilities, and the Minister of Finance must comply with the legislation and even be above the law. That is to say, set himself, rather, a higher bar. So I think that this government's attitude to simply trivialize this issue is not acceptable. The rules apply to everyone, and the Minister of Finance has to set even a higher bar for himself, because what's dangerous in this case is that he could personally profit from his decisions, and that's what experts are trying to show us and are doing so more and more. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions
and comments?
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And a fairly straightforward question regarding the Commissioner, Ethics Commissioner, who has the responsibility not of just one member, but all members of all political parties. And I'm wondering if he has any thoughts in terms of how important it is that we go through the process that all of us are expected to go through and respect the advice that she actually provides, something in which the Minister of Finances has sought from the Ethics Commissioner. Does he not believe that we should be following the process?
The
Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Madam Speaker, what has to be understood here is this. I agree with my colleague that it's very important to respect the Commissioner's rules. However, after 2 years, the Minister of Finance cannot claim that it's the responsibility of the Ethics Commissioner who didn't help him properly fill out the forms. I hope that the Minister of Finance, who is in charge of Canadians' finances, is sufficiently intelligent to fill in his own forms without needing to be accompanied by the Commissioner in that.
Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for splitting his time with me today. And let me begin, Madam Speaker, if I didn't know any better, I would think that today is February 2nd, in fact, Groundhog Day, because here we are dealing with another issue of Liberal ethics. Last time it involved the Prime Minister and his trip to Billionaire Island. We still haven't had a result of that ethical investigation by the Ethics Commissioner. And this time we're dealing with the Finance Minister, and I'll get into why we're here in a second. One of the benefits, Madam Speaker, of being on House duty on a long day like Tuesday is that you get to hear the debate, you get to hear the dissertations of many members, and I just happened to sit through the one of the member from Winnipeg North who claimed that this was in fact character assassination on the Finance Minister. And that always seems to be the answer from the Liberals on any time legitimate questions come up with respect to ethics, with respect to legislation, with respect to regulation, with respect to policy. It's always an attack on them. And, Madam Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth in this situation, because, in fact, it is the Prime Minister who put himself in a position by going to Billionaire Island and causing, if not ethical lapses to occur, illegal activity to occur. But it's now the Finance Minister who has put himself in this situation. And I'll remind you, Madam Speaker, and I'll remind this House why we're in this position, because just this past week, the Globe and Mail reported that for 2 years, the Finance Minister has not put his assets, including the shares he owns in Morneau Shepell, into a blind trust. And this is, in fact, in spite of the fact that 2 years ago, he said that he was going to do that, Madam Speaker. And the other reason why we're here is because within the past week, CBC reported that a French villa that's owned by the Finance Minister and his wife, a member of the McCain family, and I'll touch on that a little bit later, has a corporation that owns a French villa which could in fact be used to avoid inheritance tax. Of course, over the course of the past several months, we've been dealing with this business tax proposal that would tax business, would create challenges for those businesses, including farms that would want to pass those businesses on. And yet here's the Finance Minister owning a corporation of a French villa with the potential of avoiding inheritance taxes. Now, 2 years ago, when the Finance Minister was asked about this situation, Madam Speaker, he said that he expected to put those assets into a blind trust, not unlike what former Prime Minister and Finance Minister Paul Martin did when he owned Canada Steamships Lines. So the Finance Minister blamed this on an early administrative failure, this in spite of the fact that by her own admission today at committee, Ethics Commissioner Dawson did speak
to the finance minister, but I think it was important again to understand what she said. She did advise him otherwise, but it was still his decision to not put those assets in a blind trust. And so it wasn't until, in fact, that CBC story broke about the French villa on September 25th that the minister did make a claim that he did own the French villa and a company associated with it. And so those are the facts, Madam Speaker. This is not an attempt by the opposition to have a character assassination in spite of the narrative of the members of the other side, certainly as we heard from the member from Winnipeg North. But this is an issue about transparency. It's an issue about accountability. All of those things that we hold dear, not just in this House, but also as Canadians. And I can tell you, when I became a member of Parliament, I had to declare all my assets with thoroughness, including RESPs that I had for my children, RRSPs that my wife and I owned. I actually had to talk about and declare my wife's pension and everything but the tool shed in my backyard, notwithstanding the fact that it wasn't a French villa, it's a tool shed. So, you know, we know as members of Parliament what it is that we have to declare. And so there was no early administrative failure on my part, and I suspect that there was no early administrative failure on the part of most other members of Parliament in declaring their assets, except, of course, what we've learned about the finance minister. And so, you know, the assets and the declaration of those assets are important, Madam Speaker, because it calls into question, in particular putting assets into a blind trust, say like shares you own in a company like Morneau Shepell, because as the finance minister, you're held to a higher standard. As a minister of the Crown, you're held to a higher standard. Every single decision that you make and every swoop of the pen in making those decisions can, in fact, benefit you. And so, as a minister, you're intended to be held at a higher regard or a higher account. And that's why the declaration and the holding in blind trust, for example, is extremely important, Madam Speaker. And so, let's look at the policies. Well, he talked, I brought up the French villa before, he talked about the fact that he owns this company there. That could potentially be used to avoid some inheritance tax, the very inheritance tax, perhaps, that some of the tax policies that he announced back in July could affect. There are other issues like farmers, for example, and the passing on of those family farms to their heirs. You know, I had a farmer in my riding that came to me who was quite upset about these because they set up their entire affairs in order to take effect of the farm and pass it on to their children. But he told me that it would be actually more reasonable to sell it to an outside entity than it would be to sell it to within his family. So that calls into question on the part of the finance minister, why would I be changing the rules on those family farms? Maybe it's to benefit somebody that I'm married to, say like the McCains. So those are the kinds of things, Madam Speaker, that the finance minister has to be mindful of when he still holds on to these assets. Now, how could this affect? Well, as I said earlier, it calls into question every decision that the finance minister would make with respect to these tax changes. How, in fact, would it benefit him? How, in fact, could it benefit him and his family? In particular, his wife, who, as I said earlier, is a member of the McCain family. And the big one, Madam Speaker, is the tax on business. Okay, so we've seen the proposal of the tax on business. Granted, they climbed down a little bit yesterday, and I would say that it was more political backlash than anything else. The tax on pensions, which, for example, could affect those in the private sector, those in incorporated businesses. So the beneficiary of that, as we've heard all morning during this debate and throughout the afternoon, Madam Speaker, could be Morneau Shepell. That calls into question the integrity of some of the decisions that the finance minister has been making. The tax on passive income and retained earnings could also be affected by this, Madam Speaker. And so the tax on succession planning, as I talked about earlier, passing those businesses on to other family members, and for example, farms, Madam Speaker. And the one thing that hasn't been talked about today, Madam Speaker, and again it directly relates to the Finance Minister's interests in Morneau Shepell and not holding those assets in a blind trust, could be the infrastructure bank. And that's something that hasn't even been talked about today. How many of those companies that are going to invest in this infrastructure bank have direct dealings with Morneau Shepell, and how much of an impact would that have on the Finance Minister's wealth, Madam Speaker? Well, just this afternoon, David Akin of Global TV put out a tweet, and he said, if the Finance Minister still holds 2.5 million shares in Morneau Shepell, he's been getting a dividend check about once a month worth $146,000 plus, Madam Speaker. Every decision this Finance Minister makes could potentially impact the assets that he continues to own in Morneau Shepell, could continue to affect the income that he creates on a monthly basis based on those dividend checks. The Finance Minister should have known better. He should have put this money into a blind trust. He should have disclosed this French villa. We're asking him to disclose all those documents from November of 2015 to now, Madam Speaker. That's what this motion is all about. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if I could ask my colleague from across the way what he feels about the issue of farmers. When, in fact, when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, you will recall, because there was a great debate at the time in terms of what was happening with the Canadian Wheat Board and the impact that that was having on farmers. Many of those farmers that it was having an impact on sat in the Conservative benches. They were a part of the government. And I'm wondering if the member across the way would try, as he tries to imply, that our Prime Minister or our Minister of Finance or even government members in general benefit by decisions that are made by government. All of us have some sort of vested interests of some sort in the communities in which we live. Were the Conservative members back then, when the Conservatives killed the Canadian Wheat Board, were they in an awkward position? What should they have done?
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, every member of this Parliament has a vested interest in some way, shape, or form in something. But we disclose every aspect of what we own, every asset that we have when we become members of Parliament, Madam Speaker. In fact, the law requires that we do that within 60 days. This Minister of Finance hasn't done that in two situations. Number one, the corporation that he owns that French villa in, and the other thing are the millions of shares that he still owns in Morneau Shepell. So the question does become, and I'm not trying to be cynical, but the question becomes, those decisions that he makes, how are they going to impact the wealth that he's created in Morneau Shepell? And shouldn't they be in a blind trust, Madam Speaker, the same way that former Prime Minister Paul Martin did with Canada Steamship Lines? Wouldn't that be the way to solve this issue? And on the issue of the grain farm, I will tell you, certainly I wasn't here when that was happening, but I have spoken to farmers across Western Canada, and the grain industry has exploded as a result of that decision, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up with my honourable colleague, because I have a fundamental question for him and a fundamental problem with the direction of, if the Finance Minister puts it in a blind trust, all will be well. I think we're way beyond that, because in 2013 he gave a speech where he talked about the need to bring in legislation in Canada to move people away from defined pension benefits. He talked about how his company, Morneau Shepell, was in the front row of making these changes around the world. And then he offers himself for public service, and he's in the Finance Minister's position, and the legislation is brought in to help make it easier to take away defined pension benefits. So the fact that he did not put the money into his shares into a blind trust, but he said that legislation was needed to benefit his company, and he brought forward that legislation, to me speaks to a much more serious issue, about a question of integrity and about a question about that government and about the question of using people's pension funds to benefit Morneau and his pals at Chappelle. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague on this.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable friend for his question. I think he's quite right in bringing in or calling into question the effect that this is going to have on Morneau Chappelle with respect to defined benefits. And I think we don't have to look, Madam Speaker, too far back to Bill C-27, which is an amendment to the Pension and Benefits Act that in fact was sponsored by the Minister of Finance, which could potentially affect Morneau Chappelle. And as long as he continues to hold on to those shares, as long as he continues to get what, as David Akin reported today, $146,000 a month in dividends based on the $2.5 million shares that he has, I think we're quite right to call into question every single decision that this finance minister makes for the benefit of not just Morneau Chappelle, but the potential benefit of the increase of those dividends and what he can gain from this, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Straight off, I'd like to mention that I'll be sharing my time with the distinguished colleague for Timmins James Bay. I'm sure he'll have quite a bit to say about the subject as well, because, like me, he sat on the Committee for Ethics, and I had the honor to serve as the chair of that committee, while my colleague was a very active member on the committee when it came to ethics questions. So I can certainly testify to the quality of his work and all the work that we did on that committee. Of course, ethics and integrity are fundamental questions. The ethics and integrity of our elected officials in this House, and also, of course, the ethics and integrity of the people who are selected by the Prime Minister to have important roles within the government, in the executive, because that's where very important decisions are made, decisions that have an effect on all of Canadian society. Whether it's serving as Minister of National Revenue, Minister of Finance, Minister of National Defence, or Prime Minister, Minister of Health, all of these people make decisions every single day that have a profound impact on our society. And the Minister of Finance, of course, makes decisions that have a direct impact on the economic world, and he even manages pensions in Canada, for example. So this raises a problem that's been raised by many of my colleagues today. And there's a real flagrant potential for conflict of interest. We've seen that the Minister of Finance's company is a potential conflict of interest, and that's why we're having this debate about his disclosures to the Ethics Commissioner. Now, the Ethics Commissioner is someone that I've had the honor of meeting. When I was chair of the Ethics Committee, she appeared many times and spoke about the Code of Ethics, how it could be modernized, how the laws could be modernized, and so on. And of course, it is important to distinguish between the Code of Ethics and the law that applies to public officials. We wanted to have the highest possible standards for public officials because, of course, they make decisions that have direct impacts on our society. And I think that it's really just common sense that we should have those highest standards of ethics for those people. So the minister is the subject of our discussion today because his company has a direct impact on the decisions that he makes every day, and that's the real issue today. And it is a big problem. When we talk about changes to the tax system, to transfers for small businesses, to passive investments, to income sprinkling, we're talking about changes that could potentially have an impact on his business. It might appear that he intentionally chose not to move his assets. In a document last July, we're still waiting for answers on this. And of course, it's normal that parliamentarians would question the minister's motives in this case, would question the intentions behind these changes. Same thing goes for pensions. My colleague just mentioned this, but the question of changes to the pension plan and the possible end of defined benefit pension plans would be entailed by this bill. And so this would have impacts all across the country. And one of the main players in that area is actually the Minister of Finance's company. So of course that raises questions. It raises questions about the real intentions of the minister, because this could have an impact on his business interests. And of course, it's not clear today who this company actually belongs to, who Morneau Shepell belongs to. Of course, the name in the company might give you a hint, but we don't really know who are the true shareholders, because the minister has not allowed light to be fully shed on this matter. That's why this motion is calling on him to disclose all of the documents that would allow us to have all of the information. He didn't disclose all of his interests in that company. And he hasn't answered the question of whether he's placed anything in a blind trust. That's a very fundamental question. Now, in Quebec, we know about this because there was a political leader in the National Assembly who had significant interests in a private company and who might have been in a situation where that impacted his political decisions. And blind trust is really the least you can do to get rid of any perception of conflict of interest. When someone leaves public life, they take back the reins of their company, even if it was in a blind trust before. So rather than asking whether this is really the perfect solution, I would say that it's really the least you can do. And as of today, the minister hasn't even confirmed that his assets are in a blind trust. The Liberals across the way actually thought that the matter was closed and that he had placed his assets in a blind trust. But things are not clear today. There's still a lot of confusion about the reality of the situation in terms of how much control the minister may still have over his company. And the whole debate around this question really leads back to the same point. Do the minister and the prime minister really understand what the middle class is? When they talk about the taxes on small businesses, do they really understand? In the election campaign, the prime minister said that most small and medium-sized businesses are just tools for people to avoid paying tax. So we have to wonder, do the Liberals really understand the reality of small and medium-sized businesses? Do they understand the reality of the middle class? They often say that they defend the middle class, but do they understand? Now, Madam Speaker, when you declare your potential conflicts of interest and you declare your assets and your property, would you forget to declare a piece of property? When people ask you for a list of your property, would you forget that you have a cottage somewhere in Canada? Would you forget that you have a chalet in Switzerland? Well, I don't think you would. I think that ordinary Canadians don't just forget that they have a villa in France. So that really leads me to question the sincerity of the Minister of Finance when he says that he's defending the middle class and that he wants to protect small and medium-sized businesses. It really seems like he's doing the opposite. So this whole debate really raises questions about the minister's sincerity, the Prime Minister's sincerity, and their interests. So once again, this shows that there is a real gap between our elected officials and ordinary Canadians. If we want to help Canadians trust politicians more, I think we should bring these matters to light. We should disclose all of the interests that we have in private companies and other assets, because then Canadians will be able to trust their political decision makers. Today, there's a real problem. People are very cynical about politics, and what the minister is doing today only creates more cynicism. These people are refusing to disclose all of their interests, and it's high time that the Liberals accept the motion that we're seized with today so that they can get rid of any doubts that may exist about the minister and the Prime Minister's actions. So.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of the issues that we've heard about all day today is that this is in fact a character assassination on the Finance Minister. And I want to ask the member through you, Madam Speaker, would he not agree that this was actually the Finance Minister's own making, that this was actually something that he did himself by, A, not putting those shares into a blind trust, calling into question the impact that this is going to have on his company, Morneau Shepell, and as far as the corporation, the incorporation and the business, the private asset of that French villa. Would you not agree, would the member not agree, Madam Speaker, that it is in fact the Finance Minister who's put himself in this position, not the opposition, not the third party, and not any Canadian in this country? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I completely agree with what my colleague has said. If there's one person who should be blamed today, it's the Minister of Finance himself. He could have avoided this situation easily. He could have simply answered the questions, revealed all of his interests, placed them in a blind trust, being transparent from the very beginning in November 2015. He didn't do that. He avoided the questions, and he is the one who is to blame for this situation today. If the motion does one thing, it's certainly not a character assassination. What the motion is doing is helping the Finance Minister. We want to help the Finance Minister get out of this situation by declaring everything that he has to declare to the Ethics Commissioner, so that light will be shed upon this matter and all doubts will be dispelled once and for all.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The member for Sherbrooke talked about cynicism, and I think that is important. It's an important thing to consider in this whole matter.
Water here in the House, and if I continue to put a drop of poison in this water, it becomes no less poisonous over time. And as I continue to add more and more poison to this water, it becomes undrinkable. And I think this is what is occurring in our politics. I think we have the Ethics Commissioner who has the opportunity of really studying this issue, making sure that we're not poisoning the well for all politicians, that we do not bring dishonor upon ourselves by bringing dishonor upon another individual. And one of the things I've continually heard in this House is how outside, when we're outside of this House, how we try to remove politics, how we say, oh, that person works so hard for their constituency. And so the things we said in the House, but, you know, outside we're friends. And so I'd like to just, you know, remind the members, I think, at the end of the day, we have to give the Ethics Commissioner the opportunity to really make sure she has her ruling, give the opportunity for us to take an awareness around the issue, but to not really go out and blame the honourable members here in this House, because at the end of the day, we have to work together, and we want people in Canada to not to lose faith in their public institutions, but to continue to believe that these institutions can build a better day for all of us.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, straight off, in my speech, I said that the Commissioner had our full confidence. But the problem of trust doesn't have to do with the Commissioner. It has to do with the Minister of Finance himself, who is hiding information. And he's doing so unscrupulously. He's not declaring all of his interests. He says one thing, and... Point of order. Just a moment. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre. Point of order. I believe that the member used the word unscrupulously in reference to someone in this House, and I believe that that is not parliamentary language. I don't think that should be used towards members. Well, I take that under advisement, but it was... I'm going to allow the member for Sherbrooke to finish his thought. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't believe that's an unparliamentary word. I'm not an expert, but I believe that in this House, if we can't use the word unscrupulously, we'd have a hard time expressing ourselves. So I was saying, Madam Speaker, that the Minister of Finance is the one who is creating a lack of trust because he's not being transparent. He's trying to avoid the questions. He says one thing and something else. He contradicts himself in the same sentence. And it's very difficult to figure out what his real interests are. So if there's a lack of trust, it's not because there's a lack of trust in the Ethics Commissioner. She's entirely capable of doing her job. But if she tries to talk to the Finance Minister, she won't have the real answers to our questions. Order. It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Essex International Trade, the Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Easement, National Defence, and the Honourable Member for Vancouver East, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am greatly honoured to rise here to speak on behalf of the people of Timmins James Bay. And one of my Liberal colleagues earlier on said how we had to continue to show deference on this issue to the Finance Minister to reassure Canadians they should have trust in this House. The question that we're discussing today is a fundamental question about a breach of trust with Canadians. And when I talk with Canadians across this country, quite frankly, they do not believe that Ottawa is interested in or will protect their basic interests. And we need to look no further than the present Finance Minister. And we look at it at the situation today with the Sears workers who have been laid off thanks to the hedge fund mismanagement of what was once a stellar company. We see people whose basic pension benefits are at risk. And the most we see from the Liberals is, well, that's really too bad, but it's before the courts. It's the same thing we heard when Nortel went down, and the Abitibi workers, and the people across my riding who had their pensions stolen by corporate executives like Peggy Whitty. And you know, that kind of theft is not only legal in Canada, you get bonuses for doing it. And you will never see that government stand up and defend people whose pensions are being stolen from them because they are fundamentally the party of the 1%. And I'm not saying that in an exaggerated fashion, because we have only to look at our present Finance Minister, who's the privatized pension king of this country. And so the issue today, hot off the presses, after major national attention, he's finally written the Ethics Commissioner about the fact that his shares that he receives from Morneau Shepell gives him $150,000 of pocket change a month and has given him an extra $40 million since he's come into government. Now, the Liberals would tell us that that kind of money is virtuous because a man who makes that much money, who offers himself for public service, is someone we should admire, and he can only be doing it for the benefit of all of us little people. And I'd like to believe that. But if you look at this issue in terms of where Morneau Shepell has been and where this present Finance Minister has been, the issue of a blind trust doesn't cut it. I will refer to you to a speech he gave in 2013 that was entitled that elderly poverty is not a problem. I mean, I guess you have to own a villa in the south of France to think that elderly poverty isn't a problem in Canada. And in that speech, he made a number of statements about the push to get rid of defined pension benefit plans. He said that a significant number of our clients have parent companies or sister companies in the UK, and that the movement away from defined pension benefits has been easier there than it is in Canada. And he says we need legislation enabling targeted benefit plans and shared risk plans for all Canadian jurisdictions. He told his shareholders we need to move on legislation. And he said, in that same speech, as defined pension benefit consultants and administrators, we've been in the front row. So what is one of the first pieces of legislation this minister brings forward in his own name? Is legislation that will particularly benefit Morneau Shepell. Bill C-27, the attack on defined pension benefits in this country, that he said was necessary in order to give his company the advantage. When the discussions on changes of defined pension benefits began with the previous government, Morneau Shepell wanted their investors to know that the idea came from them. The proposed TBP framework that the government outlined in their consultation paper is clearly modeled after the shared risk pension plans that were introduced in 2012 in New Brunswick, and Morneau Shepell's experts were heavily involved in the design of that. So this is what they do for a living. This is why he makes $150,000 a month, and his benefits have gone up $40 million. If you introduce legislation that will benefit his company, obviously their shares are going to go up. So how is this a problem for ethics? Well, of course, when you're a Liberal, you don't think that there's a problem with ethics because he's a nice guy. We've been told that we've been picking on him because he forgot to announce that he had this private French villa through a private corporation. And the Liberals over there have been saying that even to raise that issue, any one of us could have made that same mistake. Perhaps. Now, I think it's not a fair question to ask in this House because the amount of money that people earn here is much higher than the folks back home. But can we have a show of hands? How many people here own a villa in the south of France? I don't see any, and the minister's gone on the Prime Minister's hide, so he's not here. Man, I don't even know if he would have put up his hand.
I just want to remind the member. Order. I just want to remind the member for Timmins James Bay that he's not allowed to indicate who's in and who's not in the House. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, you're right. I meant to say that the finance minister probably wouldn't put up his hand because he might have forgotten that he owned the House. Now this was the question, though. The Liberals, again, were saying I was mean to them because they said, you know, that's really unfair, Charlie, because, you know, he actually did announce before.
Again, I just want to remind the member he may not want to refer by members, whether it's himself or not, by first or last name.
I'd like to thank the Speaker. I don't have a private corporation I could refer to myself as. I'm just, you know, Joe Average. But they told me, you know, it was different. He forgot to mention it was a private corporation. And there was silly me thinking, yeah, all the people I know own houses with their family, not through private offshore corporations. But this man does. And so now, October 17th, he's saying he's willing to look at the issue of a blind trust for the money that he's making for Morneau Shepell. I don't think that cuts it. Because you were looking at a man who said in 2013 that legislation was needed to be able to attack defined pension benefits that many workers and many seniors across this country depend on. And then he came into this House and he was given the position as finance minister. And the first major piece of legislation he brought in was Bill C-27, which was the direct form of legislation that his company required to undermine pension benefits for Canadian workers. Shameful. And all through that time, he was able to participate in directing his company because it wasn't in a blind trust. And even if it wasn't a blind trust, how would anyone think that a man whose name is the company, Morneau Shepell, who makes their money getting rid of defined pension benefits and brags about it, brings in the legislation? I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, but putting it in a blind trust on October 17 and asking for advice from the Ethics Commissioner doesn't cut it. This is about a fundamental, shocking breach, and I've seen a lot of breaches in Parliament over the years, and I've seen a lot of dubious and bogus behavior. But to have the Liberal government come in and tell us that this is somehow high-minded integrity and just a little bit of absent-mindedness doesn't cut it. Because when I talk to Canadians across this country, they talk to me about their disappearing pensions. I want to talk about Lisa Oakhill, 100-year-old, first woman to run a Sears store who's losing her pension benefits right now. Sure. And you will never see anybody from Morneau Shepell or anybody on that government stand up to fight for that senior citizen. So it falls to us as parliamentarians to say that this kind of misuse of public office to look after the pals and friends of the Liberal Party is not acceptable. We have to hold this House to a higher standard because Canadians have absolutely no reason to believe in a Prime Minister who does his $1,500 cash for access meetings with Chinese billionaires, and when he gets caught out and says, why was he doing it? Oh, they were worried about the middle class. They're meeting about the middle class. Now, I guess us little people are supposed to be, wow, isn't that amazing? These Chinese billionaires paid $1,500 to get to the ear of the Prime Minister to talk about the middle class. Yeah, I bet. How about probably not? And how about saying that if we're going to have a finance minister bringing legislation that has to do with pensions, that Bill C-27 will have to be withdrawn because it is so obviously tarnished with the self-interest of him and his company and his offshore villas that it has no credibility. And for anybody on the government side now to stand up with that finance minister and say that they are going to continue to push this attack on defined pension benefits when this man laid out the plan for his shareholders in 2013 and has followed it through, it falls to this government to say they will reject him and his bill.
Before I go to questions and comments, I just want to remind the Parliamentary Secretary that if he has any comments or questions, he shouldn't be yelling them out. He should actually stand when it's time for questions and comments. Questions and comments. Young member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I listened very carefully to my friend from Timmins, James Bay, and Timmins, James Bay. I'd like to read to him a statement from the Statement on Open and Accountable Government and ask him to comment on it. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must avoid conflict of interest, the appearance of conflict of interest, and situations that have the potential to involve conflict of interest. How's this government doing with that?
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, it's going to be really hard to answer that question in a very short space of time, because I remember when the Prime Minister said not only was the ministerial code, they were going to elevate it, and as soon as they elevated that, they were going to make sure that this was the standard operating procedure. They ditched it immediately. We're not talking about a finance minister who wrote a letter on behalf of one of his companies, which he's not allowed to do. We're not talking about a parliamentary secretary that writes a letter on behalf of one of their companies in an area where they may have some work through Parliament, even if they were just trying to help a local business, as any other member of Parliament is allowed to do, because we have to have rules for parliamentary secretaries, ministers. We're talking about a minister who has not bothered to tell anybody that he's making $150,000 a month directly from Morneau Shepell in the area of moving towards privatized pensions, who told his investors that we needed to change the legislation, and then stood for office and brought that legislation into Parliament and is now trying to push it through while still being involved directly with Morneau Shepell. The level of abuse of public trust is so much more elevated, and it's incredibly elevated because we are dealing with the pensions of Canadians, the hard work that people do year in, year out. They should be able to retire in dignity without having to worry about that government and their pals on Bay Street undermining them.
Comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In regards to the whole issue on the minister's villa, you know, this was a story in 2015. And the fact that the opposition is now trying to pick up on it is quite remarkable. But I want to ask the member a question more specifically to his comments about him being, you know, Joe Public and the little guy, as he referred to himself. Does he really think, Madam Speaker, that the members of this House represent Joe Public? Do we not have it a little bit better than them? Are you truly representing them by coming here and trying to purport that you are Joe Public? You are one of the little guys, as a member referred to.
I understand that this is a debate that is quite much participation in it, but I do want to remind the members that if they have questions or comments, instead of heckling or yelling across the way, to please wait until questions and comments, and feel free to stand up to be recognized. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. Well, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say to the member for Kingston and the Islands, if he's not here to represent Joe Public, he should get the heck out the door. Because the Liberals are here to look after their friends, their insiders, all the rich and the wealthy in this country, and we've had 150 years of that, and it's enough. I am here to represent people who are being written off the political and economic map of this nation, and they are being written off by that finance minister and his attack on the pensions of seniors and hardworking Canadians. And if there's no Liberals willing to stand up and defend them, then they should just step out.
Here, here. Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Mirabel
The honourable member for Mirabel, a brief question, please. Yes, Madam Speaker. The Liberal government, in 10 years of purgatory in the opposition, hasn't really changed its corporate culture. I would ask my dear colleague, who, in his opinion, between Paul Martin and the one who's currently Minister of Finance, who hid a villa in France, which one is worse? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay, a brief response, please. The question of my colleague is very difficult. Paul Martin or Morneau Chapelle? It's the same party. And the problem with that is the lack of integrity from the Liberal Party that does not believe that it must defend the interest of the middle class and the working class. The Liberal government, the Liberal Party, always prefers to defend the interests of the very wealthy and multinational corporations. The Minister of Finance declared that the situation of precarious work is normal. It is not normal. It's the result of policies that favor multinational corporations and the friends of the Liberal Party.
Debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm excited to be able to be here today to speak to this. Did we just hear the member from Kingston Island ask if we really think that we represent Joe Public? He stood up and he asked that. Do we actually think that we represent Joe Public in this House? I can tell him this caucus is made up of farmers, it's made up of teachers, it's made up of people who are construction workers who may own a construction company now. It's made up of business people from across this country. We are Joe Public in this House, Madam Speaker. The reason we're here today is because the Liberals don't believe that they are, and they don't believe that they represent the public in this country. That's why they keep getting themselves into the trouble that they're in. I've been here probably too long now, but I remember one of them getting up and saying, I am entitled to my entitlements. We all remember that. And unfortunately, or fortunately, that in the end cost that government their position. They had to move over here. They moved back into government, and they brought that same attitude with them right from the beginning. And I want to talk about that a little bit this afternoon. We're not here just because of an issue around the Ethics Commissioner. We're here because of an attitude that's shown by this government that disrespects Canadians right across this country, and is shown in the attitude particularly of the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister of this country. Yeah. I want to share my time today, Madam Speaker, with the member from Peace River and West Lock. We just heard the NDP member, talk about the Finance Minister in 2013 coming forward with a speech explaining about changes to pension plans and benefits that he wanted to see that would benefit his company, Morneau Chapelle. We fast forward to him being elected and appointed finance minister. He comes in and brings in Bill C-27. Now, Madam Speaker, anybody who takes a look at that knows that that accomplishes pretty much everything that he wanted to see in 2013. We know he's going to leave here. Where is he going to go back to? It actually doesn't make that much difference if his interests are in a blind trust right now or not, because he's taking care of them from here. And that is the problem of what is going on here, because, Madam Speaker, that is the heartbeat of a Liberal right there. And that's why we're here today, not just because of that one issue around ethics, but because of an attitude that this government has had right from day one. There's a total disinterest by the Liberals in being here today, Madam Speaker, and we've seen that, and we know why that is. But I have to ask, is it because they have this sense of entitlement that they don't even need to come here to answer these questions that Canadians are asking about them? We've seen that for the last month, basically around the tax changes. Liberals want nothing to do with Canadians. They want nothing to do with talking to them. They want nothing to do with town halls. They want nothing to do with extending a consultation period as well. They asked, do we represent Joe Public? We actually meet Joe Public. They've been hiding in their offices the last 2 months, refusing and afraid of the Canadian public. Is it arrogance that keeps them from being here today, Madam Speaker? Is it carelessness? Right from the beginning, we've seen that they just haven't been able to get the job done. They're running massive deficits. They haven't been able to keep virtually any promise that they've made. Or, Madam Speaker, is it corruption that they don't want to come here today and defend? This opaqueness that we're seeing is not meant to inform Canadians. It's actually meant to push them away and to protect this Liberal government. And now they're begging, I heard this afternoon, we're begging for more time, that we would treat the finance minister with great respect, because somehow it's poisoning the well if we dare to question the direction that this Liberal government is going. Let's talk a little bit about what's expected of ministers, Madam Speaker. People come here, they're elected, and they get appointed to the cabinet or a position of parliamentary secretary, and it's expected that they would not be able to control their assets. They're either expected to sell them off, or they're expected to put them in a blind trust at a distance so they can't influence them. All of us who are in that situation have had to give up control over our assets. What is it that the finance minister has done? Nobody really knows. The further we go, the more convoluted this gets, and the more unsure we are about what it is that he's actually done with his assets. Now we're hearing today he could be making up to $150,000 a month. My Liberal colleague across the way talks about how we're privileged to be here. Finance minister is making the equivalent of an MP salary every month just in dividends from his company, according to some of the information that we've gotten. Yesterday at the press, the gentleman across the way asked, is that a bad thing? Well, it is a bad thing if the Canadian public doesn't know what it is he's doing, and if he's been fooling around for the last 2 years with his assets, so he's getting a benefit from them that the Canadian public's not aware of. We're supposed to list those kinds of things. They're supposed to be aware of that. And it shows, Madam Speaker, yesterday at the press conference, the Prime Minister himself wouldn't let the finance minister ask the questions. It starts to look like somebody's guilty of something here. I have to tell you, the Prime Minister is not exactly lily white in this whole situation either. Right from the beginning, he's been lately bragging about his family fortune and bragging about how someone else controls it. Someone else is managing. Are they? We certainly hope they would be. We hope that he holds himself to higher standards than he's allowed the finance minister to have in his life. From the beginning, the Prime Minister said, we don't want to see corruption. We don't want to smell it. We don't want to see it anywhere. Well, right from the beginning of this, we've questioned the ethics of this government. The Prime Minister's been right in the middle of it, right from when he took his family with him to state dinners and left his ministers at home. Got a crisis going on in softwood lumber, a natural resource crisis. He leaves the minister at home because he wants to take his in-laws with him to a state dinner. There's numerous other examples we can use. How about the one at last Christmas? Billionaire Island, the Prime Minister goes there. I would say he got a personal benefit. When we're going through the ethics code, we're not allowed to get a personal benefit from the position and the opportunities that we have in this position. I would say going to a private island, taking private jets, spending 10 days on an island at somebody else's hospitality in a fancy resort would be a private benefit. We don't hear anything yet about whether that actually was some sort of violation of the code. So why are we surprised when then other cabinet ministers start dabbling as well? Man, we could talk about office renos and the cost of office renos that new ministers have just decided they're going to spend $600,000, $800,000 on an office renovation, it doesn't matter, because the whole atmosphere is being set by the Prime Minister and his finance minister in this government. He claimed, the Prime Minister claimed that they were going to be clean and accountable, and Madam Speaker, we're just not seeing that. And it seems to be the way of this government is, if we can find a loophole, we'll take advantage of it, we'll move through it, and that's okay. There's no problem as long as we can find the loophole and we can squeeze through it. The problem is, Madam Speaker, they treat everybody else differently. When they start talking about regular people being tax cheats and regular people using corporate structures so that they don't pay the taxes they should, we know that they're treating people differently than they're treating themselves. I want to take just a short look at this government's history. I've talked a little bit about some of the things that they've done and the ethical standards that they've failed to set up. They continue to mislead Canadians about the consequences of the tax cuts that they claim, but I'd like to talk about the last 6 weeks in particular and just the kind of approach that they've taken to Canadians. As I mentioned, first of all, they accuse Canadians, those people who have used some sort of corporate structure for their small businesses or their farms, they accuse them of being tax cheats. At a time, the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister himself have their own trusts. Now we find out they've got foreign corporations in the Barbados, foreign corporations in France. Would they be putting those corporations in place if they weren't trying to avoid Canadian taxes? I doubt it. They came, this last approach on tax policy, they dragged millions of Canadians into a situation where they will face increased taxes. It's an attack on small companies, an attack on private business, an attack on employees, it's an attack on agriculture. We know the details, Madam Speaker. Private investment that being taxed at levels up to 73%. That's what this government was proposing. They came and they said, okay, we've got income sharing going on in small companies. We have to stop that. Well, if we can't stop it, we're going to go in and we're going to make sure that we spend time with these people to see if they're actually doing the work that they claim they're doing. Are they serious? They're going to put a reasonable test in that it's going to put people onto the farm? Most of the people who work for government can't even come close to working the hours that farmers and their spouses work on their own operations. And Madam Speaker, they talked about capital gains changes that would basically make it cheaper for people to sell their assets to a stranger than to their own children. Now we hear they're backing off. The only reason they're backing off is because of the pressure that was put on from this side of the House and from Canadians across Canada. And they throw out a little tiny promise that they made that they refused to keep for 2 years until they're in big trouble, and then they decide they're going to move ahead with a tax break that was in place 2 years ago that they chose to disregard, remove, and now they want to put back in. And Canadians are supposed to treat this seriously and to treat this government seriously as well. It's not going to work. People are starting to see through this government. They're starting to see the arrogance, the sense of entitlement, and they're starting to smell something even worse, which is a deep-rooted sense of corruption in this government as well, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
You know, I wasn't going to follow up on this. The member from Timmins, James Bay, I took a shot at him. He took one back at me. I respected that. But, you know, given that the member who just spoke also brought it up, perhaps I'll try again to say what I had already said the first time, and maybe that the members opposite could listen to me this time, Madam Speaker. The member from Timmins, James Bay, referred to himself as Joe Public. He referred to himself as the little guy. And what I was saying, Madam Speaker, is despite the fact that he might come...
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Retract that comment. I am not a little guy. In fact, I put on a lot of weight on the leadership. However, for standing up for average people, and if we call them the average Joe, then yes, I will do that every single day of my life. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and at least now I know that the member has heard what I said and has understood what I said, and I appreciate the fact that he retracted it. I'm sure that he does come here with the best intentions, as we all do, to represent everybody. But to suggest, Madam Speaker, that we are the little guy, I think is extremely disingenuous.
The honourable member for the Grassland, Cypress Hills and Grasslands.
Well, I don't know what palace he comes from, Madam Speaker, but I can tell you I come from an average family farm in southwestern Saskatchewan. My grandfather and his brother came here and homesteaded. My father and uncle farmed together. I farmed with them. I would call that a pretty average Canadian. My colleague this morning, the finance critic, talked about his parents being teachers, 2 teachers, and he has the privilege, as I do and as many of us do, to be here in this House of Commons to represent the average person across this country. If he thinks average people are different than the little people, that's up to him. But this side of the House, we don't have an extra $33 million to lose track of. We don't have a French villa that we can't remember to declare. They may have that across there. We represent average Canadians, the little people across this country. They certainly do not, especially when they stand up and argue against the fact that they should be doing that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up with my honourable colleague because I think this fundamental question about who we represent, to me, is at the heart of what parliamentary democracy should be. If we call this the House of Commons, this should be the House of the common people. But we've been told by the Liberals that we're being somehow mean because people who forget that they own French villas, that we're supposed to be in solidarity with them because of our paychecks, that this is somehow, the rich boys club. Whereas I would say that the people of Canada pay us very well to represent their interests, not to represent the interests of people who can't remember the fact that they own French villas. So I'd like to ask my own colleague, we haven't agreed on very much over the years. I've known him since 2004, and we disagree on a lot of things. But we do agree about defending our regions. I know my honourable colleagues defended his region. I will defend my region. And the people that I represent are hardworking, they play by the rules, and they get none of the benefits that Morneau and Chappelle get on a daily basis.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
I want to thank my colleague for pointing that out because we all insist on representing our people in our region, our constituents. I can tell you this government's killing us in Western Canada. They're killing us. They could care less about what's going on out there. Their members are not speaking up for the interests. I can give you an example in the pipelines. They play this hypocritical game with pipelines, pretending they're approving things that will never go through. They've changed the rules around the pipelines a dozen times, so it's impossible to get natural resource development done properly. And we're losing investment by the billions of dollars. We've probably lost close to $500 billion of investment in Western Canada because of the policies of this government. And he stands across the way and says to us, you're not representing, we're not the average people. We are the average people, and we're going to stand up for the average people in our ridings.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, and before I acknowledge the next speaker, I just want to advise that speaker that I will have to interrupt him at some point because of the orders of the day with regards to the votes. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I usually say it's my pleasure to rise to speak to this, but today I definitely questioning why we have to be here today to discuss this. It impacts all of Canadians significantly when the finance minister's ethics are on the line. That is what we're discussing today, and I'm sad that we have to be here today to discuss this, but I nonetheless will go forward. Madam Speaker, in my riding, we're a riding of farmers, loggers, and oil field workers. That's typically what we do. Now, my farmers get out of bed every morning to farm, and it's been rough lately. The crops are under snow where I live. Last year, they were under snow as well in the fall, and so we're looking at 2 years of significant crop failure. And I'll talk a little bit about a farmer named Guido. Guido's 24 years old. He still lives with his parents. But he saved up enough money to rent a quarter section of land, seed it 2 years ago. He drives a logging truck all winter long so that he can save up enough money to put in the crop. And last year, pretty much total failure. But you know what? He picked himself up again and he drove truck again throughout the winter, saved up enough money to rent the land again and put in a crop again. That, Madam Speaker, is what the spirit that we were talking about. Total failure 1 year, gets up again, does it again. Now he's looking at, he doesn't have a French villa to go back to during the winter. He's got to go drive logging truck. He made a significant amount of money doing that, and he put it forward, he invested it forward. He has the opportunities at this point in his life to take a total loss into his stride and go forward. That's what we're dealing with when it comes to farming up in northern Alberta. It's a risky business. You are entirely dependent upon the weather. You're always looking at the weather to say, oh, is it gonna rain enough? Is it gonna rain too much? Is it gonna be too dry? All these kinds of things. Is the frost gonna come early this year? Is the frost gonna come late and I'll get a good harvest? Is the price gonna be good? Is the price gonna be good? That's what we're dealing with when it comes to the farming. Now, I mentioned that he also drives a logging truck. Madam Speaker, many people in northern Alberta are not tied just to one industry. They often will work in one industry and subsidize their efforts in another area. I know many people that are service a number of oil wells, are farming on the side, and are perhaps souping up trucks at a hot rod shop down the street. That's very common. Many people work 3 jobs in northern Alberta just to make a living. Now, to be told that they're nothing but tax cheats, to be told that if they have a private corporation to limit their liability in a particular area that they do business, if they have a private corporation, that's merely just a way to avoid paying taxes, is disingenuous, I think, on the part of the government. But it also is severely hypocritical when the finance minister himself has what appears to me anyways, put in place private corporations to avoid paying taxes. Many of the people that I know have private corporations did that purely to limit their liability, not to avoid paying taxes. However, the finance minister, on the other hand, appears to have put in place private corporations purely to avoid paying taxes. So we are here today asking for the finance minister to table the documents that come between November 4th, 2015 and July 18th, 2017. We'd like to know, Madam Speaker, where is the finance minister on this? Because his ethics and integrity are critical to the functioning of this country. If we can't trust our finance minister, Madam Speaker, where are we going to be going from here? We already are suspicious of the finance minister coming after significant amounts of taxes. Madam Speaker, this government has a spending problem, and they are looking everywhere for the next dollar. They're not looking at the next $1 million, they're looking for the next dollar. How do I know this, Madam Speaker? I know this because they're going after employee discounts. And they said, oh, no, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. Well, Madam Speaker, if that was a mistake, these mistakes don't happen overnight. Somebody was drafting that document. Somebody was building that website. These things, I know this from my own experience, drafting a website, building a website and things like that doesn't happen overnight. That typically takes minimum of 2-3 days, right, Madam Speaker? So if they're going after the employee discount, what else are they going after? What else are they going after? We know that they're already going after the small businesses when it comes to the income sprinkling. They're saying, oh, you're a shareholder in this farm here? Do you actually do any work on that farm? Well, Madam Speaker, farming is a way of life more than it is a business. And so to say, oh, what did you do? I would imagine lots of people at the end of the day, they say if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life. And you say, well, what did you do for your company today? And they'd scratch their head and say, well, I'm not exactly sure. I did the thing I love to do today. What is the individual tasks? Not sure. You'd have to go back through that. So you're going to require an accounting for all the individual tasks that get done? I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, farmers don't punch the clock like everybody else. They typically take their paycheck one day of the year when they deliver their crop to either the terminal in Westlock or to drive it down to Edmonton, that kind of thing. So we know that this government is significantly out of touch when they're coming after things like employee discounts, when they're coming after our small businesses, when they're coming after our family farmers. We know that they do not understand what it is like to be the average everyday Canadian. The hypocrisy stinks, Madam Speaker, and I know that the people that I represent up in northern Alberta were suspicious of this government when they got elected, and their suspicions have been confirmed for sure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It being 5:15 p.m., it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Anderson, moves that Given accusations by experts that the Minister of Finance's family business, Morneau Shepell, stands to benefit from the proposed changes outlined in tax planning using private corporations, and assurances by the Minister that he has abided by dispense.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. À mon avis, les non l'emportent.
In my opinion, the nays have it.
Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Anderson, moved that given accusations by experts that the Minister of Finance's family business, Morneau Chappelle, stands to benefit from the proposed changes outlined in tax planning using private corporations and assurances by the Minister that he has abided by his public declaration of agreed compliance measures with respect to his family business, the House requests that the Minister table all documents he submitted to the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner between November 4, 2015 and July 18, 2017. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Chemin Lévis.
Blaney Bellechasse Chemin.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Bultaif.
Mr. Bultaif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Fogg.
Mr. Fogg.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Stromadon, Sargangary.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormandan, Selplengary.
Mr. McKenzie.
Monsieur McKenzie.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Duncan and Mr. Satcona.
Ms. Duncan and Mrs.
Mr.
Satcona.
Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau. Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell
Madame
River.
Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Bryson. Back to Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Mackey.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemedi.
Mr. Lemedi.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Monsieur Shifki.
Mr. Shifki.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest d'Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendes.
Madame Mendes.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Aldig.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangri.
Mr. Anand de Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Area.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabruson.
Ms. Dabruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Jerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ayelson.
Mr. Ayelson.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Stizu, Mr. Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tobera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mr. Zahid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, the member from Skeena Buckley Valley was not in his seat at the time in which you began to read the motion, but in the spirit of cooperation, we're prepared to allow him to have his vote count.
I would ask the member for Skeena Buckley Valley to confirm whether that is in fact the case. It would require unanimous consent. That's the case.
Mr. Speaker, I did indeed enter the House as you were rising to read the question. I sat in my seat. I may have missed the very first part. If my vote should not be counted, of course I defer to the House. But I was able to certainly understand the question because it's a good one. Your discretion, Speaker.
Is there unanimous consent to allow the members' vote to be counted? Agreed.
Yeas pour 132, 132. Nays contre 158, 158.
Declare the motion defeated. conformément à l'ordre adopté le jeudi.
Pursuant to the order made on Thursday, October 5th, 2017, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Davies relating to the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Moore, moved that given that millions of Canadians lack prescription drug coverage, and given that overwhelming evidence, including from the Parliamentary Budget Officer, has concluded that every Canadian could be covered by a universal pharmacare program while saving billions of dollars every year, the House call on the government to commence negotiations with the provinces no later than October 1st, 2018, in order to implement a universal pharmacare program. All those who support the motion will please rise.
Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan and Mr. Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Sansouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion votent.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Jan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Lauzon-Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Lauzon-Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Ms. Retanzi.
Ms. Retanzi.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Goldsmith.
Mr. Fillmore.
Jones. Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dugan.
Mr. Dugan.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et Dessert.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldegg.
Mr. Aldegg.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Brettina.
Mr. Brettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Jerowitz.
Ms. Zarretz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Sassi.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Elkoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon-le-Métis, Madame Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon-le-Métis, Madame Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur
Mr.
Robillard.
Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Rai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Ms. Schulte.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Mascree, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tam.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vanden Bell.
Ms. Vanden Bell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rhoda.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse et Germain Lévy.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse et Germain Lévy.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr.
Mr.
Kent.
O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergenstein.
Okay. Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Cameron Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamlin Thompson,
Mrs.
Caribou.
Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Bultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Saroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Stanton.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dondas Gary.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dondas, Sal Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay and Minton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria. Yeas pour 43, 43. Nays contre 246, 246.
I declare the motion defeated.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-55. The question is as follows. Mr. LeBlanc, seconded by Mr. Macaulay, moved that Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and oceans. All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Crow.
Ms. Crow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Aleslev.
Ms. Aleslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabrusen.
Mr. Dabrusen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Jerowitz.
Ms. Jerowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fregiscato.
Mr. Fregiscato.
Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-le-Métis, Madame Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-le-Métis, Madame Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Rai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schulte.
Mr. Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandenberg.
Mr. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Zahid.
Mr. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame
Mr.
Lambropoulos.
Rota.
Mr. Rhoda.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Hing.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Duncan and Mr. Sankona.
Ms. Duncan and Mr. Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Boutin-Souis.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Swan.
Ms. Swan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mrs. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur
Madame
Marcil.
Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Monsieur Blény-Bellechasse des Chemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blény de Bellechasse et Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Pulis.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Stanton.
Monsieur Lauzon, surmontant d'Assad Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, surmontant d'Assad Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay and Minton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi. Yeas pour 206, 206. Nays contre 85, 85.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. It being 6:14, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
C-348, an act to amend the Department of Employment and Social Development Act, persons with disabilities, standing in the name of Ms. Hardcastle.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh is not present to move the order as announced in today's notice paper. Accordingly, the item will be dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Et à ce moment-ci,
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is, order please. The question is that this House do now adjourn.
I appreciate the opportunity to rise tonight to address the very serious attacks on Canada's supply-managed sectors by the American government and the lack of leadership and strength against this attack from the Liberal government. The NAFTA renegotiations began in August, but even before that, Donald Trump took aim at our dairy farmers, stating, quote, "We can't let Canada or anybody else take advantage and do what they did to our workers and our farmers." Trump has continually been belligerent, accusing Canada of violating global trade obligations, and our Prime Minister simply sits beside him, stunned and grinning. And just last Sunday, the U.S. NAFTA negotiating team said that they want Canadian access for 400,000 metric tons of fluid milk and 17% of our poultry products. Under the Trans-Pacific Partnership, Canada granted access to 3.25% of its dairy market and 2.1% of its market for chicken. Since the U.S. has withdrawn from TPP, they're looking for even greater concessions under NAFTA. There was never any doubt from this side of the House that supply management would be under attack. The only surprise seems to be from the government. The former Conservatives and the current Liberal governments showed a real lack of forethought when they opened the door and market access to our supply managed sectors under trade deals like TPP and CETA. And because of their poor judgment now, they have created a space for the Americans to demand concessions that this government must not make. In fact, I would like to talk about CETA here, Madam Speaker. The Comprehensive and Economic Trade Agreement, this is a trade deal that the Conservatives wrote and the Liberals rammed through Parliament. The Liberals didn't consult adequately with farmers or producers, and they didn't provide adequate compensation programs to the losses our dairy farmers have endured. Instead, the Liberal government only agreed to a controversial investment assistance program, and after only a week of it being open, Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada announced it would no longer accept any applications from dairy farmers. Without access to the compensation that is owed to them and a lack of funds, several dairy producers are now hitting a wall. During the 2015 campaign, the election, the Liberals promised to compensate dairy producers for concessions made during CETA negotiations, but they backtracked on this investment program. Sadly, it's not the first time that Liberals have harmed dairy producers or other farmers protected by our supply managed system. Since taking office, the Liberal government have been completely inactive in the raw milk sector, and they succumbed to the European Union regarding the allocation of the tariff quotas. The NDP have repeatedly warned this government that dairy producers would suffer with only the $250 million allocated. But they have pushed through with this bad trade deal anyway, and now we see them letting these same farmers down during the renegotiation of NAFTA. Canadian farmers have benefited from the supply managed system since the early 70s. This system sets the price and creates stability for dairy, egg, and poultry producers. Supply management has proven to be an effective model that equalizes the benefits of dairy and poultry production across consumers, farmers, and processors, and stabilizes the industry against price shocks or oversupply. This attack on supply management cannot continue. And so my question once again to the Liberal government is, will they show real leadership and finally tell the U.S. that supply management and further market access is not on the table?
Hear, hear. The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Essex for having raised this important question. The government fully supports the supply management system, dairy producers, and the dairy industry as a whole. Dairy producers and chicken and egg producers play an important role in the long-term sustainable growth of our country. Supply management is a system that our producers chose themselves and which has been working well for many years. It benefits the Canadian economy, and I can assure you that we will protect it and defend it. As far as trade negotiations are concerned, Canada's position has always been promoting and defending the interests of all of these sectors within the agricultural sector, including those under supply management. Import controls are an important pillar of supply management, so it is important for the government to maintain their effectiveness while ensuring the competitiveness of the processing sector, including as part of trade negotiations. As far as NAFTA is concerned, Canada and the U.S. both benefit from highly integrated and efficient supply chains which have been created by this agreement. The fact that Canada and the U.S. are the biggest agricultural trading partners for each other is a testament to that fact. In August 2017, Canada, the U.S., and Mexico started negotiations about modernizing NAFTA in Washington, D.C. The last round happened between October 11th and 17th. The Government of Canada is leading consultations about NAFTA negotiations by consulting Canadians all across the country from all sectors, including those under supply management. These NAFTA consultations will continue throughout our negotiations. Global Affairs Canada will maintain an open line of dialogue to that end. The member for Essex can rest assured that these consultations will be taken into consideration and that Canada will only accept a renegotiated NAFTA that benefits Canadians. Like any other country, we will vigorously defend our interests in all sectors, including those under supply management. Any proposal from the U.S. to eliminate supply management would simply be unacceptable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have to say that I'm surprised, but happy to hear the member across saying that they will not accept that at the table. So at this point, I hope that that's being communicated well across our country and that everyone will be watching tonight and hear the parliamentary secretary say that we will not open supply management. And so my question really goes back to the member, and it has to do with where we're at now in these negotiations. Of course, we've had the U.S. throw this on the table, and from what I can hear from the member across, he's saying quite clearly then that we will not enter into negotiations around that, and that potentially we will leave the table, or I'm not sure what the option is, but I would like to hear from the member on what it is that the Liberals have planned at this point to communicate that to the U.S., because I haven't heard that quite so strongly from the minister. So I wonder if the member opposite could enlighten us in this House on how they plan to communicate that to the U.S. and what their plan is now at the negotiating table around this issue.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Madam Speaker, the government has shown that we defend Canada's supply management system. Canadian officials are maintaining a dialogue with the U.S. to dispel many of the misperceptions about Canadian dairy. More specifically, Canada reminded the U.S. that their underproduction of milk is at the heart of the current problem, and that they already enjoy a significant surplus of thanks to trade in dairy with Canada. We reminded them that Canada is not to blame for the global situation that all dairy producers, including Canadian and American ones, are facing. On the contrary, thanks to supply management, dairy production in Canada perfectly meets the needs of the country and avoids having overproduction of milk. Canada will continue to defend the system.
Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm writing on a question that I originally asked on May the 9th, where I was questioning really the trust that people have of our defense minister when it comes to the lives of those that serve. He has blatantly misled on numerous occasions, and it goes from the embellishment of his record to the capability gap that he fabricated about our fighter jets and other misleading comments he's had in Iraq and on other issues. And I can tell you that last night we did the adjournment proceeding on the Late Show, the Parliamentary Secretary of Defense and I, and he actually built on to the embellishment of the minister's record, and he said in his closing comments, it says, his missions as a reservist in Bosnia and his 3 tours in Afghanistan make an example to us all. And I agree with that 100%. As a veteran, he did that. But then he goes on to say, we all know he helped fight Daesh. Well, first and foremost, the minister never fought Daesh. He is fighting the Taliban. He is fighting Al-Qaeda. And so, again, a little bit of a stretch of the truth there. We definitely know that as the minister, he's provided policy and some direction to our Chief of Defense Staff, who then directs our Special Operation Forces, those that are out there helping our allies and the coalition partners in Iraq and in Syria in the fight against ISIS or Daesh. But the minister himself never directly fought against Daesh. So I just want to point out the embellishment that the parliamentary secretary has caught himself in. Now, the credibility of the defense minister goes on a number of different issues. So we talked about his embellishment of his record in Operation Medusa that many have also called stolen valor. But I can tell you that there's more than just that. It's about the transparency of this minister and this government. It's about how we don't get technical briefings anymore on Operation Impact and other deployments that Canada's involved in, such as Latvia, Ukraine, and elsewhere. And we know that he has embellished the truth as to whether or not we should have pulled our CF-18s out of the fight against ISIS in Iraq when they did that back in December 2015. He had meetings with Iraqi and Kurdish officials, and he says that they didn't have one discussion about the CF-18s. But it actually, through access to information requests, we actually seen the memo where government officials who accompanied the minister in those meetings were told that the Iraqi and Kurdish forces were very upset that we were withdrawing our CF-18. And it was brought up not just once, not just twice, but in the memo it actually said that it was brought up that asking the minister to consider this decision on numerous occasions. So this is significant, and again, how the minister has been fast and loose with the truth. And, we also have to look at, we went through this whole ordeal last spring where the minister had okayed the reduction of danger pay for our troops who were involved in Operation Impact. And those that were serving in Kuwait were going to see a cut to their pay and taxable benefits by $1,500 to $1,800 per month. And one soldier who spoke to me off the record actually said, it feels like we got kicked in the stomach. So it took a lot of embarrassment to force the minister to change that. And even through the summer, Madam Speaker, he was still struggling to find a way through that. And then, of course, there's the defense spending. So, Madam Speaker, I'm just putting on the record again that the minister continues to mislead Canadians, has not been transparent, and Canadians deserve better.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for raising a question for the second night in a row. This is a question that was raised 5 months ago. I know that he listens very attentively to our speeches, and he did correctly point out a mistake that I made yesterday when talking about Daesh. I'm sure that after the victory in Mosul, may have gotten caught up and forgotten that. So I'm happy to have the opportunity to talk about the integrity, professionalism, and commitment of the Minister of National Defence toward our men and women in uniform and our entire armed forces. I'd like to say to the member across, or rather I did say on May 9th, that the minister worked closely in developing a new defense policy, which was the subject of the broadest consultation ever held in the last 20 years. This policy was made public last June. Our friends across the way didn't say anything about it. Our colleagues across the way don't want to talk about this policy because it actually shows that there is going to be very good news for all members of the armed forces and their families. Without them and without their commitment and the support of their families, Canada would not be able to meet its defense objectives. That's why we have placed these men and women at the heart of our new defense policy. Today, the minister, the members of the armed forces, are all focusing on the implementation of our new policy. Madam Speaker, this policy represents a bold vision for Canada to protect our fellow citizens and to ensure safety in North America and to promote Canada's engagement in the world. Our plan is ambitious because it has 128 distinct initiatives. It's also a realistic plan. It's entirely costed and financed to ensure that Canada can meet the challenges of today and tomorrow. I've often said in this House that the Minister of Defence has one priority, and that is ensuring that our soldiers have the training, support, and resources that they need to carry out the tasks that we ask of them. The Minister of Defence has been a very effective spokesperson for them. There is an increase of nearly 70% for military funding over the next 10 years. Thanks to this stable and predictable funding, we've been able to undertake one of the most significant modernization efforts of the last decades. We are replacing our surface flotilla and 2 inter-army support ships. We have 48 fighter jets that will replace our aging CF-18s. This will help us strengthen our sovereignty and meet our NORAD and NATO obligations. We will be acquiring new reconnaissance and surveillance equipment, and we will be increasing innovation in critical areas, which will allow our military forces to adapt to a rapidly changing technological situation and ensure interoperability with our allies. Madam Speaker, we will be taking great care of our soldiers and their families. We will be investing in recruitment, retention, and training. And these are just a few examples, Madam Speaker, of the efforts undertaken by the Minister of National Defence to better support our soldiers. This minister is determined to do anything necessary to ensure the success of our armed forces and to defend the interests of Canadians. He proves this every day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Selkirk into Lake Eastman.
Madam Speaker, my honourable friend, and we've had many discussions of this, mustn't have been listening when I said that we, on the Defence Policy Review, we don't believe it. Because in the first 2 budgets from the Liberals, they cut $3.7 billion in the first budget, $8.5 billion in the second budget, so $12 billion in defence spending gone. And all the promises they made in the defence policy for new equipment doesn't take place until after the next election. And then all you have to do is he mentions the CF-18 fighter jet replacement. That's turned into a circus from inventing a capability gap, which all the experts say doesn't exist. Again, that undermines the credibility of the minister himself. And then he goes on to talk about having to sole source first Super Hornets and then the Bombardier-Boeing fight start. And now they're going to actually buy used, worn-out CF-18 or F-18 Legacy Hornets from Australia. Madam Speaker, this is not the way to serve our military. They haven't bought any new kit. They continue to mislead Canadians. And Madam Speaker, we deserve better.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I've had the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to meet with troops around the world and also here in Canada. And again, last night, during a supper for all of the Chief of Defence staff and members of the military, I was able to see how enthusiastic all soldiers and the Chief of Defence Staff, General Vance, were about this new policy. For the first time, soldiers feel like they're really at the heart of this policy, like they're being taken care of, like their families are being taken care of, like training and equipment are being taken care of. For the first time, we have a budget that is long-term so that we can ensure that they have the fighter jets and the equipment and the ships necessary. And this is unlike the Conservatives who had only planned for 6 such ships.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, many times I've risen in this House to speak out and demand legislative changes to be made to eliminate the unjust cessation provisions targeting refugees brought in by the previous government. Every time I do so, I basically get the same response, such as the one I received from the Parliamentary Secretary in May, who said, and I quote, "We acknowledge that there is room for improvement to further enhance refugee protection while ensuring that we preserve the integrity of Canada's asylum system," end quote. Well, Madam Speaker, they've been acknowledging this room for improvement since November of 2015. But like so many of the Liberal election promises, it's all talk and no action. But that's not all, and worse still, the government is still in fact spending millions of dollars per year to strip away refugees' permanent resident status simply because an individual traveled back to their country of origin, regardless of the reason. Imagine an individual who arrived as a refugee, spent 20 years here building a new life, contributing to Canadian society, and starting a family. Then years later, significant changes in the situation in their country of origin have taken place, making it safe for them to travel back, maybe to see a family, maybe to bury a loved one. And then at the time of travel, there's no law that says your status would be put at risk if you went back to your country of origin. Then boom, you go and apply for your citizenship. And instead of getting to recite the oath of citizenship, CBSA files a cessation application against you, and you are all of a sudden faced with a situation where you can have your permanent resident status revoked and be faced with deportation. Madam Speaker, this is wrong. What's worse is that this government even acknowledges that this is wrong. Yet still, the passage of Bill C-31, nothing has changed. In fact, 575 individuals have had cessation applications brought against them. So why has the Liberal government refused to repeal these provisions? The efforts of Canadians from coast to coast to coast during the Syrian Refugee Initiative show Canada's humanitarian spirit and how hard we're all willing to work to help those in need. As of January 2017, 40,000 Syrian refugees have resettled. Is the government telling them that Canada can strip away their status here and deport them back home if they travel back to their country of origin for any reason? I don't think so. The government proudly proclaims a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. Then I ask this: why do we treat refugees with this injustice? Why are they not provided the same mobility rights that other Canadians have? After all, don't we abide by our own Charter of Rights, Madam Speaker? That's my question to the government.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for Vancouver East for her question. I understand her concerns, Madam Speaker, but I'll just give you a bit of information. As you know, Canada has a long and proud tradition of providing protection to those in need. We have one of the fairest and most generous immigration and asylum systems in the world. Our immigration laws are applied impartially, they're based on facts, and in accordance with due process. Under Canada's immigration laws, an individual's refugee status can cease if they demonstrate that they no longer need Canada's protection. The grounds for pursuing cessation align with the 1951 United Nations Convention relating to the status of refugees. In general, if an individual with protected person status in Canada returns to the country they fled to due to persecution, it may indicate that the individual does not require Canada's protection and may no longer qualify as a protected person. Canada offers permanent residence for those refugees who are determined to need protection. Individuals who face the cessation of protected person status because they voluntarily returned to their country of persecution or acquired protection from another country have demonstrated that they no longer need protection from Canada. To end an individual's refugee person status, the government must apply to the Independent Immigration and Refugee Board of Canada, which then determines if an individual's refugee protection has ceased. These decisions are based on strong and compelling evidence. The authority of the Immigration and Refugee Board of Canada to determine that an individual's refugee protection has ceased is not new. And the authority to revoke permanent resident status, including permanent resident status of refugees, is also not new. However, under reforms to the asylum system in 2012, the effect of a cessation decision was changed so that, in most cases, it now leads to the loss of permanent resident status. That being said, nothing changed through the reforms to the asylum system to make it easier to pursue an application for cessation of refugee protection. The grounds for pursuing cessation have not changed. Strong and compelling evidence is still required for the IRB to determine that the need for refugee protection has ceased. Madam Speaker, the government has consulted with stakeholders and is still consulting with stakeholders with a view to making improvements to the current asylum system. I can assure the members of this House that we will, as well as the member for Vancouver East, that we will review policies and legislation introduced in recent years with a view to improving them. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
For Vancouver East?
Very much, Madam Speaker. I'll say this. The government's been consulting ever since they've been elected. In fact, the former Minister of Immigration said to me that this is wrong and that they were going to bring in legislation to change this. And then, of course, nothing's happened. Bill C-31 is anything but just or fair, and the members should know that. When you have someone who traveled back to their country of origin, and there's been individuals that I've come across who travel back when the country is safe to return, and at the time when they went back, they even have authorization from Canadian officials to make that trip. But still, after they come back, when they apply for their citizenship, they actually have cessation applications brought against them. This is wrong. If the government wants to get out into the universe and tell the world how we are open and humanitarian in our approach, then the government needs to rescind Bill C-31.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Madam Speaker, I think that our roadmap in terms of refugee protection has been proven over the last few years. And as she said, yes, there are concerns. I would say once again, Madam Speaker, that we are consulting and we will continue to consult on this file. We want to make improvements, as I said, and we will be reviewing the policies and provisions with a view to improving the system. Madam Speaker, I think that consultation with stakeholders is in order. So once again, I want to reassure the member that the work is ongoing, and we will see if we can make improvements on the subject that she mentioned tonight. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.